Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unit text on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded Roman introduction. The first 30 seconds followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter and Ginny became the master of time and justice. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Tired of watching others twist their hard-won victory, Harry and Ginny take control of the one force no one else could, time itself. Together, they return to the past with the power to rewrite fate, stop manipulation before it begins, and deliver the justice the wizarding world never had. This time, every wrong will be corrected, no matter the cost. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Getting away. Are you ready? She asked. More than I will ever be, he answered. Do you think they will miss us? She wanted to know. Probably a little. But after all they did, I honestly couldn't care less, he told her. You're right. I don't care anymore either. I thought we had won, but to then find out how our side ruined the victory, she sighed deeply. At least something good came out of reading all of the old man's secret library, he chuckled. True, I never would have thought he was trying to find a way. I was honestly really angry, what with all he did to you, she nodded. I was surprised as well. But it makes what we planned to do much easier, knowing that he truly was on my side all along, he agreed. And he gave us a way to correct things. It's as if he had known that it might happen, she commented. He had seen much in his life. He would know the dark sides of humanity better than most. Well, we should get started on this before they find us, he decided. Yes, we should. I want to get away and set things straight, she replied. They separated from their embrace and looked into each other's eyes. Warm brown with golden flecks looked into emerald green. They drew their wands and crossed them, kneeling on top of a silvery cloak. A black stone showing the crest of a triangle with a circle that was halved by a straight line from top to bottom inside it, sitting on a golden plate in the middle between the two. I love you, he told her. I love you too. Let's correct the mistakes of the past, she replied. They concentrated, never dropping the look from each other's eyes, and started chanting in Gaelic. They repeated the chant 7 times before light started to glow in the stone. Then, another 7 chants later, the cloak glowed in the same light, and then, after the third 7 chants, the 2 wands lit up, the wand in the hand of the young man being the first one, the woman's wand swiftly following. They could hear hurried steps and angry voices loudly rushing up the stairs, but they knew whoever would now try to stop them was too late. They had ensured that no magic could be used on the way through the house, and the house had 7 stories, including the basement and the attic. And they were on the very top of the house. Some mundane obstacles did the rest to buy them the time they needed. One last chant of a different incantation saw the 2 people vanish from the spot they had been, drawn into a swirl of light, taking everything that had been touched by the cloak with them. The door was broken open after the swirl vanished, and 3 men and 1 woman stood there, wands in hand, even if they hadn't helped them on the way up here. Damn it, we were too late. The woman cursed. She had brown, curly hair and wore the robes of the Unspeakables, employees of the Ministry of Magic that worked in the Department of Mysteries. How could they get all the knowledge? I thought you controlled very closely to which information they had access to. One of the men asked the woman. He had short, slightly curly, red hair and wore glasses. I did what I was told. None of the books in the Department of Mysteries was ever up for them to access. And they are the only copies known in Great Britain. As far as I know, only our colleagues in other countries have those books, but they wouldn't have let them see them either. I have no idea how they managed to find this ritual. But this is really bad. They know what we did, and they have long since resented us for it, she complained. Can we follow them? A tall, second redhead asked. No, the witch answered after performing some spells, which now worked again, probably because the attic hadn't been put under the anti-magic field like the rest of the house. The rift is already closed again. And we don't have the power to send people back as far as they would have gone. Not without the Deathly Hallows. And he was the only one that could control them. If we had only found out earlier that he left a fake Elder Wand in Dumbledore's grave, we could have prevented this. But the copy he left in there was nearly perfect. The perfect visual match and the power output was close to what was said about the wand showing when not in the hands of his true master. Only when we had Ollivander examine its composition, it was found out to be a fake. Who knows what they will change? The redhead with the glasses stated.
How will we know? The last man, this time with short, blonde hair, asked. I don't know. Time travel is only researched for shorter periods. Our most powerful time turners can only take us a week back, the woman informed the three men. There are theories that more might be possible with a different kind of time sand, but that stuff is extremely rare and getting enough for just one time turner more expensive than any magical ministry in the world could afford. The ones going back for an hour per turn already cost 1,000 galleons to make for one of them.
Could we check against the history books? The man with glasses asked. It wouldn't help. If they change anything, it will appear to us as if it had always been like that, she pointed out.
What about their legal status? Would they count as dead now? The blonde asked. The only safe way would be asking Gringotts, the tall redhead answered, but they dislike all wizards too much to ever give proper answers. Not to mention that, if they simply change the timeline, they could still be somewhere, just older, the witch commented. Well, let's bag up anything we can use to investigate this properly and then see what happens. We can't change it anyway, if they really are in our past, the blonde said. What do you mean? The tall redhead asked. Think about it, if they had succeeded, wouldn't we have already forgotten about them leaving? Or their plans to time travel? Could it rather be that they went to the past and started a new parallel time strand? The blonde suggested. It could very well be possible. There are theories that if anybody ever managed to travel more than 1 week to the past, a new timeline would be started, letting the original one continue. They might at one point come back together, but there has been no way to prove it, the witch nodded. The Peverell's the landing wasn't smooth, but a mess of tangled limbs. Around them was a dusty attic of an empty house. They recognized it as the attic of Grimmauld Place, where they had performed the ritual. Simply because it had been the one building where they could stall intruders that could mess up their time traveling and where nobody would be living at this time, thanks to Walburga Black already having died.
Ow, that was my nose, she complained, before coughing from getting dust into her mouth.
Sorry, love. I'll try to get up. Perhaps it will work better if you don't move around for a moment, he suggested, sneezing.
She followed his advice and a few seconds later he had untangled the cloak, got to his feet and held his hand out to help her up as well. She took his hand and then looked around. The first thing he did was waving his wand around to vanish the dust. It was seriously a huge amount that vanished. The floor had a totally different color of dark wood now that the thick, gray layer of dust was gone. Much better. Did it work? She asked hopefully. One way to find out. Tempus omnis. He tapped his wand to his left wrist and a few numbers and letters appeared. It's 9:30 in the morning on the 10th of July 1992, he told her grinning. She cheered and fell into his arms, he dotting him heatedly, which he only too happily returned. We did it, Harry, we did it. We went back before my first year at Hogwarts. We can change things for the better before everything goes down the drain. She cheered.
We will, Ginny, nobody will stop us. And we can help our younger selves avoiding the hassle of certain false friends and family members that feel injured for things that shouldn't have concerned them like that, Harry replied.
And we can finally be free. You don't know how long I have waited to finally be able to marry you, she told him.
I can imagine, as I was really fed up with them always interfering with my proposals. I mean, I tried 4 times to propose by now, always preparing a really romantic outing, but no, they always found out one way or the other and appeared, messing things up, Harry growled, to think that I had to forego a proper proposal and ask you when we went to the bathroom at the restaurant where Ron and Hermione celebrated their engagement with her Muggle parents. Well, I can say that I really didn't expect it then. But we can at least have a very nice wedding, now that nobody can stop us anymore, Ginny commented. For some reason, the Weasleys had not wanted that Harry and Ginny married. Neither of them had managed to find out what the reason for this was.
Molly Weasley had continued claiming that Harry was like a son to her, even after the Battle of Hogwarts.
Had she really believed that, she should have been in favor of Harry marrying Ginny to become her son-in-law. But she and the other members of the Weasley family, from Arthur down to Ron,
had messed up all planned proposals from Harry to Ginny. And once they had managed to get engaged, they had started too many discussions about what absolutely needed to be considered for the wedding, all only agreeing on not agreeing on anything, that Harry and Ginny hadn't even managed to set a date. It was highly frustrating for both of them. The jerks even prevented that they could elope to present them with a done deal. Somehow one of them always managed to turn up when they decided to screw the family and just get married somewhere. Muggle or wizard didn't even matter to them in the end anymore. They suspected it was some kind of tracking function of the Weasley family clock but could never prove it. But back here, in 1992, nobody would even think of needing to interfere. They could finally marry. Las Vegas or Gretna Green? Harry asked, grinning. Gretna Green is more British, Ginny stated pompously, and they both chuckled. How long do we need to get everything for that? And I need to apply for the Dodd position at Hogwarts before Lockhart gets it, Harry asked. Well, as you were smart enough to fully empty your vault at Gringotts after the war ended and have a multi-compartment trunk to store things, and I followed your example and have all my money from playing for the Harpies for 3 years in my multi-compartment trunk as well, we should be able to buy some nice wedding clothes and go there tomorrow. And after we are married, we can visit the headmaster and get him on board. To think that he spent 15 years trying to find a way to free you from the Horcrux without killing you. It's still hard to believe. But why should he have lied in his personal diaries? I mean, we only got them in the book collection 6 months after you had killed Voldemort, Ginny commented, and that only because we found the clue he left inside the snitch that he left you when we had a closer look at it when you told me the story of the time you were hunting Horcruxes and how long it took you to figure out what to do with it.
True. I just wish I had thought about his clue earlier the way he meant it.
That he wanted me to summon him with the help of the stone, so that he could finally give me the information he wanted me to have.
And to warn me about how the Ministry sabotaged things.
He had theorized that the Master of Death could undo the Horcrux, but he couldn't find the Stone of Resurrection on time.
And by that time the protection from Mum was gone and the connection too strong to risk it in any other way than how he planned his last gamble. That he was right, and the reverse connection through my blood in him would allow me to come back after Voldemort hit me with the killing curse. Well, this time around I can undo the Horcrux, as the protection is still going strong. After all, we did make sure to collect All Hallows before we left.
Ginny chuckled, hard not to, when they were the key to let us go back. Harry grinned, nodding in agreement. And, which names will we officially use? Do we go with the ones we chose? Actually, we only managed to think about our first names, she wanted to know. I like the idea of you being called Guinevere, Harry smiled.
Well, I can still shorten it to Ginny like before. And you can shorten Harold to Harry. Nobody will think anything strange about it. But which surname and middle names? And we need to get them to be our legal names before marrying, Ginny pointed out.
Well, I have a claim to the Peverell name, especially as I'm the Master of Death. It is a highly respected name in pureblood society and will open a lot of doors for us. While the time before Voldemort came back wasn't as bad in terms of discrimination as during him being in power in the aftermath of the war, there is still a lot of favoritism towards purebloods going on, Harry stated. Yes, we could use that name. Magic would accept it, as you are descended from the family and have their family treasures. There are precedencies for this kind of name change. What about middle names? I refused to keep Molly. My mother was a harpy after my first year and only pretend acted like she cared. She was more concerned about me tainting the Weasley name more and worsening our family's chances for success. Thank goodness that Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall understood and helped immensely during the following year. The fact that I was possessed by the diary wasn't spread through the school, so I was mostly seen as another victim of the heir. And Malfoy couldn't dare saying anything about how the diary possessed me, as it would have been a confession of his guilt, Ginny said. While I don't mind James as a middle name, it would be too suspicious. I'm just glad that we found that spell to break the looks that I was lock-spelled to. I mean, while looking like Dad wasn't bad, I was so sick of hearing I looked just like him with Mum's eyes. Even if I can understand why Dumbledore did it. People simply didn't look too closely on what I could really do. Instead they assumed I would also have the same abilities as Dad, Harry sighed. Though it didn't do you any favors with Snape, Ginny mentioned. It wouldn't have changed anything if I hadn't looked like Dad. He could never get over his resentment that I was the son of the man that he hated at school and that Dad was the man Mum fell in love with, when Snape wanted her for himself. While he may have fancied her, his actions don't speak of love. They speak of obsession. It was just luck that Dumbledore found a way to direct that obsession against Voldemort. Even if he should have kept Snape on a shorter leash and made sure he at least taught properly, Harry declared. I know. Too many didn't want to take the class after Owls anymore, simply because he taught it. It was better with Slughorn. While he was creepy with his slug club, he at least taught properly. And he didn't make firsties cry. Ginny added her part. Harry nodded. How about Robert as a middle name? I think your Muggle great-grandfather had that name, she then suggested. Harold Robert Peverell, he tested the name, I can work with that. Now we just need yours. I don't want to use any of my relatives' names for that, she pondered, and no flower. Perhaps Felicia? Harry asked. Guinevere Felicia Peverell, that sound appropriately pureblood, she nodded. What for my maiden name? I can hardly tell them that it was Weasley before after all. Which pureblood families are secretive enough for it and have had redheads in their line? Harry asked. Ginny took out a book about wizarding families in Europe from her trunk, which was disguised as a charm on her bracelet, which they had taken from Grimmauld Place, next to a high number of other things they thought would be useful for them in the past. She opened it and Harry looked over her shoulder to read with her. Well, the Scottish lines might work. Some clans isolated themselves in the war and homeschooled their children. The magical part of the Campbell clan, for example. And there are very few left, if any, Ginny suggested after a while. And thanks to going to school in Scotland for 7 years, you can also fake a slight Scottish dialect. If anybody commented on it, you could tell it was a remainder of your upbringing there, but which you worked hard on getting toned down. Harry nodded, a good plan. Then we should perform the renaming ritual before having the same persons in the same timeline twice becomes a problem, Ginny declared, and they set to work. They knew that Kreacher, even if he was still alive in this time, wouldn't be able to detect them on the attic, as long as Harry didn't want him to notice him. Harry was the rightful owner of the house according to his magic. It didn't matter that this had happened in the future. It was fully legal and thus he wasn't counted as an intruder. House elves also couldn't sense where a member of their family was. Their magic would react if a member of the family called them by name. They would immediately use their form of teleportation to pop to that location to serve their masters. But unless Kreacher was informed about an intruder to the house by the house's magic, he wouldn't find out about the shift in ownership. And Kreacher had needed the act of being given Regulus Locket by Harry to come around. Harry just didn't want to go to the cave and deal with all the inferi to have that locket to sway the house elf to his side. It would be much easier to try and see if destroying the locket would also work. But to manage that part, they needed basilisk venom, as neither Harry nor Ginny was crazy enough to conjure fiend fire to do the job. And even the killing curse couldn't destroy a Horcrux that was an object. It would work on something alive like Nagini but not a locket or a diadem. They would leave the locket here at Grimmauld Place, as nobody would think to look for it here. They would first need to deal with the basilisk to get the venom. For the change of their names, they needed to perform a ritual. Changes of this magnitude couldn't be achieved by simple spellwork or potions. No, this needed blood magic. But the ritual was one that had been used in the past quite often before the Ministry of Magic got snippy about anything using blood. Lazy bureaucrats like Percy that didn't want to work through the whole list and just ban the dark type of rituals were behind that part. As they had known that this was needed, they had bought the necessary items, if they didn't own them already, in the future. Well, they could buy the paper they needed. That was a common item sold in certain stores, as it was needed for normal business contracts as well. The blood quill had been found at Grimmauld Place when they had searched it from top to bottom. It didn't surprise them at all that the Blacks had owned something like that, or that the house had several well-hidden rooms that the Order of the Phoenix hadn't managed to access when it was their headquarters. Kreacher had sealed up what he could on orders of Walburga's portrait before Sirius ordered him to stop. But Sirius didn't think to order Kreacher to unseal the rooms either. His mind had been badly harmed by the Dementors. It was one thing they wanted to change. One small blood ritual later, they had to write their old and their new names with a blood quill on contract paper to have the change legal, and Ginevra Molly Weasley became Guinevere Felicia Campbell. Harry James Potter turned into Harold Robert Peverell. And the next day, at Gretna Green, they would finally tie the knot in the old smithy that had seen many a couple elope to marry there. The cursed position. Albus Dumbledore looked over the applications for the, again, open defense position. He really wished that he could keep a teacher for more than a year on end. But sadly, he had had to deal with the problem for decades now, ever since he refused Tom Riddle, who he had known had become Lord Voldemort by then, the position. There weren't many applicants at any time, but this year it was extremely disappointing. Only Severus and Gilderoy Lockhart had applied, and he didn't want to tempt Severus with the position. It was better to keep him away from it. Not to mention that, if there really was a curse, he would risk losing his spy in the Death Eater ranks. Voldemort was trying to come back. He had confirmation for that since last month. Harry had confronted the Wraith down in the room where he had hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Erised. He still despaired over the thought that Harry could have died back then. Now more than ever he needed to plan how to go about things. The prophecy clearly said that only Harry could defeat Voldemort for good. But he was just a boy, turning 12 at the end of the month. Nowhere near ready for that encounter. While he had done admirably with the traps, this wasn't by far the level he needed to be at in the end. But could he really take away Harry's remaining childhood for the training that he theoretically knew the boy should get? Just when he was deep in thought, an owl was flying towards his window. Not too unusual, he got a lot of mail each day. He didn't recognize the owl, but that too wasn't too strange. The owl dropped the letter on his table and simply flew off again. Probably an owl from a post office. They always behaved like this. He took his letter opener and looked at the sender of the letter. He sat up at seeing the sign of the Deathly Hallows in the wax seal that closed the envelope. He quickly opened the letter and took out the parchment on the inside. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I would like to apply for the open position of teacher for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that was offered in the Daily Prophet 5 days ago. I am a master of defense against the dark arts and am an acknowledged journeyman in the art of dueling. I have included my certificates from the defense and dueling guilds here in England, even if I took my mastery test in Spain, next to my curriculum vitae. The guilds have confirmed my qualifications, as is required to be acknowledged, by having a small competency test. While I don't have any actual experience in teaching at a school, I have tutored children in both subjects, preparing them for OWL and NEWT exams, while I was doing my studies. So far, all their grades were in the range of exceeds expectations or better. I would like to take up the challenge of teaching at a prestigious school like Hogwarts. In case you would consider me for the position, I would be happy to meet you for a proper job interview at your convenience. Your owl can reach me at the Leaky Cauldron for the next week and a half at least, as my wife and I are currently looking for a house to buy in the future. Yours truly, Harold R. Peverell, head of the most ancient and noble house of Peverell. Dumbledore read over the letter a second time. He had never thought that there was still somebody that could be the head of House Peverell. It had been lost by going extinct in the male line centuries ago. Sure, he knew of descendants, but none had so far managed to be acknowledged as the head of the house. But this could be a chance to have a proper defense teacher for the coming school year. And a master of the subject would be a great boon for the school. Teaching experience was secondary in that case. He had a hard enough time to get qualified teachers for the subject at all. Well, he could find out who the young man was. His CV told him that he was just 23 years old. That was a little on the young side, but not too young to teach. Severus had started at a similar age after all. He would have a meeting set up with him. If this worked out, he could deny the position to the fool Lockhart. While he might write books about his great deeds, he didn't sit right with him. His whole demeanor screamed fake. The interview had been yesterday, and he had told Lockhart that he would contact him as soon as all interviews were done. He didn't need to show all his cards at once after all, and this was common practice for job interviews. The employer normally took 1 or 2 weeks to decide which candidate was the most qualified for the job. One look into his planner told him that he had 2 hours the day after tomorrow to meet the young man. Hopefully it would be a good one. Harry was looking forward to the meeting with the headmaster. He had missed the old man after his death, even if it had taken 2 months after getting all of his books to really understand in what kind of unenviable position he had been. Forced to choose between 2 unpleasant options to ensure Harry's safety, he chose the one that would bring the lesser harm. Harry had sometimes wondered why his aunt and uncle never could truly physically harm him. They could hurt his feelings, and had done so regularly. They could withhold food, a regular occurrence. They could take a swipe. He learned to dodge early, but they could never beat him up. Only Dudley had been able to, and even then only a certain distance away from Privet Drive. Pushing him down the stairs for some reason didn't count as beating him up, even if he had broken his arm from that when he had been 8. And afterwards his aunt and uncle controlled Dudley a lot more inside the house, as the hospital where they had to take him to get the arm treated was suspicious about the incident. Having Dudley outed as the bully he was, would have destroyed their precious reputation after all. Finding out that Dumbledore had placed a charm into the ward scheme that prevented harsh physical abuse against him inside the wards from any kind of adult, and anything going beyond one-time hits from children, had been strange, but it explained a lot of things. It still didn't help with the memories of his upbringing, but it was a start in managing to forgive Dumbledore his actions. Had he allowed that Harry was raised in the wizarding world, the risk of somebody blabbing had been too much to take, next to the high probability of Harry never being taught right from wrong, simply because the magical society in Great Britain had worshipped him too much. And looking back, he never wanted to become a brat like Draco Malfoy, or Dudley in the years before the Dementor incident. And had the headmaster let any of the dark side supporters have enough time to position themselves as good guardians for Harry, there were a lot of people related to him through the Black family, most supporting Voldemort, Andromeda and Sirius being the only exceptions in their generation, Harry wouldn't have lived to see his 2nd birthday. He had experienced himself how corrupt the ministry was. He was definitely cured of his plans of becoming an Auror. Having to follow the orders of politicians was not to his liking. Right now, he was walking up to the gates of Hogwarts, after having taken the flow from the leaky cauldron, where he and Ginny had rented a room, to the 3 broomsticks. It was wonderful to see the village again, this time without the damage being done to it in the war. While the heaviest damage had been dealt to Hogwarts, there had been skirmishes on the way up there as well, destroying several buildings. He still had 20 minutes until his appointment and took the time to admire the beauty of the school, which had somewhat suffered after the battle, even if repairs had been done. It was simple a question of money, and functionality had to be the first priority before aesthetic. While a lot of alumni had donated some money, he among them, it had still been hard going for a while. Thus, some towers that had been hit by giants had been taken down, some walls looked off color to their neighbors, and the grounds needed a lot of care to get over the craters, burn marks and rifts that had been there like a bizarre pattern. Not to mention the destroyed plants. For some reason the Whomping Willow had only suffered a few scratches. Then he saw Hagrid walking up to the gates. "Hello, I guess you're the teaching post applicant that Professor Dumbledore told me he'd be meeting today." Hagrid greeted him with a smile. "Yes, Harold Peverell, nice to meet you," Harry replied, having to refrain from greeting Hagrid like he was used to. "Name's Rubius Hagrid, I'm the gamekeeper and keeper of the keys here at Hogwarts. Just call me Hagrid, everybody does," Hagrid introduced himself. "I will. Thank you, Hagrid," Harry replied with a smile of his own. "And how many applicants for the post have already been interviewed?" "I know of one. But the headmaster didn't tell anybody how the interview went. Ter be fair, ye see," Hagrid answered. "That makes sense. He would want to get an idea of all applicants before deciding," Harry nodded. "And, where did ye study? Ye didn't go ter Hogwarts?" Hagrid asked. "Australia," Harry answered, following his cover. "My parents fled from the war against you-know-who and decided on that country, as people also spoke English there. And after that I studied under a defense master in Spain before going back for a few months." "Yes, that'd be important if ye left your home country," Hagrid agreed. "So, why come back here?" "I met the love of my life when she was on vacation exploring the country, and she was born to a Scottish clan. Home-schooled by them. And, as she didn't want to move to Australia, because the weather is a lot warmer than here, which is okay for a vacation, but hard to get used to when you are used to the colder, Scottish weather, I decided to follow her here," Harry answered. "Ah, love, truly the best reason to move," Hagrid chuckled. "Definitely," Harry agreed. "The school and the grounds are truly impressive. It's unusual to have this kind of grounds for a school." "Well, Hogwarts is special after all. Oldest school fair magic in Europe," Hagrid proudly pointed out. "True. It has a great reputation. Though I heard some rumors about Professor Dumbledore not managing to keep defense against the dark arts teachers for more than a year. Some kind of curse? Harry asked.
I think that's superstition. Like people always badmouthing Thestrals, Hagrid commented, all that rubbish about them being omens of death. They just can look after themselves. Huh, people really believe that over here? I mean, sure, some might be queasy about the part that they can only be seen by those that have seen death, but they are harmless as far as carnivores go. As long as you don't try to abuse them, which is a bad idea with any creature that has sharp teeth or claws, they're very useful to have around, Harry stated. Just my saying. I mean, how else would ye travel to places you've never been to? A Thestral can take there, Hagrid exclaimed, smiling brightly. Harry had already won some bonus points with the man. They continued talking on the way to Dumbledore's office, where Hagrid left Harry. It's been nice talk ye, Hagrid said. If ye get the job, feel free come visit for tea. I'll come back to that, Hagrid, thank you, Harry replied. The gargoyle moved aside, probably because Dumbledore had told it so from the inside, and Harry stepped on the moving stairs. When he arrived at the familiar door, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He had been inside this office quite a lot of times. He was called inside before he could know. He still hadn't found out how Dumbledore did this. McGonagall hadn't been able to do so when she was headmistress. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore, Harry greeted him with a smile. Mr. Peverell, a pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat, he greeted back with a smile and the familiar twinkle in the blue eyes. Harry did so and took a look around the office. Fawkes sat on his perch and looked at him interested. You have a nice office, Headmaster. Though I couldn't say what all the trinkets and devices are for, Harry admitted, having often wondered about them. He still felt a bit bad for destroying a good number after Sirius' death. Thank you. If you have lived as long as I did, you tend to collect a lot of things. Memories of travels, gifts from friends and acquaintances and the like. Would you like some tea? He offered. Yes, please, Harry agreed. How do you take it? Dumbledore asked after pouring each of them a cup. 1 spoon of sugar and a slice of lemo, please, Harry answered. Dumbledore did so and then added 2 spoons of sugar and lemo to his own tea. They spent some minutes with polite small talk and then turned to the part of the job interview. Well, UCV is quite impressive, Mr. Peverell, Dumbledore started. Thank you. I did work and study hard for my mastery, Harry replied. Yes, very few people can claim a real mastery in any subject. And a lot of those that held that title got killed in the war. And sadly, I feel as if I had let some of them down, as we couldn't always win a competent teacher for the subject. We really had a streak of bad luck. While 3 cases were happy in cause, 2 of the teachers being witches that became pregnant, and 1 being an Auror on medical leave that could return to his job, it led to inconsistent teaching, Dumbledore told him. Yes, I heard some rumors. Some even claim a curse, Harry commented. I'm not superstitious and we had the castle checked when the idea first was raised. We couldn't find any kind of curse. I don't know what is going on, but I'm positive that no ill effects come by taking the position, Dumbledore assured him. Well, if I believed in those superstitions, I wouldn't have sent the application, Harry chuckled. Yes, it's good to see people not being scared by rumors. Though I have to admit, I was surprised by your surname. I was taught that the Peverell family died out in the male line centuries ago, Dumbledore commented. True, but any person directly descended from a family that died out in the male line can ask to take up the name, if there are justifiable reasons for it, Harry stated. It was time to direct Dumbledore to his former name and then get him on board in preventing things getting as bad as they had become in his time. Oh, which reasons might that be? Dumbledore asked curiously. For example, proving yourself worthy of carrying the family name. Many old houses had special talents that would allow the person to claim that heritage, as long as the family magic accepted it. For example, I was told about 2 talents belonging to British families. One is the metamorphagus trait. I think it was the Black family that once had lots of those in their ranks, which made them very desired employees for law enforcement, though many used the ability for illicit activities, and another the Parseltongue trait, which one of Hogwarts' founders was famous for, the Slytherin line, Harry explained. Now, if somebody with the active trait decided to try for being allowed to carry that name,
He or she could call upon the family magic and be judged. If found worthy, the person would be allowed to use the name from that time forth. I guess the Dark Lord that my parents hid from failed to do so. Yes, thankfully. It would have been much harder to refuse him entrance into Hogwarts if he had been the acknowledged head of House Slytherin, Dumbledore agreed. So, if I may ask, what did allow you to regain the Peverell name, and why did you try it? Or did one of your parents do so? I united the 3 old family treasures, which was the condition set by my ancestors, Harry answered. The 3 Peverell treasures? But that shouldn't be possible, he exclaimed. Well, Harry said and lifted his fringe, showing the very faint remainder of his lightning bolt scar. Seeing the clear shock on his former headmaster's face, I did have some help with that. No, this can't be possible. Time travel isn't possible for more than a few hours on end with a normal time turner, he stated. The 3 Deathly Hallows give their owner a certain amount of power, Professor Dumbledore, Harry grinned, which was why you frantically tried finding them to free my younger self of the soul piece of Voldemort that got stuck in my scar by accident that night. You really are Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked. Well, I legally changed my name to Harold Peverell to avoid a paradox for having the same person exist in one time twice for too long, Harry explained. Did the future look that bad? Dumbledore asked. I had hoped that I could achieve that. Once Voldemort was fully dead, things would improve for all people in our country. The problem was that a lot of people decided to just look out for their personal gain. It ranged from getting the best jobs, keeping Muggleborns and Half-Bloods out of them, except they were specifically chosen, which happened to Hermione Granger with the Department of Mysteries hiring her while still being at Hogwarts, simply because they found out how smart she was and that she was descended from a squib line of the Dagworth Granger family. Which was a major problem, as she was tasked to stop me from discovering a lot of things. Things that would have helped me bring down Voldemort a lot sooner. And the Gits Ron and Percy Weasley also got into the game. As far as Ginny and I could find out, it all started the summer after my 3rd year, when Percy started at the Ministry. He found out how the system really worked and how much the higher-ups feared my power. Rumors about things that happened at Hogwarts had reached the Ministry after all. Thus, he decided to ensure that his youngest brother, who didn't have a lot of specific talent, but would do well in a cushy ministry job in the middle ranks, in best case in the Department of Magical Games and Sports, as he was actually interested in that area and might move into a higher position if one was freed, was secure. He also did the same for the one student that followed the rules nearly as consequently as himself. Hermione Granger. The Department of Mysteries looked into his claims of Hermione's talent and decided to secure it for them. I was watched all the time after I had managed to defeat Voldemort, his own killing curse being returned to him, as the Elder Wand didn't want to kill its real master. I'll tell you the full story another time. Ginny was also put under a lot of pressure, and soon it was clear to us that nearly all Weasleys were against us being together. They thwarted 4 attempts to propose to Ginny until I used a spare moment, totally ruining the idea of making it romantic. Harry grumbled. Next to that, the purebloods that couldn't be clearly determined of working for Voldemort were again let go with a slap on the wrist. Nobody wanted to really cleanse the Ministry. Most feared that things wouldn't work out anymore if too many of their employees were fired and put on trial for assisting a criminal regime. Most had to pay a fine and that was it. Only the ones with the dark mark were sent to Azkaban. Discrimination was even worse than before, simply because a lot of bigoted laws had been introduced over the years and weren't voided before the old ones in power regained their influence. And they didn't have any reason to change things. That doesn't sound good at all, Dumbledore frowned. It wasn't. They tried to force me into a ministry position, but I managed to get around their demands, starting my studies for a defense mastery, which was actually one of the other possibilities they had predicted me to choose for a career option, in Spain. There simply were no defense masters left in Great Britain and I used a connection Kingsley Shacklebolt, the new Minister of Magic, had from his Auror days to become apprenticed. It was a great time. I was much more advanced than any other apprentice Master Castabrese had ever taken on before, thus he also taught me a lot about dueling, which is the source of my journeyman status in that subject. Ginny started playing for the Holyhead Harpies after school and, as they played in the European Championship for those 3 years, next to the British League, we managed to get a good number of dates in, while they were traveling. Gwenog Jones, Ginny's captain, was very understanding, as long as she didn't skip training and did well in her matches. And she did. Best rookie in her starting year and top scorer of the British League in her second professional year, Harry stated proudly. Over time, after I returned from Spain, I noticed a lot of things. Hogwarts was being bullied by the ministry, they were cutting out important parts of the curriculum, and Professor McGonagall was helpless against them, not having your political clout and power. She tried. I even helped out for 1 year as Dada teacher here, and the ministry knew better than to continue their course while I was pointing out how their changes for a better education were actually harming the children. Being the man who had twice defeated Voldemort, my word held a lot more sway than Professor McGonagall's. Yes, I'm fully aware how much my reputation protected the school against overambitious politicians. But the only way for any other headmaster to do that would be by either having a similar reputation or having an heir of a founder backing him or her and tell the ministry that they couldn't overrule his or her decisions. As the school is property of the founder families, Dumbledore commented, not to mention that I only could do that for as long as I have done so far, because I also keep the positions of Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, even if it limits the time I have to look after the school. It's simply the only way to protect the interests of the students, as I can work on countering the more destructive ideas early on. It makes even more sense now that Voldemort would want to be acknowledged as rightful head of the Slytherin family. Harry nodded. I know from the memories that you showed me about the Horcruxes he made that the Hufflepuff line went on to become the Smith family, but what about the other two? Harry asked. Horcruxes as in more than one? Dumbledore asked alarmed. 7 in total, 1 being accidental in my scar, but as I said, I can free my younger self from it, Harry pointed out. Sweet Merlin, I had feared that he had gone down a much darker path than any other. I had also considered him making a Horcrux a very likely possibility of how he managed to cheat death, but I didn't manage to confirm it so far. And your scar didn't give a clear reading, and I couldn't risk looking into it too closely when you grew up, as those intending to harm you could have followed me, Dumbledore sighed. But I feared it was a soul piece in the scar and started research into how to get it out, or whatever else it could have been. 7 in total. It must have been a nightmare to collect them all. And I know of one other descendant of a founder. The Lovegood family is descended from Rowena Ravenclaw. It makes a lot more sense now that Zeno Lovegood was trying to replicate the diadem then, Harry commented. Well, this is often the case for legendary artifacts that have been lost for a long time. Though I wonder what Zeno tried to get there, Dumbledore chuckled. He was a bit off and declared an Erumpent's horn as the horn of a crumple-horned Snorkick, Harry stated. Good gracious, that had to be dangerous. Especially knowing that Zeno isn't the most careful person, Dumbledore exclaimed. True, it blew up his house. Hermione tried warning him, but he insisted on it being a Snorkack's horn. When we have more time, I'll give you a better idea of what else happened, but fact is, we need to change things and prevent that Voldemort can ever come back to a body. I don't know if he would just fade away once all of his Horcruxes are destroyed or not, but the chances for that are good. Otherwise I'm sure I could exorcise the Wraith with the Elder Wand's power once they're gone, Harry declared. Yes, that should work. What else do we need to do? I mean, we already have a lot of bigotry at the top of the ministry, and with what you told me, we need to change that. Which laws were passed that need to be prevented at all costs? Dumbledore asked. Umbridge will have a law passed that makes employment for werewolves next to impossible, pushing them into Voldemort's camp. Even if we managed to stop him from returning, any other dark wizard would find them easy to convince to join him if they were promised more rights and freedom. We also need to get Lucius Malfoy into Azkaban. He lines Fudge's pockets with gold and has many of the laws that are problematic passed on the sly. Like having confirmed blood status a necessity to take up a job at the ministry or as an apprentice. They did the same for Hogwarts, but that law was voided as one of the first ones. The smarter people know after all that magical children that are left in the Muggle world endanger the statute of secrecy too much. A different minister would be a boon, but as long as we don't enter war, Fudge at least doesn't do too much harm. He is a slimy, useless, incompetent and corrupt politician, but at least, he won't openly declare open season on Muggleborns and those of mixed heritage. As long as we can neutralize the influences on him from the outside, he will be happy to keep the status quo, which will allow us time to actually set plans into motion to make things better, Harry pointed out. He and Ginny had discussed for a long time who to make minister, but there simply wasn't anybody that could immediately do what was needed. Nobody had that kind of political backing. First, the surroundings needed to be cut back to manageable levels before they could take off the head and replace it. Like the Hydra, if one cut off one head, 3 more, even more vicious ones, would grow back. It was necessary to burn them all out so that it became possible to kill the body itself. No, Fudge was a bad minister, but he was a lesser evil compared to those that would take his place if he was ousted right now. And at this time, he was still asking Dumbledore for a lot of advice in how to lead the ministry. They could use that. Truly a tricky situation. I guess there is something else that happens at Hogwarts all the time, otherwise you would have gone to the ministry and influenced things over there, Dumbledore commented. Yes. Everything revolves around the school. The next generation of Death Eaters is being raised here, and make no mistake, if we don't clearly show them the error of their ways, meaning we can't allow Snape to protect them, supposedly to keep his cover, they will all join Voldemort in a hurry once they're old enough. Draco Malfoy took the Dark Mark when he was just 16 years old, and you need to either force Snape to actually teach or replace him. While I can accept that you want to keep his services as a spy in case Voldemort manages to come back and we can't stop him, Snape's abysmal teachings of potions was a major disadvantage in the war. We didn't have enough people that could brew needed potions. Simple things like blood replenishing potions or essence of Dittany were running low, because one couldn't freely buy them at an apothecary anymore. You needed to have an acknowledged blood status, and those that were on the watch list of the ministry also couldn't get them without a prescription from a licensed healer, meaning again that this healer was already checked to be at least sympathetic to the dark cause by the ministry. And very few knew how to brew them, as the way Snape conducts his classes is by spelling the recipe in the board, telling the students to get to work and bullying all those that aren't naturals in the subject, like he is, with some lenience to the Slytherins, for example Crabbe and Goyle. He would be of much more use in researching new potions and supplying the hospital wing. We could also sell some others to apothecaries or even open one in Hogsmeade, which can supply the school with a side income. We have the ingredients here after all, and nobody denies that the man is a genius when it concerns potions. Just his temper is totally unsuited for the position, Harry pointed out, and I know why he has your trust, but honestly, for somebody who promised to make sure that the son of the woman he supposedly loved was safe, he didn't really do a good job. And, if you truly love somebody, you want the happiness of that person, not just your own. That's obsession, not love. Was it really that bad? Dumbledore asked unhappily. Yes. As soon as you don't keep total control over him anymore, he will take his unhappiness out on all the students. He let the Carrows run wild, torturing students that didn't follow Voldemort's rule and doctrine, with the Cruciatus Curse. He never set them limits, which would have been his right as the headmaster. Ginny and I talked about her experiences during that year. This wasn't a school anymore, it was a training camp for Death Eaters, with all those that didn't want to join being helpless targets. Especially those from known light families. No student that didn't agree with the Death Eaters got any medical help, except to prevent them from dying. And nobody can tell me that it would have been hard to simply keep control by other means. As much as I hate Umbridge, as she actively had the Muggleborns hunted down during the reign of Voldemort, while she was in control over the school in my 5th year, her punishments didn't leave permanent damage beyond scars from a blood quill. While really nasty, and certainly does not have any place at a school, it's several levels below that terror. Add to that his teaching and you have a teacher that has to go. You can find a different role for him, as I explained, to keep him close and under control. He doesn't want to teach anyway. Maybe this would even be something he likes doing, Harry pointed out. The question would be where to find a suitable substitute. Potions masters are hard to come by, Dumbledore sighed. And they will become even harder to find, if we don't stop the current development, Harry quipped. But I can help in that regard. Professor Slughorn is a potions master and he could test a candidate for a mastery, right? Yes, any master could do that, Dumbledore nodded. Ginny is very close to achieving a mastery in the subject. She perhaps would need 2 months of intensive studies and teachings from a suitable master to get it. This is one of the few positive aspects of growing up with Molly Weasley as a mother. The woman truly knows the ins and outs of potion brewing. She taught Ginny everything about the basics and some advanced stuff before she started her first year here. No matter how overbearing and controlling of her children she is otherwise. Especially if they shame their family, in her opinion. If Professor Slughorn helped her out with the last parts and lets her take the mastery test, She could take over from Snape. And Ginny is great with kids. I thought she was playing Quidditch professionally? Dumbledore asked surprised. She studied potions on the side, as she knew that Quidditch wasn't something she could do for life. She wanted to have something to fall back upon if she ever got badly injured and had to quit playing. Or once she was ready for children. A potion's mastery would have allowed her to work from home and sell her potions to apothecaries while still being there for the children while they were young, Harry explained. I'm glad to see that she decided to be that responsible. Many professional athletes don't think that far ahead and fall hard when something like that happens. Dumbledore commented with approval. Well, it wouldn't be too difficult to entice Horace to do it. Especially when the Peverell name was thrown in. True, he likes to be connected to big names, Harry nodded. Well, at least he could teach properly. He came back, I assume? Dumbledore asked. Yes, during my 6th year and then stayed for what would have been my 7th, but which I spent running around the country with Ron and Hermione, the traitors, trying to find the remaining Horcruxes to destroy Voldemort. This time around I will make sure that my younger self reaches his true potential. There was so much I didn't do, or didn't take serious enough, simply because I never was pushed the right way. Because nobody cared about my grades, Harry sighed. I even wasted 3 years in divination just because Ron urged me to, claiming it was an easy pass. I would think you had a lot of potential. But why would you take that class? Didn't anybody give you information on the electives? That's normally always done a month before you have to hand in your decision on which electives you want to take in the future, Dumbledore wanted to know. No, this year, if I would let that happen, the Chamber of Secrets would be opened again, with the monster petrifying students. The teachers were already run ragged. Lockhart was a failure as Dada teacher. He is a fraud that stole the achievements of others and then obliviated them of their great deeds to prevent that they talked and messed up his book sales, Harry answered. Thanks to that, we didn't get any information, and were just told by Professor McGonagall that we should read up on what they were about on our own. That would be a clear disadvantage to all students. I agree, Dumbledore said. Well, I think making you the Dada professor would then be the best way to prevent that. What is that monster and how can we stop it? A basilisk, and I can get into the Chamber of Secrets to kill it with a crowing rooster. The entrance is in the bathroom that Ning Myrtle haunts, where she died from looking into the basilisk's eyes, Harry answered. Basilisk? Dumbledore shouted. Dumbledore trembled at the thought of something this dangerous being hidden under his school. Fawkes was equally upset and flapped his wings agitated. Then Fawkes started singing and both he and Albus calmed down a bit. But the reaction was understandable. A basilisk was horribly dangerous, and to think it had been at the school all this time and could have killed countless students, had coincidence not limited things to it petrifying those that it met. Yes. We have been incredibly lucky that nobody died that time around. Which is why I want to deal with it before it can come to bite us. Lucius Malfoy slipped Ginny one of the Horcruxes that Voldemort had made, not knowing what it really was, just thinking that it was something Voldemort had created to open the Chamber of Secrets again, even without being present. I will try to see to it that the diary is intercepted and destroyed before it can get into Ginny's hands. Otherwise I will make sure that it doesn't stay with her long. She deserves a much better start into her Hogwarts life than she got the last time around. Especially as part of her family turned against her over not being able to resist the control of Voldemort. Her mother always harped on her over that, wanting to control what she did from there on, always being against her playing Quidditch at all, not thinking her responsible enough for any kind of visible job, and Percy and Ron were the worst of her brothers, agreeing with her opinion. Probably because both are jealous gits that can't stand if somebody else gets the spotlight. Her father was really disappointed in her not listening to his warnings about not trusting any object that you didn't know where it had its brain, when it could think for itself, and Bill and Charlie were not really told Ginny's side, only that of their parents, and while especially Bill didn't blame her, he also didn't support her as she would have needed it. It might be because he was away most of the time for his job, I'm not sure on that part. I was sadly too scarred from what happened myself to really see her plight before I was older. Thanks to you and Professor McGonagall though, she managed to deal with it. I see. I didn't think they would react like that. They always seemed like good parents to me, Dumbledore pondered. Well, there are certainly worse examples out there, but they have a lot of flaws. Why do you think Bill and Charlie left shortly after graduation? Certainly not because they were so happy at home. Molly wanted Bill to start at the ministry and Charlie to follow him. As far as I found out after the war, going out drinking with the two and George one evening, Bill, while Curse Breaker was on the list of jobs he was interested in, could have got an apprenticeship with a well-known master of runes, with a side education of enchanting in Edinburgh. But his mother would have insisted on him living at home while being an apprentice, and he wanted out, so he went with his second option, as the goblins trained their apprentices on site in Egypt and other countries, which got him away from her control. And he would have loved to become a runes master with option of working as an enchanter. And they earn really well, Harry pointed out. Charlie meanwhile would have taken up the offer to play for England if not for Molly. She wouldn't leave him alone over going into a proper job, and he, after one shouted argument too many, packed his things, went to Diagon Alley, where he had seen offers for apprenticeships as dragon handler in Romania, and took the next portkey after signing the contract. He loves working with dragons, make no mistake, but had he been able to decide freely, he would have played professionally for up to 10 years, saved up the money he made there and studied for a mastery in care of magical creatures on the side, similar to how Ginny worked on potions, and then applied there. I never knew. I was aware of both boys' interest in those areas, so I never thought that there might have been other reasons for them taking up those professions. What about young George and Frederick? Dumbledore asked. Fred died in the Battle of Hogwarts, and it hit George really hard. Molly too, and she totally neglected her other children in her grief. I was the one to put both George and Ginny back together after the battle, even if I wasn't in a good place myself. If not for Ginny doing the same for me, I would have broken down. Probably I would have become an alcoholic. Drowning all the grief and pain in whiskey was quite tempting for a while. Harry closed his eyes for a moment to collect himself, remembering that dark period in his life. The Battle of Hogwarts, his attempted suicide via Voldemort to destroy the last Horcrux in his scar, which only ended well thanks to a huge coincidence. The deaths of so many people he knew and cared for had been very hard on him. Fox sang again to help him put the dark memories back into the corner of his mind where they couldn't hurt him too much anymore. Harry smiled at the Phoenix gratefully. We were each other's lifeline during those months after the battle. Fred and George got my winnings from the Triwizard Tournament, the whole 1,000 galleons, and opened a joke shop, which had been their dream for years, against the wishes of their mother. George needed time, but he continued the shop after some months of grieving. But he and Fred had made sure to have a place to live away from the burrow. A flat over the shop in Diagon Alley, to not be there all the time, where she could nag them about their wrong choices in life, Harry answered. There really is a lot we need to prevent. A battle here at the school. I would never have allowed that to happen. When did I die? Dumbledore asked gravely. I won't tell you, but I will prevent that it happens the same way this time around. You had been cursed by one of the Horcruxes with a withering curse and were dying. To enter Snape deeper in Voldemort's ranks, you told him to kill you with the killing curse when the time was right, simply because it was a painless death and could give him a better chance to work against Voldemort. Sadly, he didn't do very much in that position. He always considered keeping people just alive sufficient, Harry pointed out. Alas, I can see why I would prefer a painless death in that situation. Well, what will we do first, after you and I kill the basilisk, of course? Dumbledore asked, stroking his beard while thinking about lots of things that would need to be done. We will do a thorough spring cleaning at the school and then discuss who of us will take over which part of the work that needs to be done, Harry stated, and Dumbledore nodded. After making a proper plan to kill the snake again, they set off, getting started on making a better future. First changes. Ginny listened to Harry's story, happy that Dumbledore had so easily accepted Harry's story and wanted to help them. She was in awe that they had already killed the cursed basilisk, ensuring that, even if Malfoy somehow managed to get the diary into her younger self's hands, the plan wouldn't work out. While they were sure that they could intercept the diary, no plan survived contact with the enemy, as the Muggles said. She was incredibly happy about the chance to finish her potions mastery under Slughorn and take over Snape's position. They were sitting in armchairs that Harry had conjured, drinking some tea that Ginny had prepared, inside the room they had rented. Wow, you really got a lot done and arranged, love, she told him. Yes, thanks to Albus. He insists that I now call him by his first name. Being on good terms with Slughorn, we can make sure that Snape doesn't harm more children's education in that important subject.
I think Snape himself will be much happier with the alternate plan as well. He never liked teaching, Harry nodded, and we will also talk with the centaurs about getting rid of the acromantulas in the forest. They are too dangerous to have close to the school. They also followed Voldemort in the last battle. Albus knows an isolated island with warm climate where they can be relocated and will be given sheep and cows for prey, in exchange for delivering their silk, like you suggested. It will help the school become more independent from the money the Board of Governors frees each year. And Hagrid can get a portkey to visit Aragog whenever he wants, so that problem is also dealt with. And once Aragog dies again, the other spiders should be used to the deal to continue it, even if he doesn't control them anymore. Harry remembered too well how the spiders had tried to eat him and Ron when they had investigated the matter of the Chamber of Secrets in their second year at Hogwarts. Hagrid simply lacked the understanding that monsters would eat people when they felt like it and were hungry. And Acromantula were carnivores that preyed on anything slammer than them. Humans explicitly included in that category. That's good. We really need proper brooms for the first years to learn flying on and some other things, like updating the library with the newest books about magical developments. And offer more clubs for the students that can help them with taking up future professions, she nodded, knowing she often had to distract Harry from dark thoughts. He simply had gone through too much to not have those memories that could overwhelm him at times. I'm especially glad that we could kill the snake this early on. Fox was incredible again. He flew around with the rooster in his claws, and the poor rooster was crowing for his life, killing the basilisk before it even had any chance to attack Professor Dumbledore and me, as we hid behind some of those hideous stone snakes. Though we will also add the profit from selling the basilisk parts to the Hogwarts coffers. Merlin knows that those governors are vultures in their greed. Thankfully, the goblins didn't have any problems in opening a new vault that can only be accessed by the headmaster and the 4 heads of houses. They're the money we will make with the acromantula silk and venom, and the basilisk parts will go into helping the school out to become a much better institution for children to learn and grow up. After all, there wasn't too much in terms of fun activities, besides Quidditch. This was something they had talked about a lot. While Hogwarts had offered clubs, many of them weren't offering activities outside of the normal subjects or common games. For example, the Gobstone Club, the Charms Club, the Herbology Club, or the Chess Club. Exceptions were things like the choir or the arts club. True. That's going to help out a lot. Do you have any plans for the Chamber of Secrets itself? She asked. I have discussed a few things with Albus. We will have to wait for anything going public, as that would tip people like Lucius Malfoy off too early. I have plans to deal with him when the time comes. He won't manage to become the fat spider hidden in the net that controls its puppets like Fudge, declared Harry fiercely. He truly hated Lucius Malfoy, and not only for his actions in the war. He was the mastermind behind most of the problems that caused them to time travel in the first place. Ginny wasn't far behind in her feelings. Lucius had slipped her the diary and nearly got her killed while the diary drained her life energy to bring Voldemort back. Yes, he needs to be neutralized, she voiced her opinion. What will be done in the background then? We will start with exploring it to make sure we don't miss any of its peculiarities. After all, the name Chamber of Secrets implies more than it being a hiding place for one big snake. If I consider Slytherin's reputation, it makes sense that he used the basilisk to guard the place, next to being a means to let his descendants use the snake to rid the school of Muggleborns. Perhaps he used the chamber to perform secret research and stored his notes somewhere in a secret side chamber, or he did other things. The place is simply too large and pompous to simply be a snake habitat, pointed Harry out. Very true. Well, once you know more, let me know. I would prefer not going back there if I can prevent it, she stated, shuddering at the memories. Harry nodded empathetically. The chamber was a traumatic place for Ginny, and while she had been back there one time after the Battle of Hogwarts, as she needed to put the ghosts plaguing her behind her, she never wanted to see it again. He could understand and accept it. It was similar why he never returned to Privet Drive or the cemetery of Little Whinging after all. It wasn't necessary to confront those places to go on. Several therapy sessions during his apprenticeship had got him to accept things better. What will you do concerning our younger selves? Ginny asked. Well, I'm going to use the time after my birthday to make it appear that Harry got his Hogwarts letter sent and needed to reply, and when that doesn't happen, I will go there to see what is going on.
And anybody would do that after how it was necessary that Hagrid got me in person, as the Dursleys refused to let me have my letter. The Dursleys will become much more careful after that, seeing that they can't get away with abusing my younger self anymore, as they are going to be watched closely. As much as I would want to get him out already, there is too much we need to do right now. I talked to Albus and he agreed that he could flow the Weasleys, as Ron at this time is my best friend, if they could take me in for the remainder of the summer, of course while being reimbursed for their additional costs. 20 galleons for the time will not only help your family with the needed equipment for Hogwarts for this year, but it won't let my younger self feel too indebted to your family, Harry explained, and we need to see if Dobby tries preventing that Harry goes to Hogwarts again. That's a good plan. You did feel you needed to accept a lot of crap my mother did, just because she took you in that often and offered you a place to get away from spending the summers with your relatives. This way, if he knows that she is getting some money, even if she is still being nice for doing it at all, he won't feel as bad for speaking his mind. It took way too long until you stood up to her, Ginny commented, and if he meets my younger self during that month, he will at least not think her a stranger when we go about the next part of the plan. Very true. By the way, I suggested to Albus to think about employing a few more teachers for the classes, simply to reduce the workload of the heads of houses, and to think about taking one load of McGonagall's shoulders. With 3 positions, she is totally overworked and has to neglect her duties as head of Gryffindor too often, Harry mentioned. I think I got him convinced into getting an assistant for the normal paperwork that simply comes with leading a boarding school, things that don't need the approval of either the headmaster or the deputy. Things like cleaning supplies for Filch, list of ingredients that the greenhouses produce for potions classes and the like. Yes. I saw how much work she did every day when I visited her during my second year. The problem was that there wasn't really any other choice for head of Gryffindor that she could hand the position over to. Hagrid was the only Gryffindor on staff, besides Remus in my second year, and nobody would give him that kind of responsibility. It would be good for the students to have more people to approach for things. Ginny nodded. What about Slytherin? If Snape doesn't teach anymore, because I'm taking over, who will become head of that house? Septima Vector, the arithmancy teacher. She is also a Slytherin alumnus, and actually should have got the job, but as too few students take her class, she was passed over for the teacher of a core subject. It wasn't really a good argument in any case. She would have been much better at controlling the powder keg, Harry stated. Anybody would have been better than Snape. Well, I guess I better get my mastery then. I need to free a bat from the dungeons and hundreds of students from a lousy teacher, she declared, and both started laughing, before deciding that it was late enough to go to bed, with some passionate lovemaking before lying down to sleep. They were newlyweds after all. And they had waited way too long in their opinion for being able to do this. Ginny's training under Slughorn was going well. Both Harry and Ginny had been present at the meeting with the old potions professor and had told him about the plan that had been thought up to help all sides. Dumbledore had spoken with Snape, who, like Harry and Ginny had predicted, was firmly in favor of the plan, and agreed to switch to doing research in a private lab on school grounds, brewing potions for the new shop that would be managed by somebody that Dumbledore would find, somebody with good knowledge about potions in general, their purposes and the like, and who could keep Snape up to date which potions were running out to be restocked. Snape would be free to do something he liked much better than teaching. The students would get a proper teacher that was great with kids, and teenagers in Hogwarts would profit from both the better reputation its education would gain as well as the money coming in from the shop. The premises were even easy to get. There was a small shop in a side alley that had been given up 2 years ago, which Dumbledore could rent in the name of the school. The owner of the building was more than happy to make the arrangement. He had been trying to find somebody willing to rent the shop and the 2 small flats over it. Next to the shop room there was also a room that could be used as a storage room, and it had a flow access, which made it easy to send the finished potions over. The main reason why the shop was still available was that it was a bit away from the main shopping district of Hogsmeade and didn't offer many chances to post big advertisements. An apothecary under the leadership of Hogwarts didn't need something like that. The combination of having Snape, who was widely acknowledged as one of the best potioneers in Europe brewing the potions that were offered for sale, and Hogwarts sponsoring the shop, would make sure that the people from Hogsmeade would go there for their needed potion purchases, probably even from other places of the country. High-quality potions were hard to get, especially ones that weren't standard. Dumbledore planned to advertise that the apothecary also offered a service to order specialized potions when they were needed, at a lower price than for example St. Mungo's would charge for them. Snape didn't need to know that Dumbledore, thanks to Harry and Ginny suggesting him, had already decided to give Remus Lupin the position at the shop, next to a Muggle-born witch that needed a job desperately, as she had to raise a young daughter on her own, after the child's father had left her for another woman. With the two switching shifts, they would both earn enough money to finally have good lives again. Ginny had heard about the difficulties of the witch when she had been 14 from a friend, who was related to a healer at St. Mungo's, where the witch had in the end finally found a low-paying job that allowed her to care for herself and her daughter. If they could assist much earlier than in the other timeline, it would certainly kill two birds with one stone. Thus, she had suggested to Dumbledore to let her have the second job and flat. He had easily agreed, remembering that she had been a good student during her time at Hogwarts and he always liked to assist Muggleborns to make their way in their world. And who knew, perhaps there would finally be some chance for romance for Remus. It had really been too bad that things with Tonks hadn't worked out for him. They had made a nice couple for 3 months, but then the war had raged, and they had been on different missions for the Order all the time and somehow, they had drifted apart. They had still been good friends, but the spark had been lost. And, in the last battle, they had died, taking down Greyback and Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, before they could have a chance to see if, without the war, the spark might return. Harry was preparing his lesson plans for Dada, having to decide which books to use. And he couldn't simply set one book for all years, as the students were all on different levels of knowledge and skill. Finally, he got one book for the first and second years, as he knew that, what with Quirrell teaching, there were a lot of holes in their education, then one for the 3rd to 5th years and one for the 2 noob-level years. He handed Dumbledore the list and got it accepted easily. It wasn't too strange after all to ask for different levels of books. It was normal in any subject. During the day, after having decided what to teach which year at which part of the school year and preparing the needed materials, he went to Hogsmeade and helped getting the store and flats ready. He officially met Remus Lupin and Angela Grey, who had accepted the positions that Dumbledore had offered them. Remus had a contract that stated that he would be getting Wolfsbane potion, brewed by either Ginny or Snape, the week leading up to the full moon, simply to reduce his problems with the transformation and make things safer for all other people. He would still use the Shrieking Shack for his transformations, retuning its reputation as the most haunted house in Great Britain. It was simply the safest place. Remus was very willing to do so, and the shifts for the shop were arranged by Dumbledore, to not give away the secret too early on. As they had separate flats, and Angela was known to not have any trouble with werewolves, even having a friend who was bitten by Greyback in the last war, who she still supported from time to time, which was actually the reason why her former lover had left her, as he was too prejudiced to accept that Angela refused to drop her friend for something she had no control over. Nobody expected any problems. And her daughter, Lucia, could easily go to school in Hogsmeade before she was old enough to go to Hogwarts. Right now, she was 6 years old. Harry had found out that there was a small school in Hogsmeade where 2 witches taught a small group of children that were pre-Hogwarts age how to read, write, calculate and so on. There were children from Hogsmeade and some from other families, which flowed the children over in the morning and took them back at 3 in the afternoon, when school let out. Not many families outside of Hogsmeade used that opportunity, but those were still enough to count. In the evenings, Harry and Ginny exchanged news about their days, ate the meals that Harry had cooked, as he had the time, and enjoyed the life as newlyweds. Soon it would be the beginning of August and Harry would get his younger self away from the Dursleys for the rest of the summer. If he needed to return depended on how fast they could get rid of the remaining Horcruxes. The one in the Lestrange vault posed the biggest problem. Dumbledore was preparing everything for a trial for Sirius, which they were going to see happening after the school year had started, when Harry would catch Pettigrew to have proof of Sirius' innocence. Without irrefutable proof, there would be no way to get him out of Azkaban, except he broke out on his own again, which would lead to him being a fugitive for the rest of his life, as Fudge wouldn't want to admit that a mistake had been made. Not if he could avoid it. Dursley problems. Harry Potter was miserable. He had by now been locked up inside his room with bars in front of the window for 3 days and he and Hedwig were horribly hungry. Just 1 tin of cold soup every second day, not to mention that he hadn't got that much to eat in July either, just more than now, didn't really fill his stomach enough. How he wished that somebody would come and get him away from this place. Perhaps somebody would finally wonder about the lack of letters. Or would Ron and Hermione think he had forgotten them? He really wanted to hit Dobby for getting him into this mess. Then he heard the bell ring. Perhaps one of the neighbors coming over for gossip. Probably about his delinquency. He couldn't really hear what was said downstairs, but his aunt clearly wasn't happy with the way she was shrieking. So not one of the neighbors. He sat up when he heard steps coming upstairs, with his aunt protesting. Then he could make out words. "You can't simply do what you want, you are trespassing," she shrieked. "And you are clearly trying to hide your abuse of a child, Mrs. Dursley. I saw those bars in front of the one window. And I won't let that stand. Either you hand me the key to the door, or I use my wand to open it," a male voice that he didn't know demanded. "Freak. We want nothing to do with you. The boy won't return to that freak school either," Petunia yelled. "Alohomora," the man said, and the locks on the door opened, and then the door itself was opened. Harry found a man with similarly black hair as his own standing in the door, his look hard when his eyes landed on him. "Leave my house at once, I'll call the police," Petunia shrieked. "Yes, please do so. I would like to hear what they have to say about this clear case of child abuse. The boy is starved. Any idiot can see that on first glance. And locking him up like some prisoner? Locking his owl up? Clearly animal cruelty. And I will tell you something, if you don't call your police, I will call the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. And they have a very dim view on muggles abusing magical children." The man laid into Petunia, making her shrink back. "I will tell you what will happen now, Mrs. Dursley. I will take Mr. Potter back with me to Hogwarts, where Madame Pomfrey, the school healer, will give him a medical checkup. Coincidentally, she has the exact data of your nephew's condition at the end of last school year, as he had to stay at the hospital wing for a few days. She will document how much his condition worsened, thanks to being under your care for a bit over a month. That will also be reported to the Aurors. I will not stand by while you, out of prejudices and spite, abuse a child that can't defend itself. And trying to hide the evidence won't help you at all. We never wanted to take him in," she defended herself, but it was clearly visible that she was frightened by what the man threatened to do. "And why did you keep him then? You grew up with a witch as a sister. You had to know where a few magical places were and how to contact the magical world. There are even ways to send a letter to Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic with the Muggle mail. Just for emergencies," the man pointed out, telling Harry something he hadn't known before. "Getting help wouldn't have been too difficult, especially as I know for a fact that Professor Dumbledore wrote those ways down in the letter he left with Harry that night after his parents had been killed. But I guess you didn't want to give up the nice stipend you got paid from his family's estate that his parents, being responsible enough to know that it wasn't sure that they would survive the war and that their baby son needed to be taken care of in that case, arranged for to be paid to whoever in the end became his guardian. I would safely be able to say that you embezzled that money. He clearly wasn't taken care of by it." "Wait, you got paid for keeping me here?" Harry exclaimed angrily. "You always told me I was just a burden to you, costing you too much money already to ever buy me proper clothes. Hell, even second-hand clothes that fit me would have been better than Dudley's old clothes, which are at least 3 numbers too large for me. And now you got money. How much?" "We never," Petunia started, but the man cut her off. "Professor Dumbledore told me that you were paid 10 galleons each month, which is, at the current conversion rate from galleons to pounds, about 500 pounds. And he checked that the goblins actually transferred the amount to your normal bank account, as he is the regent for the Potter estate until Harry comes of age. More than enough to feed, house and clothe a small child. I want the money you stole from me back. I never got to eat properly, and you let me work all day like a South Dot Avenue to earn my keep," Harry shouted, "and then having to sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. Just because you couldn't at least be neutral. I get that you didn't want me, but you are despicable. No normal person would ever treat a child like you did me." By now tears were running down his cheeks and Hedwig was screeching in her cage. The man opened the lock with a flick of his wand, and she got out, landing on Harry's shoulder, nuzzling his face, trying to console him. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. "I will make sure you get the stolen money back, Harry. We can file a complaint with the Department of Law Enforcement at the Ministry, and they will investigate what the money was spent on. And if they have to take a loan to pay you back, it will happen. They will probably get some prison time as well. Don't worry about anything, the man told him. Who are you anyway? Harry asked, wiping his eyes. Oh, yes, over everything I didn't get to introduce myself yet. I'm Harold Peverell, your future defense against the dark arts teacher and the new head of Gryffindor House. As Professor McGonagall decided that it would be much easier for her to only have 2 positions in the future. She stays deputy headmistress while I take over her head of house position, older Harry answered. Really? Wow, Harry commented. Older Harry looked at his younger self. He wanted to really hex Petunia, but he knew that getting her in trouble with the law and her having to pay back all the money she and Vernon had stolen from the Potter Trust by not using it for his care, would hurt her much more. Where are your things? I'm not going to leave you here any longer. I came because you didn't answer your school letter, which included a form to be sent back, as there will be a few things that needed to be signed by your guardian. After the problems of last year, Professor Dumbledore kept a closer look onto your mail from school. Well, I guess we will have to find some replacement guardian that can act in your name until you come of age. You shouldn't have to suffer from unsuitable guardians, older Harry stated. They are all locked in the cupboard under the stairs in my trunk, Harry answered. Okay. We will get them and then go to Hogwarts to get you that checkup I spoke about. And we need to find a place for you to stay the rest of the summer. Perhaps one of your friends might be able to have you over for some time, he pondered. Well, I don't know about Hermione's or Ron's parents agreeing to it, Harry commented. There are still nearly 4 weeks of summer break left after all. And I don't want to be a burden. There it was. The emotional damage the Dursleys had caused. Well, this time around, he would be getting help for that. And for the incident with Quirrell. Ron is the youngest Weasley at Hogwarts currently? Older Harry pondered, as if thinking about some information he had been given about the members of his house. Yes, Harry nodded. Well, I'll see what Professor Dumbledore says about the issue. Perhaps if we make sure to give the Weasleys a few galleons to pay for your stay, we could work something out for the 4 weeks until school starts again. It would be best if you were at a magical home, as you probably need to take potions for a while and a magical family would know how and when you need to take them, he stated. Okay. That would make me feel better, and I should get a lot of money back in the near future after all. Harry glared at his aunt. Very true. Come on, let's get your trunk, then have a look through your things, simply to know what you need to replace and buy new, as, with your words from before, I doubt that you have any kind of normal clothes for outside of classes that fit you and that can't continue. I better don't tell Ginny about it, she would make it a huge affair. Let me tell you something, Harry, women and shopping is a scary combination, older Harry winked at him, making him smile a little. Who is Ginny? Harry asked curiously, now much happier that he would finally get away from here. My wife. Her full name is Guinevere, but she likes it better to be called Ginny, older Harry answered. Yes, her name is too long for always using it, Harry nodded. After taking some pictures with a camera that he had brought with him, he could easily argue that it was just in case something was wrong. Based on Hagrid's report from the previous year, older Harry grinned and took the owl cage while Hedwig rode on Harry's shoulder, giving Petunia a glare, daring her to say anything against Harry again. These pictures would work as proof for the police. The Aurors would be content with his memories. He wanted to bring the Dursleys down properly in both worlds. They soon had the trunk out of the cupboard and older Harry again took a picture of the inside with his small camera, documenting the fact that there was a mattress in there and an old, childish bit of writing on the wall, proclaiming it, Harry's room. It would only be one more nail in the coffin of the Dursleys. After hearing how badly Harry's life with them had been, and a workable plan to keep him safe until Voldemort was gone, Dumbledore had agreed to not send Harry back. In doubt, he could shift the protection to his older form, as there was the closest possible blood connection. But the main plan was getting Sirius freed and into a proper condition to raise Harry. The one question was how long it would take, as Sirius also had some damage to deal with from a decade at Azkaban. You will hear from the police and the Aurors. I wouldn't try leaving the country, Mrs. Dursley, they have ways to find you, older Harry told the woman, and Gringotts Bank will be in contact about the money. Make no mistake, they will get it, one way or the other. And this, well, you could have prevented it by simply behaving like decent human beings. Good day to you. She glared at the two of them, but she was also frightened. Especially as the neighbors were talking. She saw how older Harry loaded the trunk and owl cage into the boot of a car and drove off, with Harry sitting on the back seat, holding his owl on his lap. She immediately ran to the phone to call her husband. He would know what to do. Oh, she should have protested the bars on the windows. And now that adult freak had photos as proof of everything they had done to prevent the freak to go back to school. Older Harry drove the car to an empty spot inside a forest about 10 kilometers away from Little Whinging. Okay. I want you to not be scared now. The car is going to jump directly to the road that leads up to Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore installed a portkey function into the car, so that I could fetch you in case it was necessary without making the muggles suspicious, older Harry explained. What is a portkey, Professor Peverell? Harry asked. It is a device that wizards use to travel long distances. For example, whenever a major sports event takes place, like the Quidditch World Cup, the organizing country will arrange that the ones having tickets can travel to the stadium by portkey, as apparition is limited in how far one can travel. Apparition is like what muggles call teleportation. People travel from one point to another in an instant. You can take lessons on that when you are in 6th year, as the ministry only allows you to test for your license when you are 17, and therefore of age, older Harry explained. Okay. Thank you for the explanation, Harry replied. No problem. Okay, I'll activate it, older Harry said, and the car was whisked away without anybody ever noticing anything. They reappeared in front of the castle gates, where Hagrid was already waiting for them. Ugh, I don't like portkeys, HarryMo.Ned. They require getting used to them. At least, with the car being the portkey, we didn't have to worry about the landing. My first time I took a portkey, I had no clue about it and landed on my butt, losing balance, older Harry informed Harry. Now, I'll drive us to the front gates to get you to Madame Pomfrey. And I'll tell the house elves to prepare something proper to eat for you once she is done with the checkup. Food sounds wonderful. And I need some for Hedwig as well, Harry quickly mentioned. Of course, older Harry nodded and waved to Hagrid, who waved back. Did you say that there were house elves at Hogwarts too, sir? Harry then asked. Yes, Hogwarts has the highest number of elves in employ of all places in Great Britain. And they love working here. They think they have the best job ever. There's always plenty to be done, witches and wizards to take care of and things to clean. A house elf is only then really happy when he can take care of his family. And the Hogwarts elves see the students and teachers as their family, older Harry answered. Dobby didn't seem to be happy, Harry stated. Dobby? Older Harry asked, knowing about him, but he could hardly tell Harry that. He is a house elf that suddenly appeared at Privet Drive. He told me that he was happy to meet me and warned me about some conspiracy that would take place at Hogwarts and that he needed to protect me, by preventing that I returned here. He even got me in trouble with the ministry, making a pudding hover over my uncle's important business guest and dropping it then. And the owls only made things worse, first scaring Mrs. Mason away, as she is terrified of birds, and then telling them that I wasn't allowed to use magic over the summer. I mean, I didn't do that, but them thinking I could, well, they didn't treat me as badly then, Harry admitted. I see. Well, Professor Dumbledore owns a pensieve. We can watch your memory of the incident in it, and then show the Aurors from the Ministry what really happened to clear your file from the negative entry. And Professor Dumbledore as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot can initiate this process if he has sufficient proof that something wasn't as it seemed to have been. They will come to the school for the complaint against the Dursleys anyway, as Madame Pomfrey will have to give her report, older Harry explained. How comes she is at Hogwarts during the summer break? Harry asked curiously. She always is away during the whole of July and then comes back for a week to have a look at the stock of potions at the hospital wing and writes down what needs to be prepared before the students come back. She will be leaving on Friday again, but as she's already here, she can do the checkup and also add the information on your condition when you left Hogwarts, older Harry explained. So, she doesn't make all the potions? Harry asked. No, normally Professor Snape makes them. She can brew the normal healing potions of course, but it's better time management to have a potions master do it. Not to mention that Professor Snape's potions are much stronger than those she can brew. It comes with him knowing all the intricacies of the subjects backwards and forwards and having developed several improved methods to brew common potions. Even if Professor Snape is right now busy with a different project, He will have the common potions needed for a school stocked up by September 1st, older Harry answered. Harry nodded, as it was understandable. They reached the front doors and they both got out of the car. Hedwig hooted happily to be back at Hogwarts, where she could fly freely. Do you want to fly a bit and then come find me for food? Or you could hunt yourself if you like that better, Harry told Hedwig. She softly nipped his finger and then took off, which probably meant she would fly and perhaps hunt for a while. Harry couldn't begrudge this to her. She had been locked up all summer so far and would be desperate to spread her wings again. Older Harry called for 2 house elves to take Harry's luggage to one of the guest rooms and then took Harry to the hospital wing. To older Harry's surprise, he found not only Poppy Pomfrey there, but also Ginny. Hey love, he greeted her with a key to her cheek. How come you're back already? I thought you and Professor Slughorn were going over some important potions today? He was called away by some member of his former slug club and asked if I could work with Poppy today, as healing potions and their uses will come up in my mastery exams for sure. And the administering of potions is something a healer knows even better than a potions master, Ginny replied. I see you brought company? Yes, it was a good thing I went to Little Whinging in person. I'm going to sue those Dursleys for child abuse. Ginny, this is Harry Potter, one of the future second-year Gryffindors. Harry, this is my wife, Guinevere Peverell. Older Harry took care of introductions, knowing how strange this actually was. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Peverell, Harry greeted. Nice to meet you too, Harry returned with a smile. So, any reason for you to be here? I guess because Mr. Potter has not been eating properly, Pomfrey commented, having a sharp look at his appearance. True. His relatives locked him up in a room with bars in front of the windows. And I saw a cat flap in the door. They are really the worst kind of people, older Harry stated. I need you to give him a complete checkup, Poppy, and then see what he needs to become healthy again. I have taken photos as proof for the police and the DMLE as well, to prevent that the Dursleys can talk themselves out of punishment by letting the evidence disappear. I'm going to talk to Professor Dumbledore about the possibility of him staying at one of his friends' homes, as long as we reimburse them for the additional cost. It's not common to have an additional child over for nearly a month after all. Okay, we will take care of little Harry, Ginny promised. Hey, I'm 12 already and not little, Harry protested. Compared to my husband, you are little. And I call him Harry as well, after all, his first name is Harold, Ginny pointed out. Still not little, Harry grumbled, and Ginny chuckled. Well, get changed behind that curtain, Mr. Potter, and then we will see, Madame Pomfrey instructed and pointed at one of the curtains she could push between beds and the like. Harry nodded and went to change into one of the hospital gowns that one needed to wear for full examinations. He was used to that from his previous stay here. He had really hoped to not return here so soon, but if it got him away from the Dursleys for good, he could deal with a bit of Madame Pomfrey's prodding. And Mrs. Peverell seemed nice as well. Just like her husband had been. So, you told Petunia that she could expect the Aurors investigating. Well, probably it was unavoidable, Dumbledore sighed. He sat behind his large dark wooden desk, with Harry being in a conjured black leather armchair on the other side. If I hadn't found out that you did everything possible to make the burden on them as small as possible, by sending them £500 each month for my upkeep and care, I might have understood their complaints a little, but this way they're just criminals. Not only did they abuse me, they also stole from my family's accounts by not doing what they were meant to do with the money. £500 a month means £6,000 a year, and I had to stay there for 16 years, meaning they got about £96,000, for doing the bare basics of taking care of me and exploiting me for cheap labor. No wonder that they could afford all that luxury, Harry grumbled. They made me feel as if I was a huge burden on them, costing them a lot of money, while all the time, they were being paid to look after me. And £500 is a large amount. True. I had wanted to make sure you didn't have to suffer when you were a child, but I clearly put too much trust into blood bonds. In the wizarding world, nobody would even think about mistreating a child that was related to them by blood and had magic. With squibs it is sadly different, but even then, the children would at least, by the decent families, be cared for in the way of getting enough to eat and have proper clothes, Dumbledore stated. Well, clearly that plan failed. When are you going to call the Weasleys? Harry asked. After I have the results from Poppy. We can't let him stay here at Hogwarts, that would cause too much trouble with the ministry. And for next summer I truly hope to have Sirius cleared to take him in, Dumbledore answered. I really feel horrible for believing him guilty. I truly thought he had gone dark, that he had fallen prey to the pressure of his family. So many of them were part of Voldemort's ranks. And there was the knowledge of a spy being close to your parents that we couldn't find. It suddenly made a horrible kind of sense. I should at least have questioned him. I owed him that much. Pettigrew was good at deceiving everybody, and Crouch is the one at fault for sending Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. You couldn't keep track of every single Death Eater that was tried and sent to prison. You had a school to lead, with hundreds of traumatized students to look after. I wish it was different, but it wasn't. There is no use to cry over spilled milk. But now that we know where Pettigrew is, we can capture him and get Sirius out, Harry replied. Yes. Finally, justice will be done, Dumbledore confirmed, and then had his flow light up, with Poppy's head being seen. May I come through, Headmaster? I have the results of my examination of Mr. Potter, she told them. Certainly, Poppy, Dumbledore agreed, and soon after the healer stood in the office. It was a good thing you got him out when you did, Harold, he's close to serious malnutrition. Even before he was locked up in that room and not fed more than that cold soup once every 2 days, he didn't get to eat properly. With his condition at the end of the year, which was profoundly serious, he should have been eating 3 regular meals of balanced dishes. I found out he could be happy with a slice of bread with jam or 1 slice of cheese a day if he was lucky. Those muggles are really the worst sort. I'm glad you will be having them investigated by the DMLE, Poppy said. Thanks to lack of proteins in his diet, his magic took some that he needed from his muscles, which need to be built up again. Had this gone on longer, he would have got problems with his bones. The one area that isn't that bad is vitamins, as it seems that there was a garden of an abandoned house, where he could sneak into to harvest some fruits and vegetables to eat them raw. Harry nodded, remembering that part. The house was in Violet Drive, about 5 minutes away from Privet Drive. The owners had moved a month before, and their garden was full of things he could harvest and eat. It was his saving grace before he was locked up. He had even got some for Hedwig, together with whatever insects he could find, as he knew that she needed animals to eat. But he couldn't sneak mice by Aunt Petunia. The worms were hard enough. I have prescribed muscle rebuilding potions and nutrient potions for him. Thankfully, he wasn't fully starved for too long. Then we would have a much bigger problem on our hands. But he needs help with the emotional part of what happened. Not to mention that he still has nightmares of the incident with Quirrell, she told them. I see, thank you, Poppy. I'm going to see if Molly Weasley would mind looking after him and making sure he takes his potions at the right times. He is friends with her youngest son after all, and the twins are his teammates on the Quidditch team, Dumbledore nodded. Probably that would be good for him. But we should make sure that somebody sees him once a week to talk about the things that are happening and helps him deal with it. Mental scars can be much worse than physical ones, and they take longer to heal, Poppy stated. I can go over for visits once a week. I promised him to take him shopping anyway, but don't tell Ginny, please. I don't want to frighten him. She can be overly enthusiastic over shopping, Harry asked. Poppy chuckled. I think I can do that. It would probably be good. You are going to be his future head of house after all. I'm glad that Minerva now can finally cut back on her workload. She was really trying to do too much, Poppy said. Well, I'm looking forward to the challenge, Harry replied. Perhaps, if Mrs. Weasley is okay with Harry staying there, I could take him there with the car and introduce myself. That way I could inform her about my visits and talk to the children closest to Harry in age to give him some space about the situation and just spend time with him, having fun. A normal summer with Quidditch, swimming and playing around would be perfect for his mind. Very true, Poppy agreed, pleased with the suggestion. Okay. Then I will call Molly and see if she agrees, Dumbledore said and stepped towards the fireplace. Dumbledore threw some flow powder into the fire, which turned green, and called, the burrow, and put his head into the flames. The ones in the office didn't hear what he discussed with the person on the other side, but it took some minutes. Finally, he pulled back from the flames and stood up again, rubbing his back. I really wished that there was a different way of calling people over long distances. This kneeling on the ground to access the fire isn't good for my old bones, Dumbledore complained. True. I mean, for traveling the flow is acceptable, even if it isn't my favorite way of traveling. But flow calling is really inconvenient, Harry agreed. Well, at least Molly agreed to having Harry over. She tried to refuse the money, but I managed to convince her that it would let Harry feel better about staying there for that long. But she refused any more than 10 galleons for the month, Albus told them. It will do. They shouldn't have too many additional costs this year around with my books not costing too much and none of the children starting with electives, Harry commented. Yes. Will you go and tell Harry the good news? Albus asked. I will. I'm sure that he will be thrilled to see his friends again and have a normal summer break, Harry nodded, knowing that the summer before second year had been one of the best he had ever had during his time as a Hogwarts student, after the twins and Ron had saved him from Privet Drive. The burrow Harry looked forward to meeting his best friend again. And the prospect of being able to just spend time with normal activities like playing Quidditch, going swimming and playing games with the Weasley children was wonderful. He knew that he needed to take his potions for the next 1.5 weeks, as Madame Pomfrey insisted on getting a few deficiencies he still had from his childhood corrected, as he had never got to eat as much as he would have wanted to, but she was sure she could still do so, as they had got to him in time. It was much harder after a child entered puberty. Older Harry drove the car from a spot where they couldn't be seen when the car appeared from thin air over the bridge over the River Otter towards the burrow. They could see the strange house from a distance away. It's certainly a house with a personality, older Harry commented. I think it's really cool. Totally different to the sameness that is at Privet Drive, Harry replied. Well, I can't argue with that, older Harry chuckled. Those houses that looked all the same were boring. Harry nodded, happily grinning that he didn't have to return there. Madame Pomfrey had absolutely forbidden it. While he didn't know yet what would happen in the future, he was free of any Dursleys. And, as Mrs. Weasley had agreed to take some money for housing him, not as much as he had wanted to pay her, but enough that he didn't feel bad or in any way obligated to do anything beyond behaving for the Weasleys as a proper house guest, he was really looking forward to the coming weeks. I hope we get to play a lot of Quidditch, Harry stated. I'm sure you can do that. It could also be nice to explore the village here. It seems like a nice, small place, older Harry suggested. True. Oh, and thank you for telling me that Ron's sister had her birthday coming up. I would have felt bad if I didn't have any kind of present for her. I hope she likes the kitten I got her. Are you sure that it's okay that it stays with your wife until the day before the birthday? Harry asked. Older Harry had told Harry that Ginny's birthday was coming up and that girls tended to like cuddly pets. As there was a cat in Hogsmeade that had had kittens a few weeks ago and the owner of the cat needed to find good families for them, and was giving them out for free, Harry had decided to take one of the kittens for Ginny. The Weasleys couldn't complain about a pet that hadn't cost Harry anything. He knew how Ron took it whenever Harry spent a lot of money for anything. Overly expensive presents always made him awkward. And he knew from Ron that the Weasleys couldn't really afford to buy a pet for any of the children. The family owl wasn't that old for no reason. But, like an owl, a cat would be able to hunt for itself, next to getting some kibble. And that could be bought cheaply in the Muggle or magical world. His shopping trip to get some proper clothes had gone off without any trouble. Mrs. Peverell had been too busy with her studies to accompany them and they had been done with all their purchases after an hour. Mr. Peverell had taken him to a shop in Silver Street, which was one of the side streets off of Diagon Alley, where a number of reasonably priced shops were located that sold things of good quality to normal prices. Older Harry had told his younger counterpart about other streets as well, which catered to different clientele. Diagon Alley was the main street with shops that sold things that were mostly needed for the Hogwarts students, next to being useful in general, like the apothecary selling potions and ingredients for them, the bookstore, the bank, Ollivander's and Madame Malkin's. But other places sold a wider range of certain products. There was Opal Alley, which was where the high society and really rich people went shopping. There was Espen Alley, where a lot of Muggleborns had set up shops and sold things that combined the best of the two worlds, and Harry would go there before the next school year started with his future head of house to buy a few more things, like training clothes for Quidditch and simple running. Curiosities that came from cleaning out houses of people that died without heirs and proper writing equipment. Older Harry had found out about Espen Alley in the future and knew that it was set up because the Ministry refused to give business permissions to Muggleborns that wanted to have their shops in Diagon Alley or one of the higher-ranking places. Thus, they went there, and their shops were insider tips. One could get a lot of good things there to low prices most of the times. For wizard wear that would be respected by everybody at Hogwarts, it wasn't too well suited, but for anything else, well, Harry was fully in favor of screwing certain bigots over. And Ginny had asked him to buy a few sets of the Guide to Potions Brewing, from Beginner to Master series. The Curiosities shop had found the full set, a true treasure and highly sought-after series for serious potion brewers, while cleaning out a house, and had used Muggle ways, meaning a computer and some good, old-fashioned typing and inserting the illustrations onto the pages, to create as many copies as they wanted. Hogwarts only had one copy, which was kept inside the restricted section, as the books were too expensive to be allowed outside of the library. The new books were printed on normal paper, instead of parchment, and bound in paperbacks. The production was cheap, and the books were sold with a profit of 2 galleons per book. With 1 galleon being £50, the shop made good money on them, especially as, after the initial copying of the book, they only had to reprint as many copies as they needed, all at the price of the paperback, paper and ink. Older Harry and Ginny had found out about them being sold there coincidentally during one of the secret dates, where they simply went in disguise to explore all side alleys of Diagon. And Ginny had decided that the students of Hogwarts would profit a lot from having the series around in numbers that allowed them to borrow one for a week at a time. She would also order the books for any student that wanted to have his own copy, though she would mainly stock up on the first 2 volumes. The last one was meant to support those that aimed for a mastery in potions and already had achieved journeyman level. She would keep 3 of them on hand for the really serious students of the subject, but both Peverells knew that the first 2 volumes would suffice for the majority of the students. Knowing where to get them cheap, compared to what other shops demanded, was certainly an advantage. Harry would strike a deal with the owner of the shop to set up an owl order service for Hogwarts students. It would bring the shop much more business. Most purebloods avoided Espen Alley after all, if they even knew it existed, and a lot of half-bloods didn't go there either. Mostly because they didn't know about it. The two had also decided to see what other books they could get that way. It would be a shame to let the pureblood extremists and traditionalists keep their society back, simply because they didn't want to share that kind of knowledge with Muggleborns and half-bloods. Perhaps Dumbledore would even agree to a cooperation of the Hogwarts library to replace old books and get larger numbers of them, in exchange for giving the shop the original books as the base. Hogwarts had a famous library after all, and many of their books weren't in print anymore. He would have to suggest it to the old man when he got back there. Finally, they reached the burrow. Mrs. Weasley was already exiting the house, calling out to Ron that Harry had arrived. Older Harry opened the door on his right and got out of the car, with Harry soon following him to get his trunk and Hedwig's cage. Mrs. Weasley, I'm Harold Peverell, the new head of Gryffindor House from next school year on, and I'm going to teach defense against the dark arts. Older Harry introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Peverell, Mrs. Weasley replied. Hi, Harry. Hello, Professor, Ron greeted. Come on, Harry, I'll show you where you sleep. We set up a camping bed in my room. It's great to have you here. But we were really surprised when Mum told us why you hadn't been answering the letters I sent you. Ruddy Muggles. Thanks, Ron, Harry replied, a smile on his face. I'm really grateful that your parents agreed to let me stay for the rest of the summer break. With me getting away from my relatives, Professor Dumbledore first needs to find a permanent place for me to stay, and he said that he would manage to do so before the next summer break. And I stay at Hogwarts during the breaks during the school year anyway. Mrs. Weasley, thank you for allowing this. You're very welcome, dear, she replied. Why don't you and Ron go to his room while I talk to your teacher? Sure, Mum, Ron agreed, and Harry followed him, after older Harry had told him to get the luggage later. Mrs. Weasley led older Harry into the orchard to talk in private. How bad are things really? Mrs. Weasley asked. It was a good thing I went to his relative's house when I did, as he had only been given next to nothing to eat for 2 days. A lucky coincidence that we didn't get the needed reply for the form we sent with his Hogwarts letter. Still, they didn't feed him properly before that, and Madame Pomfrey detected near malnutrition and severe lack of proteins in his diet. I don't know if Ron told you, but Harry was seriously sick at the end of the school year and should have been eating properly to recover from that. Going by what she told me, his muscles were basically used and reduced by his magic to supply him with the needed proteins for keeping his body functioning. Thankfully, it didn't go as far as using the bones. I'm going to also come and visit him to help him deal with the emotional damage that was caused to him. Madame Pomfrey said that once a week would be enough over the summer break, and I will continue that once the school year starts again. As his new head of house, I would be the one best suited for the job, not to mention that I had some training in psychology. He needs to take nutrient potions and a potion that rebuilds his muscles. It shouldn't take too long, as we caught it just in time, older Harry explained the situation. That's really bad. I will definitely make sure he takes the potions, she promised. I would also like to talk to the ones among your children that are closest to him in age. Those being Ron, the twins and Ginny, from what Professor Dumbledore told me. I don't think Percy had a lot of contact to Harry during the school year, and he wouldn't be interested in spending time with a child 4 years younger than him normally. But the twins are on the Quidditch team with him, as far as Professor McGonagall told me what I should be aware of when I take over from her, and Ron is his closest friend according to Harry, older Harry stated. He knew that he had to make sure that things went well. He knew that leaving Harry with the Weasleys bore some risk, but currently, there wasn't a better option to let him stay for the remainder of the summer break. He and his wife simply had too much left to do before the school year started again, and they didn't have a house of their own yet, and Harry couldn't stay at Hogwarts during the summer break. While he was highly aware how the Weasleys had opposed his and Ginny's relationship, as well as meddling in his life in case of especially Percy and Ron when they were older, right now, Percy hadn't started at the Ministry yet, thus he wouldn't begin his agenda yet. And this offered the chance for a better start for his and Ginny's younger selves. It was a main reason why he wanted to speak to all the younger Weasley children to not have them act negatively. His younger self needed time to heal and friends he could have a normal summer break experience with. No matter what he knew about the future, right now, it would help Harry to stay at the Burrow. And with him keeping an eye on things, he could prevent that unwanted developments took place. Yes, that would probably be a good idea. Children can be unintentionally hurtful if they try talking about topics that are sensitive, she nodded, bringing his thoughts back to the conversation. I will call them. Do you think it would be better talking to them together or one by one? The twins are real mischief makers. I just warn you. I can deal with that, and I already got a warning from my new colleagues, older Harry replied. I think the twins together would work, and then Ron and Ginny on their own each. By the way, what is your daughter's reaction to Harry's fame? I need to take that into consideration when I talk to her. Simply because Harry doesn't like it at all. Well, she did grow up admiring the brave Harry Potter. I know she had a crush on the story hero when she was younger, but I'm not sure how she would react to the real person. Normally she is a very bright girl that doesn't let her brothers get her down, even if I wish she would be more ladylike. Well, perhaps when she grows older, Mrs. Weasley answered. Okay, I will explain to her then that, if she wants to help Harry deal with what happened, she should simply think of him as a different Harry Potter than the one in the stories, older Harry said, repeating something his wife had told him, how she got over her crush on a non-existent person and fell for the real one. Mrs. Weasley nodded and went back into the house to see who she could bring out first. She would of course stay around, as she didn't really know him, but, as he didn't plan to talk about delicate topics anyway, that wasn't a problem. The one she found first was Ginny, and older Harry smiled when she looked at him questioningly. Hello, Ginny, he greeted her. God, she had been so cute when she was this age. He only hoped his younger self would smarten up about her earlier than he had done. Though in his defense, he had been hindered. Hello, Professor, Mum said you wanted to talk to me? Ginny asked. Yes, that's right. I'm Harold Peverell, your brother's future head of house at Hogwarts, and possibly yours, should you follow them into Gryffindor. You see, I brought Harry Potter here to live with your family for the rest of the month, and I wanted to explain a few things to you children that are closest to him in age, as something happened, older Harry started. Something bad? I mean, I heard that Ron told Mum and Dad that he didn't get any answers from Harry to his letters, Ginny asked. Very perceptive. You are right. Harry lived with his Muggle relatives and they have a strong dislike for magic. They locked up Harry's owl and he couldn't use her to send any letters, next to a house elf stealing any letters he got, but the reason for that isn't really important for now. Professor Dumbledore is already looking into the matter. Fact is that Harry's relatives were really nasty to him over the summer break, while he lived there, and he got health problems from it, Harry started. But why didn't he defend himself against the Muggles? He's Harry Potter, Ginny asked. Ginny, this Harry isn't the storybook Harry Potter. This Harry is a normal boy, who hasn't had a good life so far. All those storybooks about heroic deeds done by Harry Potter aren't true. Some authors made them up, like the tales of Beedle the Bard. They are great stories, but just that, stories. Some of Beedle's stories have a true story as the base but have been spun to be more interesting. Think about it like this. The Harry Potter that is going to stay here for the next month just coincidentally has the same name as the storybook hero. He likes playing Quidditch and flying for fun. As far as I was told by Professor McGonagall, he flies really well, he dislikes being nagged to do his homework, and doesn't want to be a burden for anybody. What he needs are friends that can see that he isn't that fairy tale hero, just Harry, older Harry explained. But Ron told me about the thing with the stone at the end of their last school year, Ginny replied, confused about what she was told. Harry definitely is brave, but he isn't all-powerful. What I would like you to do is not thinking about him as somebody you think you know. Just see him as what he is. A boy you are just meeting, who is your brother's best friend and who might be in the same house as you, if you follow your brothers into Gryffindor on the 1st of September. He could become a good friend to you too. Your older twin brothers are his friends as well, from being on the same team, older Harry said. Okay, while it is strange, I will try to do that. It would be nice to already have a friend when I start at Hogwarts, Ginny decided. That's a good idea. Thank you, Ginny, older Harry nodded with a smile. Mrs. Weasley smiled at the way her daughter interacted with the young teacher. She thought he would be a good one, going by how he interacted with children, as far as she had seen so far. Why don't you go back inside, Ginny? Now that you know what's going on, you can see if you can get to know Harry better. And please don't ask him too much about how his relatives treated him. He doesn't like talking about that and will do so when he's ready, not when others want him to. I will do that, sir, Ginny promised. Do you know where the twins are? Mrs. Weasley asked. I think they wanted to go swimming and went to get change, Ginny answered, though they might have stopped to greet Harry. Then I better catch them now, before I have to drag them away from the pond, Mrs. Weasley decided, and older Harry was left alone until she returned with the twins. He talked to them for a while, explained what had happened and what Harry needed during the month he spent here at the Burrow. The twins, for once not joking around, promised to look out for him and to distract him whenever he was down too much. They also offered to just take the trunk up to Ron's room and get him down for his conversation with older Harry. The talk with Ron went similarly, even if older Harry could already detect some of that constant jealousy that Ron showed. He didn't like that Harry got special treatment, but right now he was friend enough to accept that it was needed. All in all, older Harry was satisfied and certain enough that the month would go well. He bid his goodbye to the Weasleys and Harry and agreed upon a date when he would come for Harry's first session with him. Harry had a good first week at the Weasley home. He got to finally just enjoy his break from school. It had been a bit strange at the beginning, when the Weasley siblings gave him certain looks, but they soon got over that and simply treated him like anybody else. Mrs. Weasley made sure he took his potions in the mornings and evenings. The first 3 days he just had fun. After that he set 2 hours each morning aside to get his homework done, as he didn't want to slack off on his education. Now, when he was finally free to do what he wanted to be the best he could be. The Sorting Hat had been right, he wanted to prove himself. He hadn't known during the last year what to do exactly, as he didn't want to imagine what his relatives would do if he excelled at his studies. He didn't really think they would want to see his report cards, but he could never know when a stupid idea struck their minds and they would use old arguments, like him cheating with his freakishness to be better than Dudley. Not to mention that, what with Ron not liking to study and Hermione always studying too much, he hadn't really known how to act. The talks with the two Peverells had helped him get some things into perspective. It was his life and he had to do what he felt was right. And if his friends couldn't take it, then it stood to question if they were really his friends. Ron had declared him barmy for wasting the time, as there was plenty of time left of the summer break to get things done, but the twins had simply shrugged and commented that it was his decision if he wanted to get it out of the way and that it had to be finished sometime. They were halfway through theirs, which Ron had asked them when they had made that comment. It led to Ron getting a tirade from his mother about finally starting his homework, which made him retreat and grumble about unfairness. Instead of him, Ginny was around, wanting to know a few things about what had been taught during their previous school year. Harry easily took to the 1 year younger girl and told her about the classes, which parts he liked more than others and how he wished to have a better potions teacher, as the subject itself was interesting, but the teacher ked. After the stories her older brothers had told her about Snape, she could fully agree with that sentiment. As Ron didn't come down from his brooding by the time Harry finished his herbology homework, he offered to accompany Ginny into the village to buy some meat for the next few days. He hadn't been there so far, and it would be interesting to see what was there. Mrs. Weasley had easily agreed to that, as the village was very peaceful and totally safe for them to go there on their own. It was a 15 minutes walk to the outer parts. Ginny told Harry some stories about often coming down here with her mum to buy one thing or the other. They kept a small stock of Muggle money just for this purpose. While there were other magical families living around, it wasn't a majority and they had to blend in with the Muggles. She showed him the grocers, the butchers, where they bought a good number of sausages, a roast and some bacon for breakfast, the bakers and a small wizarding shop that was hidden from the Muggles that sold drinks like butterbeer and fire whiskey for example, next to normal things like pumpkin juice. Harry asked why there weren't any shops like Wizarding Greengrocers, as he hadn't seen anything of the kind in Diagon Alley, but Ginny explained that those shops weren't prestigious enough to be in a place like Diagon. Most of them were led by Muggleborns and Squibs. Some magical families ran large farms for animals and other food, which magical families could order their food from, but often things were cheaper to be bought from Muggles. And the shops for food in the wizarding world were normally at the farms themselves. In Ottery Street Catchpole there were a playground and a football field, which had some of the village's children playing on it. It was a nice little village and many people greeted Ginny by name, clearly knowing her well. It was a bit surprising for Harry, as the Weasleys didn't know much about Muggles, but he liked the idea of growing up in a nice village. He wondered where his parents had lived. He would have to see if he could find out. All in all, the trip had been quite nice and had served to make Ginny see that her future teacher had been right about Harry being nothing like the storybook hero. Thinking about them as two different persons that just coincidentally shared the same name would be the best thing to do. The real Harry could be shy, clueless about girls, resigned to having to do his homework, but also wanting to do his best and didn't like having to take bad tasting potions. A normal boy. Harry stood at the Quidditch pitch of the Weasleys, which was surrounded by high hedges to not let the Muggles see anything strange going on. While we can't play with real bludgers or a snitch, as they might escape and that would be bad, we can play with a quaffle and just have fun, George explained how they normally played. Makes sense. I never really played Chaser much during training, Harry told them. Yeah, not surprising with how Oli conducts our training. It would be better if we had some experience in at least one alternate position, just in case we need to replace an injured player. Had we had a replacement seeker, we wouldn't have lost the last match against Ravenclaw as badly as we did, Fred agreed. We should really suggest that at the beginning of the year, Harry suggested. We should. I really want to win that cup next year. Thank goodness that Ravenclaw won and not Slytherin. Thanks to the high win they got against us, they were better in the points. The cheating tactics of Slytherin really should be punished harsher, George commented. Hardly with Snape being in charge of the house, Fred sighs. So, how do we play? Harry asked. I mean, we are 5 people to play, as Percy didn't want to. 5? Ron asked. What are you talking about? We are 4. Well, the twins, you, Ginny and I make 5, Harry simply replied. Ginny can't play, Ron stated. Who says that? Harry asked, not impressed by that attitude. She's a girl and never flew on a broom, Ron answered. Harry looked at Ginny, who looked furious at this behavior. Care to prove him wrong? I saw you fly the other morning, Harry asked her and held out his broom. Gladly, Ginny took him up on the offer, grabbed both the broom and the quaffle and kicked off the ground, her long, red hair flying behind her from the wind. She proceeded to speed over the field, the quaffle firmly under her arm, throwing with dead accuracy at the hoops that were placed at the end of the pitch, then flying some loops before diving down before stopping accurately before her brothers, a triumphant smirk on her face. I so wanted to show them up, thank you, Harry. They have never let me play with them, no matter how often I asked them to join, Ginny told him. You're welcome. Well, guys, How will we play, as the argument that Ginny can't fly clearly holds no weight here? Harry turned to the three stunned red-headed boys. Damn, Forge, one twin, Harry thought it was Fred, said, little Firefly can fly for real. She has got the good Weasley Quidditch genes, George agreed. Well, chaser passing would work. Yeah, Ron plays keeper most of the time, so he could work on attacking in pairs and he tries to keep his hoops clean, Fred nodded along. Okay. Sounds like a good idea, Harry agreed. They paired up and challenged Ron, who tried to keep the hoops clean. First the twins were up, then Harry and Ginny, and then they switched around to have all kinds of possible combinations to not give Ron time to get used to one attack combination too much. In the end, they had all had a lot of fun when Mrs. Weasley called them inside for dinner. And the three boys had to admit, their little sister was a serious candidate for the Gryffindor Quidditch team once a spot for chaser was open. And Ron could be a possible replacement for Wood after he graduated in 2 years. Both just needed a bit more training. Older Harry looked over his new classroom. He and Dumbledore had joined forces with Snape to search the school from top to bottom, and the even lower levels to find out how Voldemort had managed to curse the opposition. The answer was finally found, after 2 weeks of searching everything, by inspecting the secured diadem Horcrux. They had refrained from destroying it yet, as they wanted to know if there was more to it. Right now, the diadem sat inside an iron tin on Harry's desk. This is how he did it, Albus, Harry told the old headmaster. I wondered why there wasn't any real protection around this Horcrux, now I know. Voldemort used the diadem to manipulate the wards around the school to place a subtle curse on the one taking on the opposition. The one being cursed would be unable to come back for a second year in the position, one way or the other. And the thing is tricky enough to not let it happen by the same way more than twice. Really impressive magic. But how would he have managed to interweave the curse into the wards? And why did it never show up when we searched for a curse in the past? Dumbledore asked. The magic of Rowena Ravenclaw, who designed the wards together with Salazar Slytherin. Any addition to the wards with their magical signatures, which is present in the diadem and the descendants of their lines, would never be noticed as harmful, as long as it wasn't registered as a curse. The diadem exudes Rowena's magic and Voldemort is a descendant of Salazar. Combined that would be enough, especially if he let it happen over time. From what I get, this is basically an extremely complicated charm, not a curse. Curses by their definition cause harm directly or when triggered. Didn't you tell me that at the beginning the reasons for the teachers not returning were mostly benign? Like becoming pregnant or returning to the DMLE for their normal jobs after being healed from an injury? Harry asked. Of course, I never considered that it might have something to do with a curse. It wasn't like a curse effect after all, Dumbledore acknowledged. Going by what I found in your files on my predecessors, about 75% had perfectly harmless reasons to leave. Only when I was a student, the reasons became worse. Remus was actually the one that got hit the least, Harry informed the headmaster. I agree, but the new position you found for him will be much better for him in the long run. Working at an apothecary that is supplied by Hogwarts will give him some protection and financial safety. Not to mention allow him to see your younger self during the Hogsmeade weekends. It was really a shame that the Ministry barred him from ever seeing you while you grew up, Dumbledore sighed. He was destroyed by not even being able to visit you for your birthdays. I know, I found out when I was 16 and got him drunk, Harry nodded. He was in a really bad place after Sirius' death. Thankfully, we can prevent that it gets to that point this time around. Yes, it's a blessing, Dumbledore agreed. I have already set the trap for Pettigrew. As he is not going to accompany Mr. Weasley to the feast, the house elves will take him, like the normal pets, to Gryffindor Tower, where the new Animagus detection ward will identify him and send him into a cell down in the dungeons. And I really need to have a serious word with him about sleeping in the same room as underage boys. Did you have to give me that mental image, Albus? I was one of those boys, Harry shuddered, wanting to bleach his mind from that image. All the worse, Dumbledore commented. So, how will we lift the spellwork? Does destroying the Horcrux do the trick, or do we need to unravel it first? He waved his wand in complicated patterns over the diadem. Harry left Dumbledore to do this, as he was far more experienced in obscure kinds of magic than him. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. Very tricky. Tom even weaved the curse into a net of other spells. This was the Horcrux that was destroyed with fiend fire last time, wasn't it? Dumbledore asked. Yes. Crabbe decided that it was a good idea to try and kill Ron, Hermione and myself by setting it off, but he couldn't control it. He killed himself and nearly got Malfoy and Goyle killed as well, but we saved them from their deaths in the flames, Harry nodded. Well, as he probably used the Room of Requirement to start the curse being taken into the wards, it would have, by default, cancelled the magic powering the curse. But I don't want to take that kind of drastic action. We should be good if we unravel the spell net. I haven't had such a challenge for at least 30 years. If only Tom hadn't gone dark, Dumbledore sighed and then started working, using spells that Harry had only heard of before, but never seen being used for real. They were obscure spells, not commonly useful. He needed to work concentrated for 2 hours, then he lowered his wand and sat down. Well, this would have been much easier in my youth. Really a work of art, even if a twisted one. This should ensure that you get to stay as Dada teacher, Harry, Dumbledore said. Now we only need to destroy the Horcrux itself. Some basilisk venom will do the trick, Albus, Harry commented. True, but a real shame that these founder artifacts are irreplaceably lost to us. And all just because of one man's greed, Dumbledore sighed. Well, nothing to do for it. He took a small vial with dark violet liquid in it out and uncorked the vial. Then he carefully let a few drops fall onto the diadem, which immediately started to smoke and exude a horrible scream, until a cloud of black smoke broke out and with a final scream the soul piece was destroyed. Well, another one down. Now we just need to get the others. The locket will be ours to get as soon as Sirius is free again. He should also be able to get into Bellatrix's vault for the cup. We already dealt with the ring in the Gaunt Shack and the diadem. The diary will come to us when Malfoy places it with Ginny again and there is no reason for him not to do so. Nothing changed in that regard, Harry commented. Very true. I'm just relieved that we already killed the basilisk. I don't ever want to relive the horrors of the time 50 years ago. Dumbledore shuddered at the memory. Me neither. Well, I'm going to continue working on the changes to the Gryffindor common room. I want everything ready when the students come back, Harry stated. Not to mention that your wife is busy, and you would otherwise be bored, Dumbledore chuckled. Hey, I have every right to feel that way. Ginny and I could never truly enjoy our relationship fully, simply because too many interfered. All of my supposed closest friends and her family tried to prevent our being together. It was seriously frustrating. The fact that we now have to let her get her mastery in potions for the next year to work out only cuts our time together short again. I know why it is necessary, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, Harry gave back. We didn't even have the time for a proper honeymoon vacation. Dumbledore just gave him a smile with his trademark twinkling eyes. Ginny looked at the changes her husband had made to the Gryffindor common room. You have been really bored, haven't you, Harry? She asked while looking around. Well, you weren't there, so I decided to work on this project instead. After all, we are stuck on the Horcrux front until the diary is out of Malfoy's hands and the locket can stay at Grimmauld Place until Sirius is free again, which requires capturing Pettigrew, Harry answered. While we now have basilisk venom available, Creature would give us trouble, as he has tried to fulfill Regulus' last orders. He wouldn't acknowledge that I have a claim to the house and its contents, as he doesn't know me. And with Sirius still alive, the magic is muddled there. I'm really glad that I'm done with the mastery tests now. It was really a lot of hard work to get ready for them, but I certainly am incredibly happy with the results, she told him. And I'm incredibly proud of you, Harry stated, ing her long and passionately. Before they could get too heated, Harry pulled back. While I would love fulfilling one of my old dreams and making love to you in front of the fire of the common room, we sadly are expected at the staff meeting. And it starts in 10 minutes. By far not enough time, Harry sighed. We definitely have to remedy that later. But for now, we must go. Duty calls, Ginny agreed unhappily, but I want you to know that tonight you are mine, Harry Peverell. Mine alone, and Albus can hang himself if he needs something. Yes, love, Harry nodded, fully in agreement. They left the common room, promising themselves to soon have that session in front of the fire. They would have to do so before the students returned after all, and it were only 5 days left until the 1st of September. Harry had made a good deal of progress in the sessions with his younger self. He was slowly understanding that a lot of things that he subconsciously did had to change. He had already seen that he didn't need to hold back anymore and that he could be himself. But it took time to change old habits, like always fading into the background and not speaking his mind. Had he done that while the Dursleys were around, he would have been in for a world of pain. He also needed to start trusting that he could approach adults with a problem and leave them to deal with things. Not really that easy, as the very few times he had tried, he had been disappointed, not the least over the attempt to warn McGonagall that the stone was in danger of being stolen. She hadn't believed him then, and it had been another nail into the coffin of his trust in adults. Older Harry's way of talking to Harry about things, letting him tell what he was comfortable with and not pressing when Harry wasn't willing to talk, even the path. It would still take lots of sessions to manage a somewhat better mental state. Thankfully, older Harry knew that this year one stress-inducing factor would be gone, in form of Snape not teaching anymore, and more positive support would be in place. Not only for Harry, but for all the students at Hogwarts. Getting to school, older Harry was hiding at King's Cross Station. He wouldn't allow for Harry to get into trouble, thanks to Dobby's well-meant, but badly executed, plan to protect Harry. Like he was used to it, the Weasleys were late as usual. He really wondered why they didn't use the flow to get to the station. There were 4 fireplaces that could be used. One just needed to get a time registered for one's use, as otherwise the network would overload with the mass of travel on September 1st. The older Weasleys and Ginny got through the barrier without any problems, but when Harry and Ron wanted to go through, it had closed. Older Harry watched the 2 boys. He wanted to see how this played out, as he needed to see if his influencing of Harry had changed anything so far. Ron and Harry argued about taking the car to Hogwarts, which Harry didn't think to be a good idea and Ron thought it was. Older Harry put a spell onto the car, in case Harry couldn't convince Ron to stay and wait for the Weasley parents, to ensure that it wouldn't be seen by any Muggles. The statute of secrecy had to be kept. Muggles weren't ready to know about magic in general. Finally, Ron and Harry's argument turned into a shouting match, with Ron taking his luggage and basically throwing it into the car again and taking off to Hogwarts on his own, leaving Harry standing alone, not really comprehending that his supposed best friend had abandoned him in London. Older Harry decided to wait for 5 minutes before he would reveal himself to Harry. During those minutes neither the Weasleys came back, which was a bit confusing, but perhaps they had met friends and stayed a bit longer to talk for a while. As far as they knew, there wasn't any reason to hurry back after all, what with all children on the Hogwarts Express. "Ah, so you are one of the students that I was alerted about missing the train, Harry," older Harry stated when he approached his younger self. "Professor Peverell, please, I didn't want to miss the train, but the portal was closed, and Ron and I couldn't get through," Harry explained desperately. "Don't worry. I don't know yet what happened, but I will have it investigated. Where is Ron?" older Harry asked. "He took his father's enchanted car. It can fly, I found out, and decided to fly to Hogwarts instead of waiting for his parents," Harry sighed. "I tried convincing him that waiting was a better idea, but he got angry and just left me standing here. I'm so glad you're here. How did you know we missed the train?" "Well, you did tell me during our talks about how you met the Weasleys and how they helped you find the platform last year, as Hagrid forgot to tell you about the way to the platform. This year we wanted to make absolutely sure that none of the first years had the same problem and had a counting spell on the portal and the train each. Sadly, the alarm was too late to stop the train. I really didn't expect anybody to come this late to catch the train, to be honest. I checked the platform 10 minutes before the train left and escorted a new first-year girl to the other side and had another look outside 5 minutes later again," older Harry explained. "That makes sense. It would have been a huge help last year to have somebody here to tell me where to go. It was pure luck that the Weasleys were there," Harry agreed. "How will I get to Hogwarts now?" "I will take you in my car, don't worry, as there aren't any good apparition spots around here outside of the platform. And I need to buy a few things for my wife before I go back. I decided I could as well take the car. Not to mention that I like my car," older Harry grinned. "It's a seriously cool car," Harry nodded, liking the car as well. "We should also wait for the Weasley parents. They should know what's going on," older Harry stated. "Yes, they will probably worry about Ron. I wish he hadn't got so angry. I really don't know why," Harry sighed. "I don't know him well yet, so I can't really give an opinion on that," Harry, older Harry commented. In truth, he knew exactly what was going on, but he couldn't tell Harry that. Ron's issue with being jealous and easy to anger was acting out again. Last time around, Harry had been too cowed by the Dursleys to really speak out against Ron's stupid decisions or his nasty habits. He had wanted to keep his first friend at any cost. It had cost him too much in the end. Ron wasn't worth it. But his younger self still needed to come to that realization. If things went similarly as they did the last time around, Percy would start influencing Ron and Hermione to his opinions after the end of their third year. Back in the future, there hadn't been any real friends left to help them. Neville had joined the group loyal to the Ministry and had influenced things in political circles to go the way the Ministry had decided they should go. With Harry under control, well, as much as possible at least. Luna was the only one among his previously closest friends that hadn't gone over, but she was always somewhere else in the world, searching for her mysterious creatures. She had found love in Rolf Scamander, and Harry and Ginny had truly been happy for her. While she would miss them, if this would start a parallel dimension, which was the most probable possibility, she wouldn't suffer from the actions of Ron, Hermione, Percy, Neville, and so many others. And she would know why they did it. She was Luna after all. Well, this time around, Ron alone would be in trouble for flying the car to Hogwarts. And he would make sure that it would be suitable punishment. Something that actually taught a lesson and stuck. He would let Ginny help out with that. She knew her brother better and how he could be made to behave at this age. It stood to question if they would be able to rein the older Ron in. The current one was very much still just an immature brat that tried how far it could act out. Ginny had told him that her mother never punished Ron as much as the twins, Bill or Charlie. Percy didn't get punished a lot, as he normally followed his mother's instructions. But Ron was coddled and overlooked at the same time. Being born in the middle between the twins, who needed constant supervision, or they would cause too much trouble, and Ginny, the only girl in the family, he neither got a firm hand in how to behave when he was at the age he should have learned it, nor did he get the attention he craved from his mother. It was simply very difficult to manage 7 kids at any time, even if Bill and Charlie went to Hogwarts already when the youngest started running around. Charlie had graduated the year before Harry had come to Hogwarts, together with Nymphadora Tonks. While they had been in different houses, they had known each other. And at Hogwarts, with Professor McGonagall hopelessly overworked and drowning in the work of 3 positions, plus what she took over from the headmaster, to let him manage his 3 jobs, which was needed to keep the school protected from outside influences, well, Ron, being in Gryffindor, also didn't get a firm lead from his head of house. Older Harry planned to rectify many things now that he was head of Gryffindor. Then his musing was cut short, as Arthur and Molly Weasley appeared, looking surprised and confused. Professor Peverell, Harry, what happened? Arthur asked. Somehow the barrier to the platform locked up before Ron and Harry could get through. I got an alarm that 2 students didn't get onto the platform, but it was too late to actually get them onto the train. I have to admit, I didn't expect any student to be that late in going to catch the train. I was there, as Harry told me about his trouble in finding the platform last year, as Hagrid had forgotten to tell him, and we wanted to avoid that with new first years. I did find a first-year girl that needed that help too this year, and I checked again 5 minutes before the train left. But the alarm was triggered only 1 or 2 minutes before the train left and I couldn't get them in time. I found Harry out here and he told me how your son Ron suggested taking your flying car to Hogwarts, which he didn't want, instead wanting to wait for you 2 to return to help them, older Harry explained. He didn't, Molly exclaimed horrified. He did. I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley. I tried convincing him that you had to come back sometime soon, but he worried that the portal wouldn't let you and we would be stuck and not get to Hogwarts. He got angry when I didn't want to come with him and left with the car, Harry told them. Oh, wait until I get him into my hands, Molly growled, not happy in the least, as this could seriously damage the family reputation and get them in trouble. She would also give her husband a piece of her mind about enchanting Muggle things and enabling this stupidity. I will inform you as soon as he reaches Hogwarts. If he is smart, he will try following the Hogwarts Express, as it will lead him to the right place. But I have no idea if he will manage to do so unnoticed, older Harry told them, making them blanch. It would be good for Arthur to think about his habit of enchanting Muggle things without really knowing what it could cause. And Molly needed to take some responsibility for lack of proper parenting. Sure, they had a lot of children, but that didn't excuse not raising all of them properly. And from the future he knew that there were many faults in the Weasley children. Bill was too convinced he was invincible, but he was very responsible about things concerning other people, probably because he had had to help raising his younger siblings from the time he was young, as their mother wasn't a big help, what with being pregnant all the time. But he was drawn to the high life and thrill of action, and after he had escaped the clutches of his mother, he wasn't really invested in what happened to his younger siblings while being away. He never really understood that Fleur's behavior got on Ginny's nerves and that his brother couldn't keep his mind when she was around. Not to mention his mother's dislike for her. Letting her stay full-time at the Burrow before their wedding was stupid. It would have worked out much better to have Fleur visit with him for some hours over the week to get to know her future in-laws. And Fleur wasn't good at accepting other people's opinion. She was a bit full of herself as well. She did love Bill deeply, but they matched each other in thinking themselves above a lot of others and fondly looking down on many of them. Never maliciously, but the looking down in itself got on one's nerves quickly. Charlie just wanted to get away, and the farther away he was and the more often he had nothing to do with his family and their demands, the better he felt. Short visits, like for the Quidditch World Cup, were okay, but never longer than a week at a time. Percy, well, enough said about his worshipping of the ministry and getting those he thought could help him and profit as well into that camp. The twins were rebels that didn't care too much about what was going on around them. They did what they wanted, be it at school or at home. While they would protect their family and friends against opponents from the outside, they never really did much to help them out at school or at home. After Fred's death, George had been lost and overlooked a lot of things going on in the background. At least he didn't give Harry and Ginny trouble over their relationship. He had half died on the inside and it took a lot of time for him to at least function again. And after the incident with the diary, Molly Weasley had mostly blamed her daughter for falling into the trap, and Arthur had also not really protected Ginny against accusations and overbearing behavior. It had left scars on Ginny's soul, scars that Harry had only started to heal when they got together. While it made Ginny stronger in the end, it also harmed her a lot. There were much better ways to gain that strength than the way things went. And older Harry would see to it that this time around things worked out for the better. It seems we can only wait right now, Arthur sighed. We can apparate back to the Burrow and then see what we do. True. I'm going to do a few purchases for my wife and then take Harry with me to Hogwarts, older Harry told them. Purchases? Molly asked. Well, she wanted to get a few things, but the amount of studying she had to do for her mastery prevented her to really get them before the school year started. And today she needs the time to get the classroom ready, older Harry explained. She's going to be a teacher too? Harry asked, not having heard about that so far. Yes, which was why getting her mastery in time for the new school year was so important. My wife is going to take over the position of potions teacher, while Professor Snape switches to supplying the hospital wing and the new apothecary that is owned by Hogwarts down in Hogsmeade with potions, next to doing research into new ones. It was a solution that worked well for everybody involved, older Harry nodded. Harry beamed at the thought of not having to suffer through Snape's classes anymore. That's a surprise, Arthur stated. Well, Ginny wanted to teach, and she studied potions for a long time in self-study. As you probably know, next to the traditional model of having a master of the craft you want to learn taking you on as an apprentice, until you can gain your mastery yourself, there is the option of doing self-study and then being tested by the guild if you are at the needed level. The former potions professor Horace Slughorn helped her out in refining her skills to the level where she could easily pass, older Harry explained. Your wife's name is Ginny? Molly asked. Yes, it's short for Guinevere. I know the coincidence with your daughter's name, older Harry nodded. Okay, I can see that happen, as both full first names are the same, just in different languages, Arthur accepted. Well, we're off. Your flow address is the Burrow, correct? Older Harry asked, as he had always apparated there for the meetings with his younger self. Correct, Molly nodded, and the group separated. The two Harrys went to Diagon Alley, where older Harry pulled out a shopping list from Ginny, and then leading Harry from shop to get the things. Many of them in Espen Alley, which Harry took a quick liking to and bought several things for himself as well, including more comics, as he had grown to like reading some series over the month he had spent at the Burrow. And one shop sold Muggle comic series that were made to move with magic, next to magical ones. It was ultimately cool for the young teenage boy. When they arrived back at Hogwarts at 1:30, they were greeted by Ginny, who was quick to greet her husband with a loving key. "Welcome back, love, I see you got a passenger?" she asked. "Yes, Ginny, you already know Harry Potter, who had bad luck with the barrier malfunctioning in some way shortly before the train left. I took him with me to get to school and he helped me buy the things you wanted. We also took a small detour to buy him a few more comics and other things, as he started collecting some over the last month," older Harry explained. "I can see that. The potions and good food that Mrs. Weasley is known for seem to have worked wonders," Ginny agreed. "It's a good thing that the clothes from the Fashion Palace come with growth charms for 2 sizes, otherwise you would have needed to buy more clothes." She could acknowledge that her mother was a fantastic cook. "Was there any trouble with any of the new students in the platform?" Ginny asked. "Yes, one first-year girl couldn't find the platform. I helped her get through. Sadly, the alarm for Harry and his friend Ron Weasley was too late, as it was only 2 minutes before the train left, to reach them in time to get them onto the train. I really didn't expect anybody that late," older Harry explained again. "True, it is very late. Why were you that late for the train, Harry?" Ginny asked, having to act her part, even if she knew what had happened. "There was chaos this morning, as everybody seemed to be running around all over the house to find things they wanted to take with them, and then we had to return for Ginny's diary and Fred's broom, which made us late," Harry answered. "Really? Well, next time you should let those things be sent after you by owl," she advised. "I will voice that opinion. I'd rather not miss the train again, though I would like to know why the portal was closed suddenly," Harry stated. "Me too, and we will look into it," older Harry promised. "Another question, if 2 of you missed the train, where is your friend Ron?" Ginny asked. "He took his father's enchanted car that can fly to get to Hogwarts," Harry answered. "Really? That's very irresponsible. Hopefully nothing happens to him. Does he know how to drive the car?" Ginny wanted to know. "I don't know. He didn't tell, but it looked a bit shaky when the car took off at the station," Harry admitted, worrying about Ron, next to being annoyed by his behavior. "I have told his parents that I would call them once he arrives here. It's difficult to track down a flying car that can turn invisible, according to Mr. Weasley. Otherwise we could send disillusioned flyers on brooms to intercept him," older Harry commented. "I just hope he thought of following the train to find Hogwarts." "I see. Nothing we can do right now. Well, we still have some hours until the train is set to arrive. And I think you could both do with some food. I doubt you got lunch in London," Ginny suggested. "True. Well, first food and then I'll take Harry up to the Gryffindor common room and give him the new password," older Harry agreed, and the group went inside, with Hedwig flying up to the owlery, after Harry let her out of her cage, to take a nap. Harry sat waiting for the other students to arrive at the Gryffindor table. He was really glad that Professor Peverell had got him to school, even if he wished he could have been on the train to catch up with Hermione or spend some more time with Ginny. He hoped she had found some nice company to sit with. He had actually planned to look out for her a bit, as she had become a friend over the last month. She was great at Quidditch and had a lot of common interests with him, like animals and exploring places. She even liked one of the comic series he read. The teachers, except for Hagrid and McGonagall, already sat at the head table. He found the 2 Peverells sitting next to each other, talking softly, with Mrs. Peverell giggling at something. Professor Dumbledore sat in the middle like always, the spot to his right being left open, which belonged to Professor McGonagall. Finally, the first students entered the Great Hall and went over to their tables, giving him curious looks, as to why he had already been there. He didn't like the stairs, but he was used to them by now. Finally, Hermione appeared and made a beeline to him. "Harry, I was so worried when I couldn't find you or Ron on the train," she exclaimed. "The portal closed before we could get through. I wanted to wait for Ron's parents. He wanted to take the car to go to school on his own. We got into an argument that ended with him taking off in his father's enchanted car. It can fly, and me waiting and being found by Professor Peverell, who was there to make sure everybody could find the platform. It was bad luck that we were so late that he couldn't do anything about it," Harry explained in a short summary. "What? That's really irresponsible of him," she scoffed. He'll be in so much trouble. Is Professor Peverell the new teacher for defense? Yes to both, Harry answered. He's really nice and is going to be our new head of house. Professor McGonagall decided to let him take that position, as she has too much work with 3 positions. Hermione clearly wanted to ask more, but others from their year sat down around them and greetings were exchanged, together with questions about Ron's whereabouts. Thus, Harry had to answer them first and signaled Hermione that they could talk about things later. And then the doors opened, and the new first years were led inside. Harry found Ginny's hair standing out of the group. He was glad that, thanks to the money he had paid the Weasleys for taking him in for the month, as he didn't want to stay there that long for free, she could get a few things she needed for school. Not to mention that they had done a few easy jobs for the Muggles in Ottery Street Catchpole over the month to earn themselves some spending money. Ginny had bought herself 2 nice outfits in a Muggle second-hand shop in the village from that money, ones that were much better suited for her than the ones her mother got her. And she had been delighted at his birthday present. The kitten had been named Joyce and had immediately taken a liking to Ginny. It was a small black one with white paws and a white-tipped tail. While the Weasley parents had at first protested to Harry spending that much money on a birthday present, they had accepted it when he told them about the circumstances he got the cat. Having got a kitten that was given away for free to a good home was something they couldn't give him grief about. The only thing he had bought was the basket for the kitten, and some nice Gryffindor Red bowls for its food and water. They didn't like charity for them. And the food for the kitten wasn't too problematic. Once it was older, it would be able to hunt mice, and Ginny had got some more food for kittens in the Muggle village for little money. And she was told by the shop assistant in the pet shop that dry food was good for a kitten to eat, as it trained her chewing muscles properly and allowed the kitten to eat as much as it needed. And dry food was cheaper than wet food. She had 2 packages of it in her trunk, which she had bought with her own money, which made her feel good about it. The 2 packages should also last her for a while, as Joyce didn't eat too much at her age. Harry had spent his money on comics, especially the Japanese mangas that were becoming more and more popular. He loved the Dragon Ball series. The story was entertaining and there were a lot of volumes already. Too bad it wasn't available in the magical variant yet, that would have been incredible. Next to that, he had stocked up on some of his favorite Muggle sweets, like Mars bars. Things like helping weeding gardens and buying groceries for old people weren't hard to do and find people offering to pay for after all. And it got them out of the burrow for hours on end, as nice Mrs. Weasley could be. Ginny's mother tended to be overbearing. They had offered Ron to join them, but he had refused, not wanting to do more chores than he had already needed to at home, even declaring them barmy for wanting to work voluntarily. He still complained about Ginny being able to buy all those clothes, not wanting to see that he just needed to get off his ass if he wanted the same. Harry applauded when a new student was sorted into Gryffindor, and especially when Ginny joined their house. Ron still hadn't appeared. He only hoped that nothing bad had happened. He then got lost in talking and enjoying the food that was served for the feast. He was hungry and dug in heartily. He listened to Neville's story about a trip with an uncle to a magical botanic garden in Paris, which he had loved to see. Dean told them about getting a spot for a youth football camp that had lasted a week at his favorite club, West Ham Stadium. He had had lots of fun playing football there with other boys his age. Seamus had visited relatives in Sweden for 2 weeks, while Parvati had gone to see hers in India for 4 weeks. Lavender had gone on vacation to Austria for 2 weeks with her parents and sister. Harry found it interesting to hear stories about the things his classmates had done over the summer break. He didn't think his story was good material to be told at the table, so he just decided to tell them that he had spent August at the Burrow with Ron's family, as they were nice enough to allow it. It brought back the question where in the world Ron was. After eating way too much dessert, but he simply couldn't resist the wonderful treacle tart, he looked towards the head table, where Professor Dumbledore had now stood up. "I'm sure that you all enjoyed the wonderful feast as much as I did. Now I have a few things to inform you about, like at the beginning of every year. The new first years, please take note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden for all students if they aren't accompanied by a teacher. Some older students might want to remember that rule as well." Again he looked towards Fred and George, who grinned unrepentantly. "Magic in the halls is forbidden, and we have created a new system to prevent hexing of other students. Any kind of dark magic, as defined by the list that the Ministry of Magic keeps updated, will result in an automatic alarm that will bring a teacher to the site where the spell was used immediately. The one found to have used the spell will get an automatic suspension of 2 weeks for the first offense, 1 month for the second, and the third time means expulsion. Though for the dark spells of the highest classification, there won't be any warnings, it will be straight expulsion and possible handing over to the DMLE. Many students gasped at hearing that. While everybody knew about the rule, it was broken more often than anybody cared to remember. Dark magic is dangerous. Not only for the victims, but it also warps the sense of right and wrong of those using it. The wards of the school got a thorough check and upgrade over the summer months. For normal spells, like for example prank spells, you will get detention. And be sure that if the spells do serious damage, no matter if dark or not, you won't like what kind of detention we came up with over the summer. During the last years, Madame Pomfrey has complained about the increasing level of damage done by this, therefore, we have decided to act. This is a school, not a place to harm each other, Dumbledore stressed. Now to more pleasant news. I'm happy to greet 2 new faces among our staff. Please greet with me Professors Harold and Guinevere Peverell. They will take over teaching defense against the dark arts and potions respectively. Both stood and waved, the applause being thunderous among the houses of Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Nobody had liked Snape and now they knew why he was gone. Dumbledore had to fire off a noise spell to be able to continue. Harry took a galleon from Professor Flitwick, who hadn't believed him that it would be necessary after the news of Snape no longer teaching broke. Well, Professor Harold Peverell will also be taking over as head of Gryffindor House, and Professor Septima Vector, our arithmancy teacher, will be the new head of Slytherin House. Both new heads will be seeing you at your common rooms to introduce themselves, Dumbledore continued. Mr. Filch has also asked me to inform you that he has added new items to the list of forbidden items, and the whole list can be viewed at his office. Older Harry had suggested to exchange the caretaker, but Dumbledore wanted to let him spend the few years missing to normal retirement age at Hogwarts. While he could see where the headmaster was coming from, the man was unsuited to be in contact with magical children. Well, at least he didn't have a supporter for his ideas of punishment anymore among the staff. The last new face is Miss Sarah Vessington. She won't be teaching a class, she is the new assistant for Professor McGonagall and myself in all things that concerns administration and paperwork for the school, to reduce our workloads. I hope you will welcome her like all new members of the staff. If she finds you doing things worthy of giving or taking points, she has the same authority as all members of the staff. There was some polite applause. Now I think it is time to go off to bed. Dumbledore ended his speech and the prefects were calling up the first years to follow them. Harry went along with his classmates, after telling them about getting the password earlier in the day from Professor Peverell. Older Harry sat in one of the armchairs in the Gryffindor common room, having taken a shortcut from the Great Hall that only opened for teachers. He wanted to get his new students to get to know him a little, and he had a few changes to announce that he and Ginny had thought about when they had had time together. Both before and after traveling back in time. Things they had thought could make the experience at Hogwarts much better for the students. His remodeling of the common room was part of it. It would be immediately obvious, as he had taken away all tables for homework and added more couches, armchairs and seat groups where games could be played on smaller tables. Then he heard the portrait opening and the first students entering. Most stopped in surprise of seeing him sitting there, in front of the fireplace, with a few rows of chairs being placed in a half circle in front of him. Please find seats, I have a few announcements to make, which you all need to know, older Harry told them, and they did so, wondering what this was about, as Professor McGonagall had never appeared in their common room. It took about 20 minutes until everybody, including the new first years, which Jackson Price, the fifth-year male prefect, had led upwards, was present and sat on the chairs. Good evening, everybody. I know that many of you are tired and full of good food, but I think this is the best time to inform you about a few things you will wonder about. The older students might have noticed that the common room looks different this year, older Harry mentioned and got nods. This is because from now on, you won't be allowed to do your homework in here anymore. Some students protested, but he got them to be silent again. Hey, I'm not out to sabotage your homework. I did something to help you make concentrating on homework much easier. You see, when you look towards the exit of the common room, you will find a new door on the left. This door leads down a staircase, which leads to your new study rooms. You may explore them after the meeting if you want to. There are 8 rooms overall, so you will all have a place where you can study without being distracted by others being loud or playing games inside the common room, he explained, and many older students nodded, seeing the advantages of this arrangement. The study rooms are open for every student and nobody may bar others from going in there. I have wards on the doors to prevent it actually. Down there are 3 normal study rooms with tables that seat 4 people each, and each room has a shelf with common reference books for the core subjects up to 3rd year. One room has NUT-level reference books on the shelves and is set aside for the 6th and 7th years. It has an age line on the doorframe to keep those younger than 16 out. This is because you need a certain maturity of your magical core to safely use some of the spells taught at NUT level. Another one has OWL-level books and is open for the 4th and 5th years. The same restriction of age, in this case 14 years old, is valid for this room. I ask everybody to leave the books down there, as this way you will all have access to them when you need them. If you have more books of your own, it would be great if you agreed to place them down there as well as reference books for the other students. To make sure they stay in the condition they were in when you did so, come and see me to place some protective charms on them, similar to those on the library books. The books should also have your name written inside the envelope, to make sure they aren't confused at the end of the year, when you will want to take them back home with you. This way it will make it much easier to get your homework done. I have also set up one shelf in the common room for books that have nothing to do with studying but are for recreational reading. The same conditions for putting your own books there apply. I think it would be great to have popular books circulate among the house. If you want to borrow one of those books, you may keep them for 2 weeks before they have to be returned. And books can only be taken from the common room if you have filled out a card for borrowing the respective books, and you will get a message 2 days before the books is due to be given back, next to an alarm that the book has to be given back the day after it is due, which will be very loud, so you will want to avoid triggering it. I also know how much it can distract you if you have to concentrate on studies for exams, so I decided to help out with the years that have the most pressure on them. Next to those 5 rooms there is one room for the electives, where books on those subjects will be available. You may of course also go to the library if you need more books, but this will help with better time management for normal studies and homework. The next room is a potions lab, where you may practice brewing the potions you covered in class before at the time from 4 in the afternoon until 6 and then again from 7:30 until 9:30 on weekdays. Additionally, my wife will be offering open hours in the new lab for potions classes on Saturdays for all those that want to improve their brewing. You are married, sir? One of the 7th year girls blurted out. Yes, happily married since this summer. Your new potions teacher is my wife, older Harry told them happily, or why did you think she and I shared the same surname? We thought she might be a cousin, some girls admitted. Older Harry had to grin. Well, too bad for the girls. They would have to look for other love interests. He wouldn't ever start a relationship with a student, even if he wasn't married yet. But he could understand that a young, good-looking teacher would interest the older students. And both he and Ginny were good-looking. Sorry to disappoint you, he replied. The last 2 study rooms are for general homework and are open to all years, and I encourage study groups to form. Well, the next part is that each year will get a medical checkup by Madame Pomfrey. We don't want to overlook any problems, as there have been reports in the past about problematic situations not being noticed early enough and the children suffering from it. Among those issues are extreme diets of students that worry about being too fat and then dropping from exhaustion. One thing many don't know about is that practicing your magic properly burns more calories than anything else you could do. So, if you are worried about your figure, rather practice the spells you learned in class than dieting. It only harms your bodies and magical potential while being in puberty. We don't expect many cases, but this is a new mandatory policy for all students. The other heads of houses are informing their students about this as well. Most students nodded. It would take away an hour of their time, but most didn't have a problem with it. Some girls also looked interested in that bit of information. They hadn't known that. The next point is that I'm going to personally train the Quidditch team and have a reserve team set up. The tryouts for both teams will take place in 2 weeks and are open to anybody that wants to join, even the first years. Madam Hooch will hold a small test to see if you are advanced enough in your flying to join the team. This test has to be passed to be allowed to participate in the tryouts. If you manage that, you may have your brooms sent here by your parents. All parents will get a letter tomorrow about the new rules at the school to be prepared. And the first years only get their brooms sent if a written confirmation of Madam Hooch is sent to your parents. Said confirmation comes with a charm that will allow the brooms to take off from the ground. What do you mean with that, Professor? Katie Bell asked, never having heard about it. Well, I hope you didn't think that the school simply left enforcing the rule about no brooms for first years to coincidence. Older Harry began, and some students looked sheepish, having thought exactly that. When you put on the sorting hat to be sorted into your houses, a spell automatically is placed onto you, which lasts exactly 1 year. This spell makes all kinds of brooms spelled for flying fail to take off from the ground if a teacher didn't previously lift the spell, which Madam Hooch always does for the flying classes. You pass through a ward that nullifies the spell. Inside that ward you may fly, but it won't work outside of it. But how did that work for Harry last year? Seamus asked. He was on the Quidditch team after all. Professor McGonagall lifted the spell on him once his joining the team was confirmed. There is a counter spell that all heads of houses and Madam Hooch, as the flying instructor, are informed about, in case special circumstances come to pass. It doesn't happen often, so it had to be done manually. Isn't that unfair for other students that would like to fly too? Parvati asked. No, it isn't. During all the past years, it was always possible for first years to ask Madam Hooch if she would supervise free flying or pick up Quidditch matches where first years participated. And for those she could temporarily lift the spell or activate another ward around, for example, the Quidditch pitch. The pitch actually has a standing ward for that, which only has to be activated. That always happens during the matches, simply to not have any nasty surprises, older Harry explained. The students nodded, understanding that part. Madam Hooch has also agreed to set up hours when those first years that don't make it onto either the starting team or the reserve team may fly for fun on the weekends. The ones making it onto the team will get the no brooms rule waived in full. The other ones may choose to have Madam Hooch keep their brooms to get them during the supervised flying hours, older Harry explained, and got many appreciative comments about the possibility to fly more. As a side comment, the school managed to buy 40 new brooms for the flying lessons, which are previous models of the Clean Sweep series. They aren't top-class racing brooms, but they are good brooms to learn flying and have pick-up Quidditch matches, for example. Those interested in playing some for fun are invited to come down to the Quidditch pitch on Sundays. My wife or Madam Hooch will referee those matches. They take place from 10 to 12:30 in the mornings. Anybody passing the competency test is allowed to play. If there are more players than 14, the matches will be timed to half an hour and then the next group may play. Otherwise the catching of the snitch ends a match like it normally does. Many were happy to hear that. I would like to have the Quidditch captain meet with me tomorrow, so that we can work out something for the tryouts, older Harry stated, and Oliver Wood confirmed it. Now I would like to have the prefects stand and give your names, so that all of the younger students know you, in case they have a problem, older Harry announced, and the 6 prefects stood and gave their names and year. Older Harry and Ginny had practically only known Percy during their first years among the prefects, and he was a git and not approachable for the younger years with problems. Thus, the simple measure of having the prefects introduce themselves the first evening. Good. Which of you are scheduled to lead the first years down to breakfast tomorrow morning? He then asked, as if it was the most normal thing in the world, surprising the prefects. We didn't know that we should arrange for that, Melinda Farsight admitted. She was the 7th-year female prefect. Well, how else would the first years find the Great Hall in time for breakfast and getting their schedules? Older Harry asked. Well, then we will simply arrange for it now. Tomorrow the 5th-year prefects will be ready to take all first years down to the Great Hall at 7:15. Classes start at 8. You should all have packed the general things for classes, meaning quills, parchment and ink. You won't get into trouble for not having your books on the first morning, but for the afternoon classes it will be expected to have them with you. The day after tomorrow I want the 6th-year prefects to take the first years down, and the day after the 7th years. I will ask Sir Nicholas to be their guide between classes for the first 2 weeks, once the timetable is finalized. Aren't they already finished, sir? Hermione asked. The slots for each class are filled, but we always need to see how many students are sorted into which house to know which houses to partner up for which class to have similar numbers in them. It could after all happen that one house gets a lot more students than the other three, and that would have to be taken into consideration. Thus, the schedules for the first years get their finishing touch tonight, the first evening after the welcome feast is done, older Harry answered. That's also the reason why we always hand out the timetables the first morning. Hermione nodded, understanding the reasoning. All right, any questions? Older Harry asked. When will the checkups take place for each year? Percy asked. We will start tomorrow after classes for the first years. The second years are due the day after, and so on. For the new level students, you may use any free time between classes to get them done, but be aware that Madame Pomfrey has lists of all students that are to go to her, and we will collect the ones that don't have appeared by dinner on Friday. Could be embarrassing when you get collected in the Great Hall, he casually commented. The older students nodded solemnly. They didn't want to have that happen. I will take the years up to 5th year myself after the last class of the day. So be ready 20 minutes after class ends. You don't need to take anything with you, but you may take a book or something like that to pass time. No, exploding snap, cards, as they are too loud for the hospital wing. Normal cards are okay though. Do you think we will need that long? Fred asked. We have 4 houses to examine at a time, so yes, it will take some time, Harry nodded. All houses at the same time? Lee Jordan asked, shocked. Well, it is simplest to go by alphabet to make sure we don't overlook anybody, and I expect you to behave while we are there, otherwise you won't like the results. I'm a pretty easygoing person, but it is unadvisable to get on my bad side, older Harry warned. His serious look on his face made the Gryffindors nod at the warning. Okay, then I'll leave you to whatever you want to do. Just make sure to get enough sleep to be up early tomorrow morning. Good night, older Harry told them, and got a number of good nights back. He stood from his armchair and went out of the common room through the portrait of the fat lady. That was different, Lee commented. But he seems nice, Katie Bell added. But the medical checkup S.K.S. AngelinaMo.Ned, I could do better things with my time. Well, it's one day for a short amount of time, so we will survive. And Madame Pomfrey is right to warn about consequences of people acting stupid. I mean, do you remember Rosella Dwight? 2 years ago, she nearly starved herself to death, just because some idiot had called her fat, when she had a great figure, Alicia reminded the others. Many older girls nodded, having seen the girl getting worse until it was nearly too late to help her. Some of the teachers should have acted before. A few students, among them Hermione, went down to see what the study rooms looked like. Others went to their dorms to go to sleep. The day had been long for them after all. The arrival of Ron Weasley was very different to the last time. With Harry not being there to tell him how to find Hogwarts by following the train early on, Ron had got lost big time. He had got the idea after some hours, but by then he had already lost any track of the train. He had tried flying north, at least knowing that Scotland was north, but he hadn't managed to find anything he knew to find his way. He actually was in a very bad mood when he finally, around midnight, spotted a large forest with a lake in the distance. Thankfully the moonlight let him see that much, as he had already had some narrow misses with tall buildings that weren't alight when he was flying lower, as he couldn't see much from high up. Hoping it to be the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, he had flown over there. The car had again malfunctioned, but not over the grounds of Hogwarts, but already at the far end of the lake, letting Ron take a very wet nosedive. He was lucky that the merpeople and the giant squid helped him out of the sinking car, otherwise he would have drowned. Scabbers, being outside of his cage at the time, managed to swim to the surface, and both boy and rat were transported to the shore close to Hogwarts by the squid. The car sank to the ground of the lake, with all of Ron's school things still in the trunk on the backseat. When Ron reached the shore, he was freezing, had lost feeling in his limbs, and was really, really hungry. He was angry at Harry for not coming with him, thinking that if Harry had just followed his lead, he wouldn't have got lost that terribly and wouldn't feel this miserable. He made his way over to Hagrid's hut, the closest place to his position, and thankfully the huge man wasn't asleep yet. Blimey, Ron, where the hell have you been? Hagrid asked sternly. CC car, Ron brought out with clacking teeth. You'll be in real trouble, Ron, but first I'll take you up to the hospital wing. You need at least some pepper-up potion, Hagrid decided. Where are your things? LLKK, Ron stuttered. Lake. How did they end there? Well, later. We were really worried when you weren't there at the feast. Your parents will be relieved to hear that you're safe now, but I can't imagine them being happy about you not waiting for them. Ron just let Hagrid lead him up to the school, wrapped into his large furry coat. He didn't notice anything. He just wanted to be warm again and get something to eat. He had really imagined his adventure going better. Like arriving at Hogwarts like some great hero. As head of Gryffindor, older Harry was pulled from his bed when a house elf informed him about Ron having arrived at the school. According to the house elf, Ron had appeared at Hagrid's hut, drenched to the bone and with chattering teeth. Harry got up, told Ginny to keep sleeping and then made his way over to the hospital wing. There he found Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore already talking to Ron, who had clearly got some pepper-up potion from Madame Pomfrey already, as his ears were smoking. "What have you been thinking, Mr. Weasley?" McGonagall asked reproachfully. "IW wanted to get to Hogwarts," Ron answered, his teeth still chattering a bit. "You should have waited for your parents to come. Really, the journey to Hogsmeade takes several hours. They would have returned in that time. You could have gone home with them and called us by Flo," Harry spoke up. "I didn't think about that. I thought the barrier W wouldn't let them through," Ron told them. "You were very lucky that no Muggle spotted you," Dumbledore now stated. "We will have to see if it stays that way. Had anybody seen you, it would have been a major breach in the Statute of Secrecy. And we can't afford that the Muggles find out about us." Ron shrank under the disappointed look of the headmaster. "I did use the invisibility booster that Dad installed," Ron mumbled. "At least your father had enough sense to think that far. Still, you will serve 2 weeks of detention for this," McGonagall declared. Ron groaned. That much detention right at the beginning of the school year. What about my things?" "They were all in the car," he asked, panicked what his mother would say if they were all lost. "I will ask the merpeople in the morning to bring them up. I fear several books could be too damaged to be used anymore," Dumbledore replied. "Harold, what do you think? Should we send him to the Gryffindor dorms tonight?" "I think it would be best if he went there early in the morning. Poppy will probably want to keep him for observation anyway, as he did spend a long time in the lake before the merpeople and the squid saved him. We can flow the Weasleys to give them relief that Ron arrived here, more or less safe, and then arrange for them to see him before he goes down for breakfast. Perhaps they can find an old school uniform for him to wear at their home before we can see what of his things can be salvaged," Harry answered, "and getting him some parchment, a quill and ink for the morning classes wouldn't be too difficult. He can go back to the common room after the meeting and see his friends. That is probably the best solution. Just be aware, Mr. Weasley, you are on very thin ice right now. This kind of stupidity won't be tolerated. You should have just waited with Mr. Potter. Or sent Mr. Potter's owl in case your parents didn't return for a long time." McGonagall told him off. "One more rule being broken, and we will have to send you home." "Yes, Professor," Ron shrank again. On the inside, he cursed Harry. If only he had come with him, this wouldn't have been this bad. Harry always got away with things, just because he was the boy who lived. A change in teaching the next morning came early for everybody. Professor Dumbledore had told the Weasley parents to come to Hogwarts at 6 in the morning to have a stern talking to with Ron. Harry, as the Gryffindor head, needed to be present as well. It was more or less the same tirade as the last time around, only that the howler was delivered in person by Mrs. Weasley and that Mr. Weasley added his part of how disappointed he was for Ron simply taking the car without permission and not waiting for them for at least half an hour. He should have known that they would return for the car after some time. Harry considered it better this way, as at least there was no public shaming from hearing the howler going off in the Great Hall. While Ron had messed up terribly, it wasn't right to shame a child in front of all of its fellow students in his opinion. Not to mention that the howlers put others off their meal. And these things didn't need to be aired to the whole school. He would have to suggest to Albus that they changed that part. A personal conversation between the parents and the child was much better to get a message across. And the teachers could step in if things got out of control. Ron's ears were really red after the telling off was done with, and he hated that the robe he got from his father was one of the worst looking ones. It was patched up in many places and normally was only considered good for working in the garden when they knew they would get dirty. His mother had taken it out of the pool of school robes, but until his trunk could be brought up from the lake, and the robes inside it laundered, he would be stuck with it. He could already hear the taunts from Malfoy and other rich bastards, mocking him for even worse robes. How he hated being poor. After informing the Weasleys about the gravity of the situation, and how much luck they had had that no Muggle had seen the flying car, Harry took Ron back to Gryffindor Tower, told him the password and left him in the still empty common room to wait for the others until it was time for breakfast. Harry decided to get a pepper-up potion himself to get through the morning and then take a nap over the lunch break. He didn't get much sleep during the night after all. Harry went down to breakfast with Hermione and Ron. They had been really relieved seeing that Ron had made it to Hogwarts and Hermione hadn't wasted any time berating him for being stupid and not just waiting for his parents to return. Ron had been in a bad mood ever since, but Harry couldn't care about him feeling like the injured party this time around. He had made his decision and hadn't wanted to listen to Harry. But a bit of bad mood wasn't enough for Harry to not at least go down to breakfast with Ron, as Hermione basically dragged them down with her, wanting to get her timetable for the year. Hermione was currently telling them about the study rooms, as Harry had gone to the dorm room the evening before, as he had had the whole afternoon to explore the new common room, and Ron hadn't even heard about them, having missed the informational meeting fully. Harry planned to make use of the rooms after classes let out today, as the checkup for the second years would be the next day. The rooms are really nice. There are tables that let 3 to 4 people sit at them, depending on where they are placed. All the furniture looks quite new and the tables have enough space to have 2 or 3 books on them for each person. That really helps, as I always had trouble fitting all the reference books needed onto one table in the common room before. The chairs have pillows on them to make it more comfortable to sit for longer periods of time, and the selection of books is really good for simple homework. The most needed reference books are on the shelves. The potions room is a lab and there is an instruction sheet next to the workbenches how to activate the fires for them workstations. There are overall 20 stations that can be used. I think it's great that we can now practice brewing outside of class time. That was really a problem in preparation for tests before, Hermione happily told them. I don't know how you can be excited about rooms where we have to do homework, Ron grumbled. Well, I think it is good that we don't have to do it in the common room anymore, Harry spoke up. It was difficult to concentrate up there when others were playing games and the like. This will make it go easier, and with the books being already there, we don't have to take trips to the library all the time for normal homework. And there we couldn't even talk about things that we didn't understand immediately. That will save time and make doing it easier. What do you think about Professor Peverell training the Quidditch team? Ron asked, not wanting to talk about studies anymore and having been told about the change by Seamus when he had come down to the common room earlier. I think it would be good if he has any idea about how to train a sports team. In the Muggle world, all school sports teams have teachers train them, as many students don't know how to set up proper training plans on their own, or they don't do as well as it could be, Hermione answered. It would be good to have somebody give us proper training plans. I mean, Oliver is good and enthusiastic about Quidditch, but he overdoes it or concentrates more on the chaser and keeper positions than others. It wasn't that easy to understand his strategies for Seekers, as he couldn't really demonstrate what he wanted me to do last year, Harry admitted. I have never seen a game of Quidditch outside of Hogwarts in my life, and I simply don't understand when he names famous moves for Seekers and wants me to try them. That would make it more difficult. But even with that handicap you did extremely well last year, Hermione encouraged him. Thanks, Hermione, Harry replied with a smile. They reached the Great Hall and found several other students already there, including the first years of all houses. It seems the organization of the first years worked out as it should, Hermione commented. Well, I doubt the prefects would want to be on Professor Peverell's bad side from the start, Ron replied with a shrug and loaded his plate with eggs, sausages and bacon before digging in. He didn't get more than a bowl of soup that night and was hungry. Harry took some bacon, eggs and prepared a bowl with muesli and cut an apple before he poured milk onto it. Since when do you eat muesli with fruits for breakfast, Harry? Hermione asked curiously. Since the summer. Madame Pomfrey gave me a list what I needed to eat, and I found out that I like muesli well enough. And while I'm off the potions now, I really have no desire for her to force me into taking them again, if I don't eat properly, Harry shuddered, they taste bad. Why, should have essen him when he'd tear TKE them, Ron brought out. Ron, don't speak with a full mouth, that's disgusting. Swallow before you talk, Hermione reprimanded Ron. Ron shrugged and swallowed the food in his mouth. I said, "You should have seen him when he had to take them. And Mum made sure he did it each morning and evening when he stayed at my house," Ron repeated. Hermione just shook her head at Ron's behavior. They continued eating until they were done, and the four heads of houses were going around, passing the timetables out to the students. When he reached their part of the table, he pulled the respective papers out. "Here we go. Potter, R. Weasley, Granger, Pottle and Brown," he listed and handed the 5 second years the papers. They immediately had a look onto them. "We start out with herbology, with the Hufflepuffs, and after that defense with the Ravenclaws," Hermione stated. "That's strange. There are flying lessons in the afternoon directly after lunch for one period," Lavender commented. "Aren't those lessons limited to the first years? And there is a comment that they will change to another subject after 2 weeks. Do you think it has anything to do with the flying competency tests that Professor Peverell mentioned yesterday during the meeting?" Parvati asked. "Perhaps. I mean, the school did get better brooms," Hermione pondered, not too happy about the class, as she wasn't that comfortable on a broom. The question was answered when their head of house came back and confirmed their guesses. "Yes, the second years get those classes so that Madam Hooch can confirm your competency for the free flying. I was told about the less than spectacular results of the lessons last year, what with one accident, thanks to a faulty broom, and the other 3 heads agreed with me that at least the second years should take the test to see if they can fly on their own. We don't want to provoke accidents after all," older Harry explained, "and, as last year these tests didn't exist yet, we decided that it wouldn't be much effort to include the lessons during the first 2 weeks. Well, I'll see you during your second double period then." He continued his way down the table to answer more questions from other students. "It's a shame he's already married," they heard one of the 6th-year girls complain. "Yes, finally a good-looking, younger teacher, and then he's already off the market," her friend agreed. "But I can understand why he chose his wife. She's really beautiful. I hope she's a good teacher in potions as well," another girl added. "Wouldn't it be great if they had babies?" the girl on the other side of the table asked, and the 4 girls started giggling. Many boys just shook their heads at the girls' behavior, but many were also caught checking the new potions teacher out, clear regret that they would never have a chance on their faces. The Gryffindor second years all took their seats in the defense classroom. It looked different to the previous year, where there had been garlic everywhere. Now there were pictures of how to use different common spells on the walls. Many looked interested when a stunning spell was demonstrated and then the chart reset. Harry, Hermione and Ron found seats in the second row, even if Hermione was disappointed that she couldn't get into the first row, simply because the Ravenclaws had been in class before the Gryffindors. "Those charts are very interesting," Hermione said. "Yes, I hope we will learn some of those spells, they look useful," Harry nodded. Then the door to the right of the classroom opened and their teacher entered, wearing simple black trousers with a dark blue t-shirt and blue robes over them. "Welcome everybody to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I've had a look at the results of last year's class, and we have to make up for a few things, but nothing too bad. This year we will stress the practical part of the class, as last year's focus was more on the theory. We will cover common spells used to defend yourself against nasty spells that other witches and wizards can use against you, as well as how to deal with angry creatures that might attack you. First things first, what exactly are dark arts and dark creatures? Please raise your hands and give your opinion." Older Harry started and collected the statements on the blackboard, letting the chalk write on its own, while he kept an eye on the class. "Many things that will give you trouble," he nodded after 10 minutes of collecting, "but nothing that really tells you when you are dealing with dark arts or dark creatures. I have found the definition that the Ministry gives in that regard useless actually. Many spells and rituals that ended on the list of forbidden spells and are called dark aren't. Now we need to ask ourselves, why would the Ministry forbid something that isn't really dark? One example. There is a spell that can liquefy bones on the list. It was developed by a famous healer in times when Skelegro hadn't been developed yet, and it was the common way how healers healed difficult breaks of bones. There is a partner spell that returns the bones into their normal state as well, in healed form. That spell combination fell to the side when Skelegro was developed, as the potion creates the new bones in a sturdier state than the spell can manage. Healing from the break simply takes longer, as the changes in the bone first need to be compensated by the body." The students didn't really know what to say. Sure, If somebody was attacked and his bones liquefied, it would be nasty, but if a healer did that to heal the bone properly, what was wrong about that? Is it because there is too much potential for abuse for the spells? Hermione finally asked. You are close, Miss Granger. The Ministry dislikes not having control over spells and creatures that require careful handling. Many rituals that were commonly used in older times used blood of either animals or humans. There is a lot of potential to cause harm with those, but there are also the ones that only use very small amounts and the blood can simply be gained by a small cut on a finger. A few drops were mostly all that was needed. Or in case of animal blood, it was normally gathered when an animal was slaughtered for food anyway. Opposite to them were sacrificial rituals, which were definitely dark. But, as many bureaucrats didn't want to bother investigating which ritual was evil and which not, they simply outlawed all rituals that used blood. Stupidity in its highest form. Panic is never a good advisor. And outlawing useful medical spells, just because some dark wizards used them outside of their intended purpose, is also extremely dangerous. It can lead to healers being unable to heal illnesses, simply because they would be arrested if they used the best ways. This was something older Harry wanted to make his students realize quickly. The Ministry of Magic often acted idiotic, and following their rules and regulations wasn't always the best way to go. It only let a corrupt and inefficient system survive, when a more investigative and research-driven policy would bring advantages for a majority of the people in their country. It would also stop driving as many into the arms of extremists on both sides of the scale. He continued his lecture. Magic in itself is neither dark nor light. Magic is all about intention. A witch or wizard can be dark or light or gray. Most are actually gray, as the stringent differentiation isn't really helpful. You can cause as much harm with a levitation charm and a severing charm as with a killing curse. The way you use them makes your intention good or bad. You could levitate a piece of furniture to move it around the room. Perfectly harmless and not in any way dark. You could also levitate a heavy boulder over a person and drop it, squashing that person and killing him or her. Definitely evil. But the same spell, one taught in first year here at Hogwarts. I want you to memorize that there isn't much really dark magic. There are some spells that are actually created to cause nothing but harm. Those are the actual dark arts. But even among the unforgivable curses, which you will learn more about in higher years, actually only one is dark, the other two are gray. How can that be? Terry Boot asked, confused. They can be used for something but evil, Mr. Boot. The Imperious Curse takes away your free will, but would it be evil if an Auror used the spell to capture a criminal that was firing spells around and injuring innocent bystanders? If that Auror chose that unforgivable curse because it can't be blocked with a magical shield to stop the spell fire by the criminal? Older Harry asked, and all students shook their heads. There are spells that are dangerous if they are used the wrong way. They should be controlled in how they are used, but condemning magic for some people abusing it is definitely not the way to go. It is the same as condemning members of a family for the things previous generations did. A child can't choose its parents, therefore judge after getting to know a person, not before. And try putting yourself into the shoes of the other person. Why is he or she acting a certain way? He left that stand for a while, wanting to get the students to think about what he said. Then he summoned the course book into his hand. I want to give you some information how I expect your homework to be done, as I know that especially Ravenclaw House tends to hand in exceptionally long essays. I will give you a set length for your homework each time. That length isn't a recommendation, it is a maximum length. When I say 10 to 12 inches on the disarming spell, I want at least 10 inches and at most 12. If I only say one length, then I will accept anything up to that length and the grade will not be influenced if the essay is short, as long as you get the job done that I set you. Anything beyond that, except it is a few words of the last sentence, won't be graded. That means, I want concise answers to the questions I give for homework. I have 7 years of students to teach and to grade homework, which means I don't want to waste all day with essays. I will be looking for good argumentation, proper spelling and grammar, and if all the points that are important for the task are in the essay. It could be that if I say I want 12 inches and a student manages to write a great essay in 6 inches, that the student still gets perfect marks. You will get 2 research papers over the whole school year that influence your grade in this class with 20% each. Those I want to be done extensively, but the regular homework is just to make sure you understood the main parts of a lesson. It can also happen that I will set you to practicing a spell or two that we worked on in class. The research papers will be on different topics, simply to prevent you copying from each other. As you saw on your timetables, there are flying lessons for the first 2 weeks this month. The following 2 weeks will be classes on how to properly build up an essay to be short and to the point and how to prepare a research paper. These time slots will constantly be filled with important topics for your general education, which just don't justify a whole subject for them. Information on what the electives for third year entail will be discussed after the Christmas break, for example, he explained. Some students were taking notes on that, among them Hermione, who didn't really look happy about the homework restrictions. Well, he had to prevent them from doing too much from the start. Our lessons this year are scheduled for Monday mornings, Wednesday afternoons and Thursday mornings in a double period. I want you to appear to the Thursday morning classes in comfortable clothes that allow you to move around easily. If any of you have clothes for exercising, those would be perfect. We will be highly active during those classes and you won't need your school uniforms for them. I have set up the neighboring classroom as a multiple-purpose room. The older years will be working on dueling while the younger years get to just practice the new spells and getting their general stamina and agility up. After all, those lasting longest, as long as they manage not getting hit, normally tend to win duels, older Harry stated. There was no arguing with that logic, and many were excited about the prospect of active classes. After lunch break, the Gryffindors found themselves in the flying class with the Hufflepuffs. At least it isn't with Slytherin again, Ron commented, and the brooms look a whole lot better. That's true. I don't have as bad a feeling about flying on them as I had with the other ones, Hermione admitted. Welcome everybody to the flying classes to get your competency test over with. Today is mostly meant as a refresher course and a chance to get used to the obstacle course that you need to fly through for the test. And everyone has to take it, even Mr. Potter, even if we are quite sure he can fly, Madam Hooch commented, which made the students laugh. They had all seen Harry play Quidditch the year before. He was certain to pass the test. Now, please stand next to your broom and say, "Up." Madam Hooch started the class and, thanks to having had lessons the previous year, there were very few students that had trouble. Even Neville managed to go through the basic parts and could fly the obstacle course at a slow pace. That was okay, as the meaning of the test was to see if the student could control the broom in the air in normal weather conditions. Nothing more. A few of the less secure flyers improved their performance after feeling that the new school brooms were much easier to control than the old ones and actually did what they were supposed to do. Harry refrained from showing off. He just enjoyed being in the air and raced against Ernie from Hufflepuff when Madam Hooch cleared both for independent flying while she looked after those that needed help. Older Harry looked at the trapped animagus and the Horcrux diary. He had collected the diary from the room where it had been isolated as a detected danger to the students in his house. Scabbers had been easy, as he had just put the rat into a cage when he got to the hospital wing to see Ron after his crash in the lake and nobody had asked anything. He doubted Ron had even noticed him taking the rat. He was too out of it from the shock. The new wards had worked perfectly. Now they just needed to continue their work. Pettigrew would be serving to free Sirius and open up a path where Harry wouldn't want for a good home anymore. And while Sirius would need some treatment for his problems for months, both physical and mental, he would get back onto his feet and could be there for Harry, which would make Harry less open for attacks from others. A full magical and legal guardian of a child had ways to protect his ward that simply weren't open to the teachers at Hogwarts, who just acted in loco parentis during the school year. It would need some careful maneuvering to not make Fudge clam up, but he hadn't been in office too long so far and still wrote letters to Dumbledore every week to get his advice on how to lead the ministry. Malfoy hadn't yet managed to stuff too much gold into his pockets. As far as older Harry knew, the switch had been turned when Fudge had attended the Malfoy Christmas ball in 1992. It was the very reason why Draco had stayed at Hogwarts that year. His parents wanted to fully concentrate on winning the favor of the minister and making sure their offspring behaved didn't fit into that endeavor. The diary would soon be destroyed and the whole episode with the Chamber of Secrets would be skipped. It would be a great thing, as the mental scars that he and Ginny had got from it weren't anything he really wanted to have in his younger self or hers. They should grow up happy, well as happy as possible at least, and have some normal school years. He wasn't sure if they could prevent the return of Voldemort, but if they could at least give Harry and Ginny 2 normal years at Hogwarts, it would already be an improvement to before. Pettigrew was secured in magic-suppressing cuffs and Dumbledore had put a charm onto him that prevented him turning into his rat form. They would question him under Veritaserum as soon as Dumbledore was back from a meeting at the Ministry. Older Harry just wondered if Ron would notice his rat being gone. He would have to see what to do about that. He didn't really know where Sirius had found Pig and the owl somehow belonged to Ron. Well, he would see about it after getting information from Pettigrew. Ginny stood in front of her third-year Ravenclaw and Slytherin potions class. She had so far taught the fourth years from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor and the sixth-year class. She had set her requirements for the Newt classes to an E, similar to how Professor Slughorn had done when he had been teaching. They needed to get as many potioneers trained up as possible before any unrest could start. After all, they had no good way to get the Horcrux in Bellatrix's vault, and even if Sirius should have the right to get it, as her head of house, he would first have to be acknowledged as such, and that could take time, what with him having to heal from the damage Azkaban caused him. She remembered how they had talked when her family had stayed at Grimmauld Place. He had carried a lot of emotional ballast, same as she did, and talking to somebody that understood how it was to fight invisible demons in your head helped. If only her mother hadn't been after both of them, not believing that any of them could be left out of her sight. She really hoped that this time around Molly Weasley wouldn't find a reason to restrict her daughter that much. At least her and Harry's younger selves were already friends, and if she knew anything, Harry never abandoned a friend and would spend time with younger Ginny, even if Ron or Hermione would give him grief over it. Perhaps Hermione might be more neutral. This time around there wouldn't be an opening of the Chamber of Secrets again after all, and Hermione wouldn't have to spend weeks petrified in the hospital wing. Welcome everybody to your first potions lesson of this year. As you know, I'm Professor Peverell and I'm going to show you the intricacies of the art of potions brewing to prepare you for the brewing of common potions that every witch or wizard should know how to brew. I have got Professor Snape's notes on this class's progress and which potions were covered. Sadly, I was also informed that you never got the beginner instruction on ingredient preparation and brewing safety. This will be what we will be covering the first 2 lessons before I let you brew anything. The reason is simple: not knowing those basics will only lead to accidents, which could easily be prevented had you known about them. I got Professor Dumbledore to relocate the potions classroom from the dungeons to the 2nd floor, as I disliked the idea of brewing in a damp and dark place. Not to mention that I heard about freezing temperatures in winter, which is not acceptable for brewing safely without causing oversights because you can't concentrate properly. Now, first things first, if you ever want to produce high-class potions, you need proper tools. Those tools need to be clean and maintained at all times. Not only do you need to wash your cauldrons after brewing a potion, you also need to sand them with dark quartz sand. Who can tell me why dark quartz sand in particular? She addressed the class and some hands were up and she pointed at one of the Slytherin students. Because it is a neutral agent that attracts any kind of remainder of magical ingredients, the boy answered. Very good, 2 points for Slytherin, Mr. Pusey. Ginny nodded. You don't want to deal with a potion going wrong just because you had tiny remainders of the previous potion inside. For example, blowfish scales are poisonous if they aren't added at the precise time needed, while being prepared immediately before being added into your potion. Many make that mistake before mastering the correct timing. If you don't get rid of their effect with the quartz sand, you will poison any potion that you brew in the same cauldron afterwards. And you will not figure out what is going wrong with your brewing, even if you analyze each step you made. You could brew a perfect potion and it would still be messed up, just because your cauldron wasn't clean. Many were taking a lot of notes on what she told them. Next to the cauldron, any other tool also needs to be clean when you start, but you also have to make sure you prevent contamination during the brewing process. For example, take this knife. She held up a standard steel knife, used to cut up most ingredients. If you did your preparation work properly, you start out with a clean and sharp knife. But you need to keep in mind that ingredients can react with each other if they come in contact before they should. Thus, I advise you to always prepare some basic ingredient bowls. She held up a small bowl, no larger than the palm of her hand. You should prepare all those ingredients that can be prepared some time before they are needed before you even start brewing. The bowls will allow you to store them properly until you need them. Of course, you need to know which ingredient is in which bowl, she pointed out, but with some organization that's easy. I had a friend that labeled slips of paper and put them under each bowl to have them organized at all times. Each person can find their own system that works for them. Now, after you have prepared one ingredient, you need to cast the spell Tergeo on your knives, mortars, pestles, or whatever else you used. The reason is simple: it vanishes the remainder of the ingredient you prepared from your tool and it is ready to be used again, without the danger of contamination. With the potions you will work on up to this year, this isn't a big problem, but from next year on, something simple like this could mess up your potion. For those that can't get that spell down properly, there are enchanted pieces of cloth that can be bought at the apothecary that Hogwarts runs in Hogsmeade. They have the same effect as the spell and are mandatory equipment for the first years now, as they can't have learned the spell properly yet. A good piece of cloth will hold you for 5 years, and by the time you reach Newt level, you should have mastered it, or you probably don't have the talent for the class to continue on that level. Tergeo is a spell that second years can master if they work enough on it. The amount of one ingredient or the other matters more in the more complicated potions you will learn to brew here at Hogwarts. Concentration and methodical working are the key to success. Now, we will practice the way of how to have your tools in perfect working condition at all times. Take out your wands and practice the Tergeo spell on all your tools, after dipping them into colored water, which is spelled to stick to the knife until the spell is used properly. I have prepared a liter of that water, simply to give you the needed practice. I repeat, the color is spelled to only leave the knives if you use the spell correctly, not otherwise. With time, it will be second nature to you to clean your tools and you will notice significant improvement in your results. The students started doing what Ginny told them and she went around, correcting mistakes and explaining things. After the spell was somewhat learned by the students, she went over preparation techniques, safety of the cauldron while brewing, and identification of good ingredients compared to bad ones. Overall, she had the impression that the lesson went really well. Ron was grumbling about unfairness when he went to his new head of house's office for his first detention. 2 weeks of detention, every second evening and then on all of Saturday morning. He was sure it would have been less if only Harry had followed him. Coward. Where was his Gryffindor courage in waiting for anybody to come back? He wasn't quite willing to admit that he himself had been wrong. He had thought it a great idea and a fantastic adventure to appear at Hogwarts after having driven the flying car there. At least the twins would have praised him. But now he only got admonishment and warnings to not step out of line again. His trunk had appeared at the foot of his bed, but there were a lot less things inside than before. All his stock of parchment, ink and his books had been ruined by the water of the lake. His potions' ingredients were also quite depleted. Only the things that didn't mind being in contact with water had been salvaged, or those in closed containers. And Malfoy, the pest, had mocked him about his more horrible than usual robes all day. And to top everything off, the talk of the common room were the lessons that the Gryffindors had had with one or both of their new teachers. The Peverell couple was quickly becoming immensely popular with the students. He finally reached the office and knocked on the door. "Come in," was the reply, and he opened the door. "Well, Mr. Weasley, at least you're on time, that's good. Let's not waste any time, or you will have to work late. Today you will be given a job that combines useful knowledge and work that will help around the castle. As you probably know by now, the school got 40 new clean sweep brooms for the flying lessons. Those brooms have been stored in back rooms of the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley for a long time, and while they are in perfect working order, they lack some polishing. Madam Hooch will show you how to properly apply the broom polish on each broom evenly and teach you about general broom maintenance and how to determine if a broom is faulty. She has kept about 10 of the worst old brooms from the previous batch for demonstration purposes. Broom and wand maintenance will be part of the additional lessons that are taught in the slot that currently the flying lessons are put into. Thus, I would pay attention in your position to what she will teach you. Older Harry explained the job Ron would have to do. He had discussed what kind of jobs the students in detention should do, and he had agreed with the other heads of houses that they should find something that had the students working physically, but also gave them the chance to broaden their horizon. Ron, who was passionate about Quidditch, would rebel and complain less with a job he could see some use in. Going by the look on his face, he didn't mind this kind of detention too much. Well, scrubbing floors wasn't really teaching the students anything, and it didn't help around the castle much. The house elves could do a much better job than Filch ever would. Well, I'll take you down to the lawn in front of the main gate and then leave you with Madam Hooch. She will let you go once you have finished with all the brooms and she is done with teaching you those charms and techniques," older Harry pointed out. "Okay, I understand," Ron confirmed and was then led onto the grounds, where the flying instructor was already waiting and then took over his detention. While having to properly polish 40 brooms was hard work, at least it were new brooms and he could see some use in this task. Medical exams. The next morning Harry got confirmation that the detention of Ron had taken 3 hours before all the brooms gleamed and were in perfect condition now. And Ron had paid attention to being taught the spells for broom maintenance and was quite easy to handle during the detention. Now Harry would have to think about the next one the next evening. Having them take place every second evening was meant to give Ron some time to get his homework done. It wouldn't do after all if he could rightfully complain that his detentions didn't leave him with any time to get it done on time. This way, if he didn't do them properly, he would get in trouble and couldn't claim it being unfair. Harry watched Ron telling others at the Gryffindor table about the detention and his arms clearly ached from the work. Well, it wouldn't teach a lesson if he didn't feel it the day after. And Ron needed to learn thinking before doing something. He had asked that each teacher wrote a short summary about how detention went and to have that report added to the student's file. It would make finding proper candidates for prefect positions in the future much easier. The first time around, Ron had been a bad prefect, never doing his duty beyond doing the patrols around the school and leaving all the work to Hermione. Not that she had been a good prefect, she wasn't very approachable for the younger students and only cared about upholding the rules. While that might be somewhat needed, it wasn't all what the prefect position should be about. The prefect's job shouldn't be keeping their house in line by controlling that they kept to all the rules. That was what teachers were for. They were to help out the younger students if they had a problem, moderate when arguments got out of hand, and only call in a teacher when they couldn't help. They were there to help the students, not the teachers. And honestly, Harry thought that the prefects patrolling in the evenings wasn't really what they should do. Discipline was the teacher's job. Harry had therefore suggested that the patrols in the evenings were cancelled for the prefects, who also had to do their homework, and were instead taken over by the castle's ghosts. They could be keyed into the wards to deduct points after all, and they could easily get to all kinds of places. Not to mention that they had nothing better to do. The majority of the ghosts had all been in favor of the change, and they had made really sure that nothing Peeves said could influence the points. The prefect meeting had been about different things that the prefects would look out for this year. Each house had 2 prefects that would see to it that any student that had trouble with a class was given a proper tutor to help out. Management of the tutor lists was up to the head boy and head girl. And any student from 4th year upwards could sign up to be a tutor. It would be marked on the report cards as extra credit as well. Next to that, the prefects had to make sure that the first years found their way into life at school, by showing them around and introducing them to the clubs that were offered to all students. Otherwise they could be asked to help out in case the teachers were all busy with something, like getting all students of a house back to their common rooms. Nothing dangerous, mostly organizational in nature. Prefects were to stop fights if they came across them, but then they had to take the ones involved to a teacher to solve things. They wouldn't take points, that was up to the teachers. The prefects would also hold 1 meeting per month, where they passed on the wishes and complaints from the students and could make suggestions how things could be done better at Hogwarts. Things that normal student representatives did at any other school. Harry had already decided to keep a close eye on the Gryffindors. He knew that if he didn't, things wouldn't be pretty in the future. He didn't know if he could prevent that Ron and Hermione would again be turned against his younger self by Percy and the Ministry, but he would at least work towards that goal. The previous day he had taken all the new first years to the hospital wing, and there were a few things found with 5 of the new firsties from all houses. As he had already known, Ginny had been influenced by the diary, but not enough to be a cause for worry. As Harry had included her in the activities of the younger group at the Burrow, she hadn't felt as alone and hadn't started writing a lot in the diary. She had written down a few things here and there, but nothing overly special that could give Tom an open door to manipulate her again. Then there was Luna, who needed some help with getting her talent of knowing things under control, so that she could concentrate better on normal things around her. Most of her creatures were expressions of how she saw things, like Nargles being bullies and Raxperts being anything from control potions to Confundus charms. It could also mean that somebody was deceived by others telling wrong things. There were many interpretations. Harry had learned how to read Luna well enough in the future, even if Ginny was the real expert on that. This way, with her talent being noticed early on and the teachers being informed, they could look out better for others bullying her over this. Then there were two exceedingly small girls, twins, which had been sorted into Hufflepuff and who were frightened that their parents would punish them for being sorted into that house. Their parents were extreme traditionalists and considered Hufflepuff the dropout house and not the place where loyal and hardworking children were sorted. The girls had been put under immense pressure from both parents to not dare disappointing the family. They were put into the counseling program and put onto nutrient potions to help them get over the problems their eating disorder, caused by their parents' behavior, had caused. Last was a Slytherin boy, who was the youngest of 3 children of a family of a former Death Eater that got away with the imperious excuse. His older brothers were also in Slytherin and were much more ruthless than he was, and he had got the brunt of his father's anger on many occasions when the bastard had been drunk. He was kept at the hospital wing overnight to be given a thorough examination, and it would have to be seen how to get him away from his family. The other heads of house were shocked to have such a large number of cases turning up and now worried what they would find in the older students. Harry knew that this was needed to get a handle over a major problem in the wizarding world. While few wizarding families mistreated magical children, what some considered normal punishment for misbehavior was actually abuse.
And as they couldn't directly attack the Death Eaters, at least this way, they could take away some influence of the worst ones. Compared to what Harry knew that the Caro siblings did with Amicus' daughters, Lucius Malfoy was an angel. Hesta and Flora Caro would soon be out of their parents' home for good. They were in 3rd year, just having been born after the deadline for the year the Weasley twins were in. The two had died in the last timeline, being found horribly tortured in the house of their father, with curses that were a trademark of their aunt. And nobody had cared about their suffering the last time around, as Snape never cared about the families of Death Eaters. He wouldn't have wanted to risk his spy position in Voldemort's ranks after all. It was a good thing that the new head, Septima Vector, wouldn't stand by and do nothing. He wondered how many of the older students would be found out for abuse or other problems. Well, at least this time around they would spot it and be able to take countermeasures. How long do you expect this will take? Hermione asked Harry and Ron while they followed their head of house to the hospital wing. I don't have any idea. But I think people like Ron will have to wait a while. He was second to last to be sorted in our year and we have about 40 students in all 4 houses, Harry answered. Good that I brought a Quidditch magazine then. I'll be able to pass the time, Ron said. Wouldn't it have been better to bring some homework? Hermione asked worried. I mean, you couldn't do any yesterday evening, as you had detention. He probably wouldn't be able to concentrate on anything with all the second years being here, Hermione. He can enjoy the magazine until it is his turn and then do the homework when he's back at the common room. And we only have one short essay for herbology that is due tomorrow. Everything else is due at a later date. Though he should practice the spells we learned in Dada and Charms as well, Harry countered. Well, at least I can manage one essay. It's a good thing Professor Sprout only wanted 8 inches on mandrakes this time, Ron nodded. At least this way he wouldn't have to sacrifice all his time on the evenings that he didn't have detention during the first 2 weeks for homework. And he wondered what kind of detention the next ones would be. At least the one with Madame Hooch, while it still was hard work, was also interesting for a Quidditch enthusiast like him. He had learned a lot about different types of brooms and how to keep a broom in good condition, even if without a lot of money. They then reached the entrance to the hospital wing, where the Ravenclaws were already waiting, with them hearing another group approaching as well. All right, I want you all sorted by alphabet among the house, older Harry told his house, seeing that the Ravenclaws were already in formation. It only took 7 more minutes until all 4 houses were present and sorted by surname. Malfoy was not happy about being ordered around, but with this many teachers around, he didn't dare mouthing off. Especially as his main protector among the staff wasn't there anymore. Then Madame Pomfrey appeared from the doors into the hospital wing. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to explain to all of you how this will be done. We have 3 other healers from St. Mungo's present that are helping out this week for the examinations of all students, simply to not have you wait for too long. Each examination will take about 15 minutes. Those that are done and get the all clear from the healer that examines them will be allowed to go back to their common rooms. Just for your information, even if you are allowed to go back, it might be that you are called in for some assistance in form of potions or other treatment later on. We will only keep those students where we would risk their health by not acting immediately.
I will call 4 students at a time and you will then follow me inside. All others will wait outside to give the ones inside privacy.
At least 2 professors will be keeping an eye on things out here while the examinations take place, and you may have your head of house there for the examination if you want some support. I want to remind you all to not cause any trouble, as then this whole procedure will take longer. It will also lead to 2 days of detention, and I asked Hagrid to set some large trees aside that need to be chipped and turned into firewood. Anybody making the work of the healers harder can look forward to this. Therefore, I warn all of you, I won't tolerate sniping and hexing because of house rivalries, Madame Pomfrey declared sternly, making some students groan and glare. Good, then I want Miss Abbott, Miss Bones, Miss Brown and Miss Bulstrode to follow me. Any of you want your head of house with you? She asked, and Millicent raised her hand and Professor Vector stepped forward. Okay, Madame Pomfrey, could you give us a copy of the list, so that we can make sure the students are ready when it's their turn? Professor Sprout asked.
She nodded and handed over the list with the names for the year.
Then the 4 girls moved inside, and the remaining 3 heads of houses made sure to have some things to do for their students to pass the time and to keep them from fighting. Malfoy wasn't happy that the teachers kept a close eye on him, but he had to deal. He went to a corner with his 2 gorillas and stayed there, glowering at the fact that he hadn't managed to get out of this by claiming that he would only be given a medical checkup by his family healer. He detested being treated like everybody else. Older Harry knew that there would be some cases with health problems, be they mental or physical.
Neville for sure, as the treatment he got from his family had left mental problems.
Then one of the Ravenclaws that was always seen working herself to exhaustion in her studies. Hermione suffered from something similar but wasn't at that level yet. The following year was the one where she had totally overdone it. And he had already made it very clear that he was against letting students have time turners to take all classes. Especially the ones that would totally overdo it without a care for their health. With how much homework each class generated, it was impossible to let any student do the full workload. Thus, all students would get informational meetings with their heads of house to give them an idea what the classes were for and which professions typically asked for owls or newts in them. It would be an option for any student to do a subject in self-study, but there wouldn't be long homework essays for the students to hand them in. And he would make sure to point out to all Muggleborns that the Muggle Studies course was more for wizard-raised students to get a basic idea about how Muggles lived and to allow them to blend in. It was time that things at Hogwarts changed, before things became as bad as they were in his future. The school should never again become a playground for politicians and idiots that didn't care about the children. And if the new generation didn't learn any better, they would think that bad behavior didn't have consequences. And those children that were abused, but didn't get help, would start detesting everybody and be easy prey for those promising them revenge. It was how Voldemort got many of his followers. Except in those cases where his followers were the ones dishing out the abuse. Harry went into the examination room not expecting anything bad. He had been treated for the abuse that the Dursleys had caused since the summer, and Madame Pomfrey was up to date in concerns of his medical history. The ones having come in with him were Parvati and her twin sister Padma, as well as a girl called Sally Ann Perks, who looked a bit pale. All right, Miss Perks, you're with me. Parvati Patil is with healer Pisagood, Padma Patil with healer Smethwick, and Mr. Potter with healer Summers, Madame Pomfrey instructed the group. They all nodded and went to the cabins that had been set up to give all students their privacy when they were examined. None of them had asked for their heads of houses to come with them, so it was just them and the healers. Harry waited until the curtain in front of his cabin was drawn closed again and looked at the healer in front of him. Hello, Mr. Potter, I'm Estrella Summers, a healer from St. Mungo's. The man introduced himself. He had short, brown hair with blue eyes. He seemed to keep fit, as he was lean and muscular. Nice to meet you, sir, Harry greeted politely. I've been informed that you were treated for medical problems over the summer and Madame Pomfrey wanted me to perform the full checkup, simply to make sure that nobody can claim that we didn't do this job neutrally, Healer Summers explained. Okay. I guess that makes sense, Harry nodded. Do I need to put on the examination clothes again?
Yes. You may change behind that curtain in the back, Healer Summers nodded.
Harry didn't hear any sounds from the other cabins and realized that the healers had to have set up some charms to ensure the privacy of the students beyond visibility. That was honestly neat. Shortly after Harry was done and sat down on the chair in front of the healer, he let the diagnostic charms be done, by now being very used to this happening, and then got the all clear to put his normal clothes back on. Afterwards, Healer Summers asked a few more questions, ones that Harry realized dealt with his emotional state, which were supported by some charm to make him feel more at ease about talking about issues. Healer Summers had explained it beforehand, thankfully, and then the healer gave him a nod and a smile.
Nothing we weren't already aware of and which is already being treated, Mr. Potter, Healer Summers assured him.
That's good to hear, Harry replied. He left the room and found Ron, who was still sitting with his magazine.
And? Ron asked. Nothing they didn't already know, Harry answered. I'll go back to the common room. See you later. Ron just waved and returned to reading. Harry walked to Gryffindor Tower with Parvati, as they had the same way, and she told him that the healer hadn't told her anything worrisome. But she got some information about what to eat and how to practice her magic to not even have problems with gaining too much weight.
Had I known that regular practice of my magic, especially spells, works like a cleansing of my body, I would have invested a lot more time in practicing the spells we learned last year and less in beauty products. Well, I guess I will save a lot of money from now on that I can use for nice clothes and some sweets. It's great to know that I can eat chocolate and the like if I want to, if I just work with my magic, Parvati told him excitedly. While I don't understand the beauty products part well, I am fully on your side on the chocolate and sweets part, Harry answered.
Parvati grinned, and a few minutes later they were back at the portrait of the fat lady.
Harry went to his dorm to get one of his comics, as it wasn't long until dinner and it wouldn't make sense to get started on any homework for the 30 minutes he would have. He only had the herbology essay and practice for the spells taught in classes to do, and that could wait until after dinner. When he came back, he found a free armchair next to one where Ginny was reading as well. He went over, as he didn't have too much time talking to her so far, as yesterday her year had their examinations. Hey Ginny, he greeted her and sat down. Hi Harry, already done with the examination? She asked. Clearly, as I'm here. It wasn't in any way bad. Healer Summers only told me that everything he found was already known and being treated, Harry answered. Well, that was to be expected. I was told that I needed to make sure to eat more vegetables with my meals. Mum seems to have served too few of them. Or it could be that my big brothers were too greedy while loading their plates and didn't leave enough left for me. She grinned, though it only concerns certain kinds. I just should make sure to take one large spoonful of them per week and I'll be good. I also seem to have briefly been in contact with something dark, might have happened in Diagon Alley when we went shopping for school things. I got a potion to get rid of the remains and that was it. It's good to hear you didn't have any problems. And that they could get rid of the remainder of that magic, Harry replied. And which series are you reading this time? Ginny asked, which made Harry show her the cover of the comic book, Spirou. A comic originally from France. I got it at the shop in Espen Alley, so it has been charmed to have the pictures move. It's great, Harry explained. How much is one of those? I'm not really fond of the Martin the Mad Muggle series that Ron likes so much, and sadly that's one of 3 really popular magical comics, Ginny asked.
I paid 1 sickle and 3 nuts for the comic, Harry answered.
That isn't too much, Ginny admitted. What kind of series did they have there? I wish I could just go there, but for some reason, Mum insists on keeping shopping to Diagon Alley. Which isn't really smart. There are many shops in other alleys where you can shop better for certain things. Harry shook his head. Well, they have all kinds of series.
The ones I know about from the Muggle world are Asterix, a story about a Gaul and his village that takes place around the time of the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar, who conquered large parts of Europe, but can't manage to conquer their village, thanks to their tribe's druid's magic potion.
Then Lucky Luke, about an American cowboy and his adventures in Wild West. Marvel and DC comics about superheroes like Superman, Batman or Spider-Man are also available. I don't know much about purely magical series, but there are some, and the shop owner told me that they had some people creating new comic series with magical background under contract. They are planning to offer series that would interest both boys and girls and those meant for one gender specifically very soon. Sounds incredible. I hope I can get there one day to see it myself, Ginny sighed. In doubt, you can ask the twins to cause a distraction and sneak there. It's not as if Espen Alley was dangerous like Nocturne Alley after all, Harry mentioned, and you can take the flow to get there. I saw a public fireplace inside the post office over there. That would make it possible, Ginny agreed, and I would only need to wait for a day when Mum is out, like when she goes shopping. Then the distraction wouldn't be necessary, and she wouldn't find out if anybody slipped up. They also have owl order service, so, at least for now, you can order any series you think sounds interesting. I got some forms for myself and can give you one, as well as the catalog I took, Harry offered. Great idea. Thank you, Harry. While I don't have that much pocket money, I did save up a little from the chores we did for the villagers in Ottery Street. Catchpole in August. I could get one or two comics to see if I like them, Ginny smiled. Then Joyce, who had been running around the common room, decided that she wanted to play with her owner, and Ginny and Harry let her chase a thread of wool that they had twitching from their fingers. The comic lay on a table next to Harry, as he had too much fun watching the kitten play. The results of the full examination of Hogwarts. Students surprised most teachers in the dimensions of the results. In each year and in every house there had been students that were diagnosed with either mental, physical, magical or combinations of multiple problems. The healers had already written out documents to take several children from their families, simply for their protection, and the teachers grieved for the pain their students had suffered, without them ever noticing. It caused a huge response from the people now being shown how deep these problems ran. Headmaster Dumbledore decided to actively manage the results and wrote out an article for the Daily Prophet, which would shock their nation. He explained the official reasons why the examinations had been performed, in which way and the numbers of results, and how many children from so-called respected families were found out as abuse victims. He described, as he knew the consequences that abuse on young children could have only too well, from what had happened to his sister Ariana, the results that the behavior of the children's families could have had, and declared that he would use his full political power and influence to stop these things from happening once and for all. He had never believed that their community could be that cruel to helpless children, the future of their society. Next to that, he approached many of his friends, political allies and those that owed him favors to put their support behind a new set of laws to give children more rights against abuse, even and especially if the abusers were family. And they had found everything. From beating a child up, to unjust physical punishments, curses and sadly also say. Abuse. The depth of the problem couldn't be hushed up anymore and needed to be dealt with immediately and harshly, and he would need to make sure that nobody was exempt from the law's repercussions, which purebloods often were by biased laws. This time, as many pureblood children were found among the victims, the issue had to be brought into the open with vigor. Nothing could be allowed to stay hidden. The abusers had to be shown as the despicable people they were. No child deserved this kind of treatment.
Next to the abuse, the health problems were addressed by the school, mainly in form of mandatory classes about correct diets, how useless dieting was for witches and wizards, as proper practice of their magic dealt with any excess calories easily, with the nice side effect that it also made their magic more refined.
The house elves also got instructions by the healers what to look out for in creating the meals for the students. Instead of fat and greasy food all the times, there were now days when healthier food was set onto the plan. Not to mention that Harry and Ginny had taken the time to go over the regular expenses for food and the menus over the month to see if things could be optimized.
They had concluded that the school wasted money on unhealthy food.
Nearly each day there was an abundance of meat, sausages and fried food, which didn't do the students any good. Ginny, having grown up poor and with limited means to buy things like that regularly, knew especially well what one needed to do to save money and still have delicious meals. Firstly, she decided that several stews would be put onto the menu. From different kinds of soup, mainly those that sated the students' hunger well, like pea and potato soup, to carrot stew and different kinds of cabbage. Next to that there would also be different kinds of salad, next to raw vegetables and dips. Hagrid and Professor Sprout had also started a greenhouse for food, with some help in enlarging the space inside to allow the school to grow common food items in the amounts needed to feed around 400 students at a time. The curly kale would be ready in a few weeks, as runes would allow it to grow faster than normally, with optimal environmental conditions. Other vegetables and fruits would take a little longer but would also enrich the diets of the students.
As all teachers knew that the students loved sausages and meat for meals, they went with different dishes, which simply didn't have as much meat.
Like pea soup with cut sausages and pork in it, chicken fricassee or cheese and leek soup with minced meat pieces.
As long as the things tasted good, the students wouldn't mind.
The house elves were especially happy about getting new cookbooks from all kinds of countries. It had been decided that they would have 1 week each month for specialties from other countries and the other weeks would be normal British food. It would also expand the students' horizon, as there would also be flyers on all tables with some basic information about the country that was the theme of the respective week. It was a school after all. And, as the dishes were also explained on the flyers, most students would take some information about the countries in as well. Not to mention that there were small papers to give feedback on the dishes that were served. Ron wasn't happy. The examination had brought up that he had some digestion problems that caused him to eat much more than usual for a boy his age, height and weight. He had to take a potion every morning for 2 weeks until another check would be done to see if it had worked. Next to that he was told that he would get specially prepared food during that time, and that he wasn't allowed to eat anything else until the potion treatment was done. Ked. He wanted to eat like he was used to, but his new head of house had been strict and forbidden it. The worst part was that he was banned from eating any sweets for the next 2 weeks, as the potion didn't work with too much sugar.
Dessert for him would consist of fruit salad and things like that, if he got any at all.
It was just so unfair. Nobody else he knew had to take as many potions. Well, Harry had to take some in August, but he didn't get as many restrictions on what he was allowed to eat.
The opposite was true, he had to eat more than normal.
He again felt as if everybody was out to get him. Hermione was especially cold, telling him that 2 weeks without sweets wouldn't kill him and to it up. What did she understand? He needed his sweets. But to make sure that he followed the rules, he had got a bracelet from the healers that was keyed to the plates that would have his food on them. Any other food he tried to eat would vanish. He really wasn't looking forward to the next 2 weeks. The bracelet would stay on the whole time and only the healers could take it off again. And trying to sneak sweets in at the tower wouldn't work either, as the house elves were keeping an eye out and his dorm mates had promised to not let him have any sweets during that period of time to help him get back to full health again. The only snacks he was allowed were certain kinds of fruits and vegetables. It really Ked.
Molly Weasley wasn't happy about the written results of the examinations of her children.
Percy was diagnosed with a wrong prescription for his glasses, which was easily remedied, thanks to a simple spell on his glasses.
Nothing to worry about, and it simply could happen between 2 visits to a healer.
The Weasleys had those examinations before the child went to Hogwarts with a friend that worked as a healer, and as long as nothing appeared to be wrong, they didn't go for further examinations. It saved on money. The twins got the recommendation to eat more citrus fruits, as due to their experiments with potions, next to the normal classes, a higher level of vitamin C was recommended, but nothing was worrisome. Well, that she could do, as she had some lemons in her garden, simply because all her children loved lemon cake. And Zeno had offered her an orange tree from his garden as well, knowing she loved having all kinds of fruits for her family.
But Ron and Ginny's reports were not what she liked to read.
To think that Ginny had got in contact with dark magic somewhere. Thank goodness it had only been a brief encounter and a simple cleansing potion took care of the issue. She really had no idea how that could have happened, but perhaps she needed to have a closer eye on the second-hand shop. Perhaps something sold there was of a shadier nature and Ginny had got too close while browsing through the shelves when she collected Ginny's school things.
And Ron's problem with eating too much, well, she had always thought that he was just a growing boy that needed to eat plenty to grow properly. He didn't appear to be sick after all. Never would she have considered that a problem.
All her children ate a lot. But if the healers had found something, it had to have some base. As she truly wondered when that could have started, and how she didn't realize that something was wrong with one of her babies, she went to have a look over her book on money spent for the family. She kept meticulous notes on how much was spent on what kind of things. Simply to calculate the sparse money that her husband brought home the best way possible. It took her 2 hours to go over all the expenses that had been created over the past 5 years. It was always the same positions after all. She could now pinpoint the time when Ron had to have started eating abnormally much. When Percy left for Hogwarts, meaning when Ron was 7 years old, the money spent for the food of the family didn't go down, like it had done before, when Bill and Charlie started at Hogwarts. It hadn't really been noticed back then, as the younger children would naturally need more food when they got older. But at the age of 7, Ron suddenly started eating a lot more food than before. And when the twins left, the amount only reduced a little, but it wasn't really noticed in the overall money needed by the family, as by then they had to pay tuition for 4 children and hadn't realized that on other parts of the calculation the amount should have reduced significantly.
She also found that there was more meat being bought than before.
She thought back and remembered that Ron had asked if they could have more sausages during mealtimes. She had allowed it and bought more, and over time it increased, not to mention that she, while teaching Ginny cooking and baking, had also made more cakes and sweets than normally. And they never lasted long. She had wanted to spoil her 2 youngest a little, thinking that it wouldn't really cause trouble, as they always had a little extra money during the time the majority of the children was at school, and by the time the twins started, Bill had already graduated and didn't need financial support by his parents anymore, as his job paid him enough. And Charlie graduated the year before Ron started, relieving the family finances again. She calculated the amounts paid for each kind of food and was shocked how much had been eaten while only 2 or 4 children had been at home. How could that have escaped her for this long? Well, things would change.
She wouldn't continue letting her son become sick by eating wrong. Some sweets were okay, but not in the amounts she had made before. And she would keep a closer eye on the household money from now on.
While she didn't like hearing that one of her children was ill, at least it was caught before it could become a permanent problem. Well, from now on she would look out more to make sure Ron wouldn't fall back into his eating problems. Some more vegetables and less meat and sweets would work out well. And that didn't mean that she wouldn't serve dessert. Just more fruits than pudding and cakes. She would make sure her baby was healthy. She would have to send a letter back to Professor Peverell. He seemed to really be a good addition to the Hogwarts staff so far. She needed to let him know that she supported any treatment that her children needed being given by the school and to please send her examples of meals that would go along with a healthier diet. She would then make sure that it still all tasted great. The students noticed the changes in their normal menus fairly quickly, but nobody really said anything about it, except for people like Malfoy, of course, that complained about the reduced quality. Well, they would have to be happy with the feasts being extravagant in what was served, next to the foreign specialties weeks. And honestly, this wasn't some luxury resort, where everybody could expect the best kind of food for all meals. This was a boarding school and the school had a budget that needed to work for them. And it wasn't as if they had cut out any kind of food from their menus. They had just reduced the amounts of meat and fat in the food. For example, most students had no problem when for one lunchtime they got creamed spinach with either boiled or mashed potatoes and scrambled eggs. It was even quite popular with a lot of them. Or the next day when they got chicken soup with lots of inlay like royale, cauliflower, noodles and pieces of chicken plus fresh baked bread. Everybody got to eat their fill. Dessert was also changed around a little, to include more fruits, curd or yogurt. Puddings and cakes were limited to the weekend. Still, they weren't banned from the menu, just saved for 1 or 2 days a week. Thanks to increased variety, most students didn't really notice. Next to that, there were always bowls with fruits of the season on the house tables for the students to take if they wanted to have a snack between classes. The teachers, especially the heads of houses, monitored the behavior of their students to act early if any of them acted out over the change in dishes served at the school. But most simply took the new menu as it came and didn't say overly much, as long as the food still was good and enough for them to be sated. Some even praised the change in what the school served, as they had wanted to eat healthier, but hadn't really managed with the kind of food that was available. Quidditch team. Harry stood at the Quidditch pitch together with the other 6 members of last year's Quidditch team. Professor Peverell had discussed with Oliver how the tryouts would be conducted and that, to be fair, nobody had their automatic spot on the team. They would have to prove that they were the best ones for a position. Nobody really had any problem with that. They wanted to win the cup for Gryffindor, and for that they needed a really good team. He looked to the left, where all the new candidates were assembled and were currently sorted by positions by both Professors Peverell. Over the last 2 weeks he had found out that they were as nice as teachers as they were outside of the classroom. Their classes were interesting, even if they did demand concentration and that you actually did your work properly. Hermione had complained about being limited to short essays in both classes, but Harry didn't really see any problem with that. It was understandable to him that a teacher didn't want to be stuck grading papers all day. He was glad that the next 4 weeks they would be taught the way how to produce good essays and research papers, as he had never really learned that in primary school. He knew the basics, but being taught how the teachers actually wanted their essays to be, would be a great help in getting better grades.
And the idea of a research paper per term was interesting as well.
It would allow the students to really work on a topic for a longer period of time and determine a large part of their grade that way. So far, he knew that they would get about 2 months to work on the paper, but not what kinds of topics could be chosen. Hermione was going crazy over that. She already wanted to get started to not mess up this important part. Ron wasn't as happy, but Harry didn't spend too much time with him currently.
He had tried to not hold his reaction to Harry's refusal to take the card too hard, but after that Ron hadn't really done anything to apologize.
Harry had at first thought that Ron's punishment would be enough to drive the lesson home, make him realize that Harry hadn't wanted to be mean to him, but actually just wanted to prevent that they both got into trouble. But Ron took a lot of things as attacks against him, like his still ongoing special diet and potion treatment. He hated not being allowed to have any sweets and being limited in what and how much he could eat each day. At first the others in the dorm had been sympathetic, but Ron was a drama queen. Really? 2 weeks of sweet ban, well, it's ked, but it wasn't as bad as Ron made it out to be. And Harry also didn't accept that Ron thought he should be given lenience in his behavior over being punished like that. Harry would have thought that his health would be more important to Ron. He knew that taking potions ked, but he hadn't been this chy about it when he had gone through the process at the beginning of August. At least the detentions every second day were over now, and Ron would be able to have more free time, if he didn't push all his homework back to the weekend to get it done. Harry had taken to making use of the study rooms regularly and was a regular participant in the Brewing Times. He loved the way Mrs. Professor Peverell led that class now, and it helped him regain his enthusiasm for the subject, which Snape had soured last year. It was also very cool that Ginny was sharing his enthusiasm for the subject. They often worked on workstations next to each other, with Harry helping Ginny a little here and there, if she had a question. No matter how lousy Snape had taught, Harry had passed his end-of-year exams last year in the subject and had learned a thing or two. Ginny was also standing with the ones that wanted to try out for the team, or at least win a reserve spot. As far as Mr. Professor Peverell had told the current team, they would end up with a full starting and reserve team respectively. And both teams would get full training, as he intended to let them play training matches against each other. That would definitely be cool. In Harry's opinion, they had too few actual matches over the year, and playing against the reserve team, or in mixed teams to try new formations, would be really cool. Then their head of house started to speak. Alright, everybody, welcome to the Gryffindor team's tryouts for this year. As you probably know, we are going to test you all to find the best players to have 2 full teams, one for reserve and the other as the starting team. Both teams will be training together, but the specifics will be told once the 14 players are chosen. All of you in first and second year have been given the competency test by Madam Hooch and passed it. For that, congratulations. We also will later on form a cheerleading team, but my wife will inform those interested later on. Today is about the team itself, older Harry informed the students. For the beginning,
Let's just see how good you are on a broom. Everybody has their own brooms or one of the school brooms, therefore the tests won't be impossible for anybody to perform. The task is simple. I want you to fly over to the other side of the pitch as fast as you can, turn at the hoops and then fly back, doing a slalom through the hovering poles. We will note the performance of everybody and those that in the end gave the best image will get the spots. Older Harry explained, we will do this by years, thus the first years will begin, then the second years and so on. It doesn't matter if you were part of the team or not last year by the way. The students got started. There were 3 first years that had managed the competency test, which also got them out of the flying classes that continued for those that hadn't passed the test yet and were now here to see if they might get onto the team. For the first years the general education classes were separate from the flying classes after all. It took about 15 minutes to have everybody finish that part.
Older Ginny was writing down all the results and her observations. It was a great thing now that she had played professionally. She knew what to look out for. A few candidates were sorted out after the second test, simple passing of a quaffle around. Those that weren't stable on their brooms while doing that were told that they needed to train a little more and that they should try again next year, or perhaps, look into being cheerleaders for the team, as they already liked Quidditch. The tests then continued with position testing, where older Ginny took to the air, testing the chaser hopefuls, while older Harry worked with the beater hopefuls. Then the seekers and keepers were called up, seekers with older Harry and keepers with older Ginny. Once the most promising candidates were found out, Ron had to return to the stands, as there were 3 other keepers, including Oliver, that were better than him in the tryouts, but Ginny and the twins were still among the ones that were in the running for positions of both teams. Ron grumbled a good deal about Ginny being allowed to continue, but nobody really took him seriously, as he grumbled a lot these days. And with 2 teachers being present, he wouldn't act out, as he didn't want to get detention again. He was glad to be done with his 2 weeks. We will now take a break of 15 minutes. The remaining candidates will be getting numbers to play scrimmages. I will call upon a few numbers and those will then play for 5 minutes, showing how they play together. Then I will call new numbers. Older Harry explained the next step. During the break you can get some snacks and drinks. We arranged for tea and apple juice to be ready for you, as well as some fruits. The students nodded and went over to the tables with the snacks and drinks. So far it is going well. There are some talents that weren't on the team before, right? Older Ginny asked, knowing this already, but she had a role to play. Yes. When I discussed this with Oliver, the captain from last year, he was all for finding the strongest team and was actually relieved to have some help in training the team. He does his best, but he never actually had any training in how to train other players. He's mostly self-taught with some input from his father, who played Quidditch at Hogwarts back when he was attending, older Harry answered. He was calling all Gryffindors by their given name, outside of the classroom that was. There he acted professional. But if your house was to be your family, it was only normal to use given names when in private. Well, the first and second years were generally called by their first names. They were young enough to not require formality. He wanted them to be relaxed in his classes and have some fun while learning his subject. The older years got the option what they wanted. The majority vote decided. Most chose first names. Well, we will see who wins the spots once we have had the scrimmages, older Ginny concluded, and both joined the students to also get something to drink. Older Harry stood in front of the students that still had a chance to win a spot for the team. Okay, now that you have had a small break, we will continue. We will start with chasers and keepers. This will be a test of possible combinations, as, for a chaser, not only personal skill is deciding, but also how you can cooperate with the other chasers on the team. And a keeper needs to be able to quickly find a strategy to deal with certain traits and skills of the attacking chasers. First up will be the 1, 7 and 14, those being Katie, Jake and Ginny as chasers against number 18, Jeremy, as keeper. The 4 went up into the air and took their positions. Then older Harry gave the signal and the chaser line started passes on the way to the hoops, following Katie's lead, who had had a year of playing practice already. Jeremy managed to hold one of the 3 attempts they made in the 5 minutes they had. Good, come down you 4 and then number 4, Oliver, for the hoops, and numbers 9, 6 and 13, Angelina, Eric and Victoria for the chasers.
The scenario repeated until all 3 keeper candidates and 9 chaser candidates were done, and older Harry then switched around the teams to get an idea who could play best with which others. Then it was time for the beaters. Okay. The chasers and keepers get a break. I want Fred and George as well as Kirk and Erica in the air with their bats, was older Harry's new command. Next to them, older Ginny also took to the air with a quaffle. Your job is to attempt to prevent that my wife can score a goal. First Kirk and Fred. The two nodded, and the one bludger they were playing with was directed at older Ginny while she used her experience to easily dodge, but this was a good way to find out how well the beater candidates could control the bludger in a real situation. George and Erica were next, and older Harry wrote down how each candidate fared in the play. The tests continued with the seekers having to deal with enchanted rubber balls imitating the bludgers, as older Harry didn't want them too badly injured during a tryout. That was also why he had the beater candidates aim at his wife. She was used to much higher level attacks of bludgers than any school child could ever manage. He also had the seekers chase a practice snitch that he had programmed with certain moves to see how they could handle fast changes of direction. Then he had them play short rounds with 2 full teams, each only lasting 5 minutes, then changing positions around. They were done with all tests just before lunch was about to start in the Great Hall. That was very good work, everybody. Ginny and I will look over our notes after lunch and tell you who won the spots on the team at 3 o'clock. Please come back to the field then. The time until then should be enough for you to take a shower and eat in peace. I suggest something light, as your stomachs won't be too happy with heavy fare, older Harry commented. The students nodded and trooped back to the castle, talking excitedly about the tryouts and who might get the coveted spots for the 2 teams. And, what are your thoughts on the teams? Harry asked Ginny. There were many good candidates. It won't be easy to decide, but I was never aware that we had that much potential in our house before the team was changed around, Ginny stated. Wood had one flaw. Once he had a good team, he didn't look anymore. That's not smart, but to cut him some slack, he isn't a professional trainer. He is a student and has other things that he has to coordinate with Quidditch training. In his first year as captain, he had to build a team he could work with, but it was also his all year. He had to feel how difficult it was to do both parts justice when the workload increased for him. Probably he didn't want to invest the time in 6th and 7th year, when the team was really working well, both in personal skill and cooperation of the players. Meanwhile, I don't have those limitations, Harry pointed out. Very true. Well, I think Katie, Angelina and Alicia will certainly have a spot. They did do great tryouts, Ginny stated. They did. But your younger self, as well as Jake and Patrick, did too. I think the other 3 need more time, Harry replied, looking over the notes he had made. Yes. Especially Victoria had trouble with the coordination of passing when we had real situations. And Patrick definitely surprised me how good he was in dodging bludgers while keeping the quaffle secured. He would definitely be a candidate for the starting team. He would make a good player for fast-paced plays, and his ability to switch from offense to defense was impressive, Ginny complimented. Very true. I can see a lot of strategies profiting from that. And, as a 6th year, he wouldn't be intimidated by other teams as much as the younger players, Harry nodded. Do you know why he wasn't on the team last year? Ginny asked. According to his file, he was forced to take a year-long break to pass his owls by his parents, Harry answered. Ah, yes, that's a shame, but understandable. We will need to make sure that the other players will have enough time for their studies, Ginny accepted. With a set schedule for training times, which doesn't include Oliver's crazy ideas, it should be easily manageable. I'm not going to force my students to get up at 5 in the morning for strategy sessions that don't stick, Harry shook his head exasperatedly. So, which ones for the starting 3 and which ones for reserve? Ginny asked. I think Patrick, Angelina and Katie for starters. They showed the best coordination among them, and Alicia, Ginny and Jake for reserves. And I'm going to implement your strategy ideas for the games, meaning that all of the chasers will get playing time this year. Yes, you do well to listen to my Quidditch experience, Ginny grinned, teasingly. Harry grinned back and made the notes. Next he pulled up the beater names. Fred and George are a given. Their coordination has been the best among all of the ones, but who for the reserves? Harry asked. I would suggest Erica, as she is in 5th year already and has great aim, and then possibly Kirk.
While he wasn't the strongest, he had good awareness where the bludgers would fly to and could interrupt a number of plays that way. Not to mention that he's a 3rd year and it would give the team more players not in the same year. I remember how you had to rebuild a whole team, thanks to no reserves from other years that could step up when the twins, Angelina and Alicia, graduated, Ginny pointed out. Yes, that's good to keep in mind. Well, Oliver was the best among the 3 keepers, but Ashlyn was very promising to be a replacement, I think. She's also in 3rd year, meaning she would be able to take over fully, if things continue like this, when Oliver graduates after next year. And if he's knocked out of the match, she can adapt to any kind of chaser group quickly. I just wonder why she didn't try any more when we needed a new keeper in my 5th year, Harry wondered. She would have easily surpassed Ron.
I know that one. Ashlyn got into a major row with Angelina the year before the new keeper was chosen and refused to play under her as captain. Thus, she never even tried out for the position, Ginny answered.
A true shame. Ron wasn't a good keeper at the beginning, and we needed to work around his mental blocks to get him to play great. I would rather not have him on the team, if there are alternatives. He can play fantastic, but the time and circumstances it needs to get there are not worth it, Harry stated. That's true. I mean, only playing well when nothing is at stake anymore, or when you trick him into believing he took Felix Felicis. That's really not suited for that position. And I'm sure with you training the team from now on, you can make sure that there won't be the situation where it matters and we don't have a choice, Ginny pointed out.
Harry nodded and wrote both Oliver and Ashlyn onto the list for players. Your younger self as seeker is set, as he was the best among all those trying out. But the reserve will be difficult to decide. The others were far behind him, Ginny sighed.
There was a reason why I got the spot in 1st year. Oliver found no suitable candidate when he held tryouts that year. I think it will mostly be up to me to train the reserve to be able to step in case my younger self ends himself in the hospital wing again. And with my typical kind of luck, it wouldn't be that strange to happen, Harry sarcastically stated.
Yes, you had an unfortunate number of stays there. But we came back to also reduce the problems that led to those stays.
I'm also going to see if I can convince Albus to make the events of 1994-1995 more interesting for the students. Triwizard Tournament good and well, but we can further friendships among the schools better in other ways. The tasks the ministry idiots came up with were much too dangerous for students. I'd rather convince the ones in charge to have a tournament for Quidditch and different subjects in form of an obstacle course and treasure hunt to be held. That could allow more students to participate and really, not following up on the Quidditch World Cup held in England for the first time in forever was stupid to the extreme, Ginny scoffed. I'm fully with you in that, Harry nodded and ed her cheek. Well, back to the reserve seeker, how about Stella?
Probably as well as Zoe. Both weren't great, but they would manage in case they needed to. And if everything goes south, my younger self could still play in their stead, Ginny decided. Harry nodded and wrote down the seeker names. Now that that's done, how about some relaxation until we need to tell the students the results? Ginny suggested coyly.
Definitely a very good idea, Harry replied, grinning, and lifted Ginny up bridal style, to go over to their bedroom. It was time to announce the new Gryffindor Quidditch team as well as the reserve team. Not only the ones that had been in the last round of the test, but also most of the ones that had tried out were assembled at the pitch again, this time in casual clothes.
I guess you were all curious to find out what decision was made about the new team. Well, first off, returning captain and starting keeper is Oliver Wood, reserve keeper is Ashlyn Price, older Harry read out. There was applause from the others and a cheer from Ashlyn. Older Ginny handed both Oliver and Ashlyn their new jerseys with their names. She and her husband had decided to get them ready to give them to the chosen players as a symbol. Next up, our beaters in the starting team will be Fred and George Weasley with Erica Cooper and Kirk Waterflower as reserve beaters, older Harry continued, and older Ginny passed out the jerseys while the others applauded again.
The starting chasers will be Angelina Johnson, Patrick Jones and Katie Bell. Reserves will be Alicia Spinett, Jake Randell and Ginny Weasley, he continued, and he grinned when he saw Ginny doing a fist thrust at getting the coveted spot, especially as a first-year student, and the 6 stepped forward to also get their jerseys. And last but not least, starting seeker as Harry Potter and reserve seeker as Stella Moon, he finished and the two walked forward, smiling at having made the team. Everybody else, I want to thank you for coming to the tryouts, and don't forget, if you continue practicing, you might have a chance for a spot next year.
The students that hadn't been chosen were mostly good sports and congratulated the others for getting onto the team, but told them they better won the cup for their house this year. They were after all the best they had. The response was positive, with some jokes from the twins.
I would like the new team and reserves to follow me into the meeting room next to the locker room. The others can go back to the school, older Harry stated, and the 14 chosen players moved towards the locker rooms, with the players talking among themselves, with Oliver already pondering what kind of strategies they would be able to play and train.
Ron Weasley wasn't happy. He could deal with the twins winning back their spots on the Gryffindor team. They had been on it for 2 years now, and the competition hadn't been too strong.
Harry, well, there was a reason why he had been given the seeker spot last year, even if Ron was really envious that Harry, who hadn't known anything about Quidditch before coming to Hogwarts, got to be on the team, when he, Ron, had known everything there was to know about the sport for years, could name all kinds of famous players or moves, and still didn't even get chosen for the reserves. He was realistic enough to not expect to replace the team captain Wood, who was definitely a great keeper. But he had really thought he could get the reserve spot. But he hadn't even been in the final round.
What really angered him was that Ginny had got a reserve spot.
As a first year, it was so unfair. Why did she get to play when he didn't? If he could have become reserve keeper, he could have trained with Wood and been ready to step in once he graduated in 2 years. But he really hated that he would now have to wait for at least a year before he would get a new chance. It was only more proof that everybody had it in for him. He shouldn't have got that much detention over the car incident. Nothing had happened after all. The invisibility booster had prevented that the muggles spotted him. And if only Harry, the traitor, had come with him, it wouldn't have ended in that much detention.
Not to mention that the change in food s.ked. While he would admit that it didn't taste bad, he didn't get as much as he needed to not be hungry anymore, and the no sweets rule really
Ked. He had tried to get around it, but the stupid bracelet always thwarted his genius plans. He needed more food, damn it. He was a growing boy. There wasn't anything wrong with him. But he was singled out and had to take those nasty potions. And his mum also wasn't sympathetic when he complained to her in a letter. She told him that he needed to follow the healer's instruction and that it would be over soon enough.
And he could only eat more food if it was vegetables or things like the beef soup from last Thursday's lunch.
He didn't know why the kind of food had changed, but he missed the opportunity to eat as much meat and desserts as he wanted to. He had noticed that real meat was mostly served on the weekends now, with Fridays normally being days for fish in some kind. He really wanted things to go back to what they had been. He still had half a week of the potion and no sweets diet to go through, and then Madame Pomfrey would examine him again to see if he was finally free of that torture again.
He was truly in a bad mood and became more and more convinced that he could only rely on himself anymore. The teachers and his traitorous friends simply didn't understand what he needed and deserved. Older Harry stood in front of the Quidditch team that he would train from now on. All right, let's get down to some basic information on how the training will commence from here on out.
We will do 2 evening sessions of 2 hours over the week, plus on Saturday afternoon 2 practical hours plus 1 hour of strategy and move theory. I want you all to expand on your skills over the year. We might put in an additional session directly before a match, but I don't want you to neglect your studies over team training. Instead, I expect you all to start general fitness training in the mornings. That means, I want you all to either run or swim for 45 minutes at least. Better would be 1 hour, older Harry stated.
Swimming? I hope you don't expect us to jump into the lake in the mornings, sir, Alicia protested.
No, the lake won't be needed for that, and I don't want Madame Pomfrey after me if you come down with pneumonia, older Harry chuckled. No, Hogwarts has an indoor swimming pool at the ground floor, which is where you can do the swimming. You probably all know the annex to the south wing, which is mostly hidden from sight, thanks to the greenhouses being there.
Yes? Fred asked. You can enter it by citing the Hogwarts motto, never tickle a sleeping dragon. The portrait of jumping dolphins at the end of the corridor leading there will fade and let you enter the indoor swimming pool area. There are 2 locker rooms, one for each gender, which are warded against those of the opposite gender getting in there. The pool is quite large, 50 meters in length and 40 meters in width. That should be more than enough for all students that want to swim at a time to fit in and don't get into the way of others. The only times when you won't be able to use it will be when the new swimming team uses it. Which will be in the afternoons, but I don't know the exact schedule, but it will be pinned to the notice board there. I never knew that the school had an indoor swimming pool, George commented, looking at his brother strangely, which older Harry knew was because of the Marauders map, which didn't have the pool on it. Well, it wouldn't, as it was one part that he had only found out after reading Albus' journals in the future. The teachers had mostly forgotten that it was there too, but older Harry had decided to make use of it, especially as it would allow the students one more way to be active in their free time. Not to mention that children normally liked going swimming and having fun there. How would running work in winter? Stella asked. There is the option of running along the path that surrounds the inner gardens. It is roofed and a ward prevents that snow, rain and strong wind can get in there. While it might be a bit colder than you are used to, it works out. If you think it would be too cold, there is still the option of swimming, and the pool is heated, older Ginny pointed out. The intention is after all getting you in a general good physical form. All the professional teams do the same. The players have to keep in good shape, the way it happens is up to them. Otherwise lasting in long matches can be a problem. I think checking out both the pool and the path would be a good idea to know how they look like, Oliver stated, and as long as the weather is still good enough, we have other options as well. I think it would be quite the challenge to manage running around the whole lake. Others chuckled, seeing his enthusiasm to progress more like the professional Quidditch players. The previous members of the team were just glad that he couldn't force them to do it. It would take far longer than the 45 minutes that they had to run. The next point I would like to mention before we start with training is that I will train you all to be ready to play in any kind of combination of players. This will have 2 advantages. First, if one player is ill or injured, be it during a match or before, the others won't have to first find their new rhythm when they play. The second one is that it will confuse the hell out of all other teams if we constantly switch players around. For example, the 3 girls that were the chasers last year like playing an offensive style, while leaving most of the defense work to Oliver. There are no rules that forbid switching players during a match and we can do it as often as we like to. Now think. The other team gets a handle on the chasers and we can't get any goals, or they fly very fast counters and overwhelm Oliver with numbers before the chasers are back. We could switch Patrick and Jake in, who both are very good at switching from offense to defense. It would be a whole different game, older Harry explained his idea. That would be incredible. And it would work in so many variants, Oliver exclaimed excitedly. Correct. We have many different kinds of styles among our 6 chasers and we will train all kinds of formations with all of you. The same is true for the other positions as well. We will have everybody ready to play at all times. It can also happen that we simply use the chance to switch to give a player a break. Like, if Oliver had to work for 40 minutes on end, as the other team constantly managed to break through, he would be liable to be worse than at the beginning of the match. Then we could switch to Ashlyn, simply to mess up their ideas of how our keeper will act, next to letting Oliver recover for a while. The players saw many advantages of this kind of thinking. And the other teams probably will be totally caught on the wrong foot, as I don't think they have as many reserves as we do, Angelina added. Probably not. As far as I know, the training of the other houses is still up to their captains. Though I think that the other heads of houses will think of something once our new ways prove successful, and I'm convinced it will be like that. But I would like to see what the other heads can come up with. After all, it's a lot more fun if the other teams have to become creative as well. The best matches are those that had great skill shown on both sides in a hard but fair match. While easy wins can be fun too, over time they will become boring, older Harry pointed out. The others nodded. They would be able to enjoy it for a while, but they would certainly become bored if all teams were easy to beat and then probably also make more mistakes than if they had to be on guard. Okay. The last point for now, the next training units.
I had a look over your timetables and nobody has classes beyond 4:30.
We will start Monday evening at 6:30, so be ready after dinner. The other unit over the week is on Wednesday, also at 6:30.
The third unit will be on Saturdays at 2 and then for 3 hours. I also want you to make sure that you keep up with your studies, as I will have to only let those play in actual matches that manage to get passing grades in their classes. You get one joker, as it can happen that you simply don't have a lot of talent in one class. But I won't have my team slacking off. I don't expect that you all get top grades in all classes, but you have to pass them, older Harry said sternly.
But what about history and potions? Fred protested. I said you had one joker. And honestly, while I know that Professor Binns is said to be really boring in his class, you have your textbooks to cover what you can't learn in class.
As I said, I don't demand all O's or something, that would be unrealistic. I want passes, which means for the ones that are familiar with the owl's grades, an A, meaning at least 60% correct answers. That isn't too much to ask for. Hogwarts is a school first, and as much as I am competitive at Quidditch, it is secondary to you getting a good education, older Harry stated firmly. Hey, it isn't that bad, Angelina commented, it wouldn't be any different than before. We have had to do the work for history on our own since we started here, if we didn't want to fail that class. And ever since Mrs. Professor Peverell took over potions, it has become much easier to get a passing grade. Even if catching up on all the things Snape didn't teach us KS. True, okay, it can't be helped, George sighed. The others also nodded, knowing that only one subject really had a teacher where they had to put in a lot of self-study to get by. Older Harry and Ginny were happy to see that this would be another step into an important direction.
The Gryffindor team was greeted in their common room by the other members of the house, and most were called over to their friends to tell them more about the plans their new head of house had for the team.
Harry walked over to Hermione, as Ron, for some reason, had stormed off when the team returned. Not to mention that he was secretly relieved to not have to deal with his complaints about not being chosen for the team, like he had hoped to be. But Harry had to be honest. The other three that had been in the final round for the tryouts were clearly better than Ron, who had missed a number of shots and hadn't been giving a solid show. Well, he still had some time to make the team in the future.
And, how did it go? Hermione asked, as she had stayed at their common room to get her homework done.
I got my starting position back and Stella Moon is the reserve for the seeker position. All other former members of the team are back on it, even if Alicia was switched to the reserve chaser position, as Patrick Jones got the starting position. I heard from Oliver that he was on the team before last year, when he took a break for Owls. The other two stayed starters. Ginny made the reserves, the twins are still starting beaters and Oliver captain and keeper. Harry listed the people she would know most about. Congratulations. I only noticed that Ron didn't get into either team, but he wouldn't really say anything, being too angry and probably disappointed, Hermione stated. Well, he will need some more practice and work on nerves, I think. He didn't have a solid tryout. He had good moments, but he didn't do well with being watched all the time, Harry analyzed. Well, at least he will be able to concentrate on his homework properly. Thanks to his detention, his first essay grades weren't too good, she commented. I doubt that will cheer him up, Harry snorted. He should take his schoolwork more serious. Especially after the trouble he got into with the car that ended in the lake, she insisted. He will calm down and be in a better mood once the treatment is over with. I really hope that he can get off the potion, or at least be allowed to eat sweets occasionally when they do the next examination with him. He's real grouch otherwise, Harry commented.
As if not being allowed sweets for 2 weeks was as bad as he made it out to be. Hermione shook her head, not really seeing the problem with it.
But then again, her parents never allowed her a lot of sweets, being dentists, and thus she didn't mind not eating them regularly. She was among those that liked the new way of what was served for meals and was more than happy to know that practicing magic would do the rest and that she didn't have to exercise beyond traveling through the school to classes to keep her figure. The problem is that he annoys everybody else with his complaints. I'll be glad when it is over. Well, I can tell him how to better his chances for a spot next year. Though I doubt he will like it, Harry pondered.
Oh, which way? Hermione asked. Our head of house has told us that we need to keep a general good shape and therefore have to exercise in the mornings or at other times when we don't have training. We can either go running or swimming. We found out that Hogwarts even has an indoor swimming pool in that annex that is covered by the greenhouses, Harry told her.
That would be a good way to keep in shape, Hermione nodded, but I doubt Ron would want to get up early to run. That's why I said I doubt he would like it. But with the whole current team being made to do it, others either work on their own fitness to have a chance to win a spot in the future, or they stay in the stands. Though I'm curious what they plan to do for cheerleading. They encouraged those that wanted to support the team, but couldn't get onto it, to meet with them after the tryouts are done, Harry explained. Like those girls in short skirts that dance before Muggle sport events. Hermione asked, surprised. Perhaps. Harry shrugged. I hope they don't do it like that. I think it's demeaning for the girls to be ogled like that, she frowned. Well, the ones doing it would be volunteers and I doubt they would dare wearing what Muggle cheerleaders wear. I mean, look at how our school uniforms look like, he pointed out. She still wasn't convinced, and Harry left to sit with Neville, Seamus and Dean, who wanted to know more about the tryouts and the new team. Wormtail and Padfoot. Peter Pettigrew knew he was in really deep shit. Ever since he had been captured when he returned to Hogwarts with the youngest Weasley boy, things had gone downwards. He had been too out of it from the catastrophic landing in the lake that the boy had caused, after losing control over the car, or the thing simply malfunctioning, he couldn't really say, as he had been half asleep when they crashed, to really notice what was happening. The cold water of the lake had been a really nasty shock, and when he found himself inside a cage shortly after being brought to the hospital wing by Hagrid, he hadn't really worried.
Nobody would let a rat inside a hospital wing after all. He had believed that they would put the cage next to Ron's bed and he would be able to sleep off the shock.
But it had been different. The new Gryffindor head, he had occasionally spotted him when he had come to the burrow to talk with Harry over his bad experiences over the summer, had put him into a cell, and he had then been confronted by 4 very angry people. One was Snape of all people, then Peverell, the male one, McGonagall and Dumbledore himself. He had been turned back into his human form and tied up with ropes that Dumbledore himself spelled to prevent him turning into his rat form. Then the bastard Snape had dosed him with Veritaserum, and he had been forced to tell everything, from becoming a Death Eater to giving up the Potters and framing Sirius. The whole thing had been recorded as well, and Dumbledore had then called Moody and Shacklebolt from the Ministry to arrest him, briefing them on his animagus ability and that he had confessed to be the true murderer of the Manchester tragedy that Sirius Black had been blamed for. And with Moody in charge, there hadn't been any blind spot that was left open. He couldn't escape. And he had been really frightened over the lecture Dumbledore had given him for sleeping inside a boys' dorm, when he really was a grown man. No wonder the Dark Lord had feared him. His magical aura was terrifying. Today was the day the Wizengamot would preside his trial. He was doomed, he knew that. He had hidden to not be killed by the other Death Eaters, as his intel had been what led to the death of their master. He tried moving the shackles that tied him to the interrogation chair, but they didn't move a bit, instead giving him a small shock as a warning to behave. He could see all the ones that currently held power. Bones as head of the DMLE, the idiot Fudge that had managed to become minister, Longbottom as a senior member of the Wizengamot, and of course Dumbledore himself as the chief warlock. Order. Dumbledore called out. Criminal trial of the 18th of September 1992 for Peter Mobius Pettigrew. Presiding. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, head of the DMLE, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Court Scribe Heather Irene Burke. People whispered at seeing a man that had supposedly died in 1981 very much alive.
Peter Pettigrew, you are accused of the following crimes: membership of a terrorist organization,
Namely the Death Eaters, espionage for the Dark Lord known as Voldemort, 12 cases of murder, assistance in 15 cases of murder, usage of the Imperius and Cruciatus curse against other human beings, betraying the secret of the Fidelius charm over the House of the Potters to Lord Voldemort, enabling him to find them, obstruction of justice, by blaming Sirius Black for your crimes and being an unregistered animagus in form of a rat. How do you plead? Dumbledore read out. Not guilty, he squeaked out. It is noted that the accused pleads not guilty. The accusation has the floor, Dumbledore stated, and Moody stepped forward. Peter saw his world ending when Moody read out the statement taken from him under Veritaserum, with written oaths of all four that had been present at the time that the things written down had been what he had said under the truth serum, with an additional oath from Snape that the truth serum was brewed properly, actually had been taken from the stock of Veritaserum that he was about to deliver to the ministry. There was also a written order of Dumbledore, who in his function as chief warlock could decide on the use of Veritaserum, to dose him. Shock and horror reigned in the courtroom. Nobody had thought that Sirius Black could actually be innocent. One voiced his outrage. Why didn't this come out at Black's trial? He would have been questioned under Veritaserum as well. It was Tiberius Ogden that wanted to know this. Lord Ogden, it would have come out, if he had had a trial in the first place, Bones said gravely. Professor Dumbledore approached my department with the information that they had caught Pettigrew in his animagus form at Hogwarts, which has got new wards over the summer, thanks to an incident last year, which made Professor Dumbledore decide that more protection for the students was needed. You probably remember the troll getting into the castle on Halloween, which thankfully didn't have consequences for the students. It still showed that the wards had loopholes that criminal elements could exploit, which was why one of the new wards, thanks to Professor McGonagall pointing it out, was one that would only allow an animagus that was keyed into the wards to change into his or her animal form on the school grounds. There are 2 registered animagi on staff right now. Professors Minerva McGonagall and Harold Peverell. Professor Peverell registered his form the last week of August, when he finished it, thanks to some last pointers from Professor McGonagall. He is registered as a Raven animagus. These 2 are now the only ones that can transform on the grounds. All others will be transported to a holding cell in the dungeons if they are caught in transformed form. During the investigation that followed, we looked into the Sirius Black case, as it is closely connected. We were horrified when we found that there not only wasn't a protocol of a trial, but that there wasn't any proper investigation documentation either. After the captured Sirius Black was brought to the ministry, Barty Crouch, as the previous head of the DMLE, and Minister Bagnold, decided that the evidence was more than clear and that they didn't need to set a day in court. It would only waste time to officially declare what they already knew. I have my orders search other prisoner files from imprisonment during the 2 years after the fall of you-know-who, but, so far, we didn't find more discrepancies. I will of course report if any other case like that turns up. I truly hope it was a one-time incident and not method. Mr. Crouch is in custody to be questioned about his orders, which aren't conform with the law, and ex-Minister Bagnold is on house arrest at her manor. Bones finished her response. Many sat shocked in their seats. To think that, just because procedure hadn't been followed, because 2 people said it wasn't necessary, an innocent man had been sent to the Dementors, for now 11 years. After that blow, the witnesses were questioned about finding Pettigrew and Pettigrew just whimpered in his chair. The accused will now have the chance to defend himself, Dumbledore stated, after the last statements were given. I didn't have a choice, Pettigrew wailed. He was too powerful, he was taking over, and I didn't want to die. That is a poor excuse if I ever heard one, Moody barked. You could have simply gone into hiding, Albus would have helped you do so. And nobody forced you to murder all those muggles when Sirius cornered you. You were a traitor and a criminal. Many others nodded, totally agreeing with the estimation of the famous Auror. Pettigrew only started sobbing, sorry for himself. Well, let's get to the verdict. Those that think Peter Pettigrew guilty of the crimes he is accused of committing. Dumbledore asked, and nearly all wands were lifted into the air, making Pettigrew only wail louder, all that think him innocent.
Nobody lifted their arms, there were just some abstentions from voting.
The Wizengamot finds you guilty of the crimes you are accused of. The sentence is imprisonment at Azkaban prison in an anti-animagus cell for the rest of your natural life, Dumbledore declared, and Pettigrew started shouting in denial, but an Auror hit him with a stunner and then tied him up to take him to Azkaban. Further, the Wizengamot needs to right the wrong done to Sirius Black. We really failed there, and I won't exclude myself from that. I should have noticed that he didn't have a trial, even if I wasn't Chief Warlock back then. I was still a member of the Wizengamot. I suggest we immediately get Mr. Black from Azkaban prison into a private room of St. Mungo's,
where he is to be treated for the effects of the exposure to dementors at the cost of the ministry. Further, we need to pay his outstanding salary as an Auror, plus hazard pay. After all, dementors are always on that list if you have contact with them. And some reparation will also be appropriate, Dumbledore stated. How about 10,000 galleons as reparation next to the outstanding payment? Fudge suggested, speaking up for the first time. I think that is more than fair, Cornelius, Dumbledore agreed. Fudge, known to Dumbledore and Bones, but not the majority of the Wizengamot, had decided to just preside and let the other two handle this case. He had after all had a hand in the incident, being the one reporting from the site. His report had been a major point in Crouch and Bagnold's decision, even if he didn't officially have any responsibility for what they had done. This way, he could get through things without taking too hard a hit publicly, but he also knew that he should better do his job properly in the future, or the other two would take him to task. He had agreed to the decision, because otherwise he would have lost his job over the ministry not doing its job properly. He really didn't want that to happen. Sirius Black sat in his cell, more bored than anything. Sure, the constant presence of dementors in the Wing S. Ked, as well as the cold and the screams from the other inmates, but he could, thanks to Padfoot, escape the worst effects of those monsters. A dog's fur was definitely a blessing in a place like this. It was even too cold for fleas to torment him. Not to mention that, as a dog, eating a rat that occasionally found its way into his cell made a nice snack and welcome source of meat. The slime he got otherwise was really not helpful. Then there was something different. The coldness of the dementors retreated and he made sure to be in his human form. Normally retreating dementors meant that a guard was on its way, sometimes the occasional visitor for other prisoners. But the guys he was stuck with never got them anymore. The only one he remembered was for the Crouch boy before he died. Not even his cousin Narcissa would come to see her twisted sister Bellatrix. Alright, first things first, ward the cell against his animagus transformation, he heard one man say and he panicked. Had they found out? But how and why now? He watched and found that there were 4 men that had a prisoner between them. The first 2 men cast wards around the old cell of Crouch Jr., the only free one on this floor, and then carried the clearly stunned prisoner inside. They came out and the door was closed again. Sirius hadn't managed to get a good look at the new prisoner. He wondered who it was. At least the remark about animagus wards didn't seem to be meant for himself. That was a relief. Good, that's done. Let's see him get out of there without being able to transform. He's a whiny coward. I don't expect him to survive the dementors for long. Next point, where is Black's cell? The man that seemed to give the orders asked. They wanted to see him. What was going on? He sat back on his bed, well, what they called a bed here at least, and waited for some seconds before the steps were in front of his cell.
Open it, the commander ordered, and the door was unlocked.
Sirius got a look at the group of 4. One was the head warden of Azkaban. The second was an older Auror, he faintly remembered from his training with that department during the war, and the other 2 he actually knew. Alistair Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley had been in his Auror class and Moody their trainer. Black, you are coming with us to St. Mungo's. Pettigrew was caught and convicted for his crimes. He told us everything under Veritaserum, Moody stated. You finally caught him. I didn't really believe that it would ever happen, Sirius replied, shocked at the development. Does that mean what I think? Yes, you're free and get to leave here forever. You'll have to be treated at St. Mungo's, though you're better off than I dared hoping after all these years, Moody commented.
Helps knowing you are innocent. That's not a happy thought and they can't take it away. Not very comforting, but at least it kept me sane. How was the rat captured? Sirius asked.
He got found out by the new wards at Hogwarts. Dumbledore then acted quickly. After knowing the truth, Moody answered. I guess I need to be told a lot of things to catch up. Does the ministry at least pay the bills for the hospital after messing this up spectacularly? I mean, I tried telling Bagnold for years that I was innocent, and she always ignored me and told me to shut up. One day I simply didn't bother anymore, Sirius admitted. We will deal with that. It will be added to the file for the investigation that Director Bones is already having conducted, Moody nodded. Sirius was led down the corridor and towards the portkey travel point. He could hardly believe it, he was actually free again.
Well, he would need some healing, but he would be the first to admit that he was looking forward to hospital food. Compared to Azkaban food, hospital food would be pure luxury. And then, well, he could finally see his godson again. How many years had it been now? 9, 10, 11. Was Harry already at Hogwarts? Did he follow them into Gryffindor if he was? Many questions, and he truly hoped to soon have the answers. He touched the portkey with a finger and felt the familiar sensation of being hooked at the navel and drawn away. Harry was on the way to meet Sirius. He would need to explain a few things to him. Not about him and Ginny being time travelers, that was best kept secret with only them and Albus knowing.
While he trusted Sirius, nobody could know who else was listening in.
And Sirius had the habit of acting rashly. He had put his strongest occlumency shields up, as he knew it would be an emotional meeting for him. Sirius had died when Harry hadn't really had the time to get to know him. But despite that, Sirius had sacrificed so much to be with Harry and support him in the last timeline. Now he would be getting the medical help he needed. And Harry was determined to keep Sirius alive this time around. But they would need Sirius help with two of the Horcruxes.
One was after all at Grimmauld Place and one in Bellatrix's vault.
But the revelation of that topic would be better for Albus to give. The Horcruxes that they got so far, younger Harry's scar, the diary, the ring and the diadem were the only ones that they could get to. The snake wouldn't be one yet, so they didn't need to worry about it. But if they could manage those two last destructions, it might happen that the wraiths simply faded away and all the problems from the Second War could be avoided, all the deaths. They could only hope. But this meeting wouldn't be about that, it would be about his younger self and Sirius' position in his life in the future. He reached the door and identified himself to the guard. It had been decided by the DMLE that, until Sirius was given a clean bill of health by the healers, he would be kept under watch, as nobody could estimate how he would react after the long time he had spent at Azkaban. Harry knocked and then entered the room. He found Sirius in a normal hospital bed, with some magazines and newspapers on the table next to him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Black," Harry greeted, having to remember to not call him Sirius. "Good afternoon. I fear you have me at a disadvantage concerning your name," Sirius replied. "No problem. My name is Harold Peverell. I'm the current Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts, next to being head of Gryffindor House," Harry introduced himself.
"Nice to meet you. If I may be blunt, what are you doing here? Not that I don't appreciate visitors, it gets dull here all day, just reading and having healers come in and out, next to the occasional Auror, but I can't really see a reason for a teacher to be here," Sirius commented.
"Then I'll be blunt as well. It concerns your godson, Harry Potter, who is a member of my house," Harry answered. "Harry? Yes, he would be at Hogwarts by now. He's a Gryffindor. That's great." Sirius clearly was happy about it. Did something happen to him? "No, don't worry, he is doing well. He recently won his spot as Seeker on the team back and is immensely proud of having won the tryouts for the position. His classes are also going well, and I can attest that he has a distinct talent in my subject," Harry answered. "No, the main reason is that we need to discuss a few things, after you will be cleared by the healers, even if it will probably take a few months, how the transfer of the position as Harry's magical guardian will take place. Currently, as his head of house, I have that position, and, by default, I also got legal custody of him, as his previous caretakers weren't suitable." "Who were they?" Sirius asked, reading the parts between what was said from the statement. "His Aunt Petunia Dursley and her husband," Harry answered. "I went there over the summer, simply to make sure he got the letter with the form he needed to have his guardians sign. We needed permission from all guardians that the children were allowed to play Quidditch and use the swimming pool if they wanted to, and there were problems with him answering his first Hogwarts letter. Thanks to Hagrid reporting that his guardians didn't like magic, we decided to immediately send somebody, and I found him being locked up in his room, in bad state. I called the Aurors upon the Muggles and they are coordinating things with the Muggle police."
"Damn, why would they mistreat Harry?" Sirius growled.
"I don't know, but I acted. Professor Dumbledore arranged that Harry could stay with the Weasleys in August, as Harry is friends with the youngest son Ron, also in my house. Actually, I have the full set of Weasleys that are at school age in Gryffindor. Now, before you can be allowed to see Harry, which I would suggest, if the healing progresses well, could happen over the Christmas break, you need to be of a stable mind again. You need to be able to see him for himself, which could be difficult, as your last memories are of him being a baby, Harry pointed out. I see. You also think it might happen that memories of James would overlap with the present Harry, Sirius realized. Yes. Going by the photos I was shown of James Potter, when he was around Harry's age, there is some similarity. He isn't a clone of his father, but you could confuse the two at first sight, Harry nodded, not mentioning that Albus had taken down the spell that made Harry look like his father, but made the change more gradual, so that he wouldn't suddenly change, which would be suspicious. Perhaps you could tell me a bit about him. I missed so much, Sirius sighed. Sure. Harry agreed and told Sirius what he officially knew about Harry. They talked for an hour before Harry knew it was time to leave again. Thank you for coming. It was good to find out this much. Do you by any chance know the whereabouts of Remus Lupin, or could you ask Professor Dumbledore where he lives now? Sirius asked. I can tell you that. He works for the apothecary in Hogsmeade, which was opened just this summer.
There are 2 small apartments over the shop, one of them is his, and the other is inhabited by a witch with a young daughter. The shop is rented in the name of Hogwarts, as Potions Master Snape supplies the store, next to the hospital wing, with potions to be sold. It is a great success and we got incredibly positive feedback for the idea, as the inhabitants of Hogsmeade can now buy their potions and ingredients there, Harry answered.
Oh, he would like that. He was always good with the theory and potions, but he couldn't really brew them. Sirius chuckled. How does that work with Snape? He doesn't like Remus. Well, he rarely has any contact with Remus or Angela. They normally get the potions from Hogwarts and meet with Professor Dumbledore or Miss Vessington, the assistant of Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, for the paperwork that comes with their positions, to have all the paperwork correct. Mr. Snape only does the brewing of the needed potions, next to some research projects, Harry explained. Ah, that way it would work. How did it happen that Snape changed from teaching to just brewing and researching? Sirius asked, having heard some younger Aurors on patrol at Azkaban complain about his teaching methods once. Well, when I mentioned to Professor Dumbledore, after I got the defense job this summer, that my wife was also studying for her mastery and was close to gaining it, he asked which subject out of interest.
I told him it was potions and it spiraled from there.
He knew that Mr. Snape didn't want to teach, but he wanted to keep him close for some reason. This way both wishes could be granted. My wife, Ginny, had some intensive preparation for her mastery tests with Professor Slughorn in July and August, which Professor Dumbledore arranged for her, and managed to pass the last week of August. Otherwise Mr. Snape would have taught until she could take over, but he is much happier with the new arrangements, Harry told the tale, and it was easiest this way, as Ginny would have come to live with me at Hogwarts anyway. With her working there too, she didn't need to go looking for a job after getting her mastery. Yes, that would be neat, Sirius agreed. I'll see if I can contact Remus. It would be great to see him again. Sure, do that, Harry nodded. He said goodbye and left the room, leaving Sirius in a good mood. He took a deep breath when he was a bit away from anybody that could see him. It hadn't been easy, but he was optimistic that this time around things would be much better for Sirius. The rest of September and October passed quite uneventful, which Harry and Ginny welcomed. They knew too well how quickly things could turn sour. They taught their classes. Harry trained the Quidditch team. A cheerleading team was also set up. Sometimes Ginny helped with both teams when she had the time, but she also held the potion sessions in the lab in Gryffindor Tower and had agreed to do the same for the Hufflepuffs, when Pomona had asked her if she would. Not to mention her refereeing the pickup matches every second weekend. Today was Halloween, a day that both knew would be much better this time around than the last time. Back then Ginny had been possessed by Tom Riddle's diary and had opened the Chamber of Secrets for the first time. Many other times followed, but this time around, the danger was already dealt with. Things at Hogwarts were going much better than last time. Sure, some students still acted out, wanting to test how far they could go with the new rules, but most had by now understood that the teachers were serious about the no hexing rule. And pensive memories being used to clear up conflicts, both parties being able to give one, led to the real culprits being punished. For example, when younger Harry had been accosted by Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle had taken away his bag, refusing to give it back. In the whole interaction, when Harry tried to get it back, throwing it to the ground, breaking a bottle of ink that spilled over all the contents, he had taken the situation to older Harry.
He had called in all 4 students, plus Professor Vector. Both had taken the memories from the 4 involved, even if Malfoy tried protesting the treatment of him, as he was a pureblood and this was beneath him, but the truth had come out.
Crabbe and Goyle were even stupid enough to not limit the memory to the incident itself, but to the previous minutes. Malfoy had planned to break Harry's things and if possible ruin his work, to get him into trouble with his teachers, not liking at all that Harry's grades had gone up noticeably and were now clearly above his own. The 3 got 2 weeks of detention for intentionally breaking the things of another student and trying to get him into trouble for something he hadn't caused. And the detentions, like Albus had promised at the welcoming feast, weren't a soft option anymore.
Malfoy was a spoiled brat that had never had to work a day in his life.
Crabbe and Goyle meanwhile were stupid and always followed what Malfoy told them to do, without a care for the consequences. And they all believed in pureblood supremacy. Thus, the detentions were decided upon. Malfoy was sent to muck out the Thestral and Hippogriff stables under the observation of Professor Kettleburn, who taught him about what to look out for with the different creatures, where they were used in the wizarding world and which exceptional traits they had. Next to that he had to chip wood twice, learning how much a normal household needed to pay for wood over a year to keep it heated. And then he had to work in the kitchens for 2 days, being under the command of the head elf. He was furious about the treatment, but he didn't find any sympathy from the teachers or his fellow Slytherins. He had been warned, repeatedly in fact, what would happen, and it was time that he learned that actions had consequences and that there were things his father couldn't buy him out of.
And Lucius had tried, but nobody cared what he wanted.
Draco broke the rules, he had to do detention. And a quick presentation of the Book of Detentions, with names of course being obscured, showed that anybody with similar reasons for detention being given had to do similar tasks. Lucius had stormed off, unhappy that neither his plan to disrupt the school life, getting rid of Dumbledore in the process, seemed to be working, nor anybody fell into line with his demands. Even Fudge refused to do anything that was against the instructions of Albus or Amelia Bones.
Crabbe and Goyle meanwhile were sent to St. Mungo's on both Saturdays that they had to do their detentions, with a healer that Poppy had asked for his assistance.
They had to help out in the wards that held the Cruciatus victims from the war, which couldn't look after themselves anymore one day, cleaning out bedpans, changing soiled linens and much more. The other one, they got a lecture from Alistair Moody, about other idiots, Death Eaters and small fry followers of Voldemort, who simply followed his orders and where it got them. He made especially sure to show them that those people weren't too different from themselves. It certainly left an impression with the 2. Otherwise they had to copy an old copy of the school rules, while Madame Pants told them how much replacing certain destroyed items cost.
All 3 got a letter sent to their parents to demand a third of the costs to replace all the things that had been in Harry's bag at the time.
It came down to the bag, which was charmed to hold more on the inside than it appeared to do, plus charms to make it lighter, the usual supplies like parchment, ink and quills, 3 textbooks and 1 set of training clothes, as Harry had planned to go running after lunch break, as he had a free period then before he had herbology.
And it never mattered to be slightly sweaty in that class, as they would be working physically with the plants anyway and normally had to take showers or at least wash up when they got back to their tower.
It made a nice amount, which especially for the Crabbe and Goyle families wasn't easy. And Lucius wasn't allowed to pay the whole amount. Crabbe and Goyle were cut off pocket money for the next 3 months, as far as he was informed by Septima. Harry knew that it was Sir Nicholas's 500th death day and he had planned something special for the Gryffindor house ghost. He planned everything with the students out of earshot of Sir Nicholas. Everybody loved the nice ghost, and they created a plaque in his honor. It read, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Died the 31st of October 1492. 500th death day, the 31st of October 1992. It took 45 hits with an axe to kill him by beheading. He was caught by his killers after he courageously and successfully defended Hogwarts and Hogsmeade against an attack of witch hunters that wanted to kill the students at the school. A true Gryffindor and the best and most unique house ghost there is.
And despite trying over and over again, they couldn't get his head off. That's resilience.
Nick was truly touched by the gesture and thanked all the Gryffindor students that had helped making the plaque and who sung, "And he's a jolly good fellow," when they presented it to him. He asked older Harry to take the plaque down to the dungeons, where his celebration with the other ghosts would take place. He finally had something to shut those party crashers of the Headless Hunt up. With this, he didn't really care about joining them anymore. He was unique and his house's students had impressively proven that he was loved by them. Sir Patrick couldn't say the same of himself. The students went to the Halloween feast, this year missing the ghosts that were at Nick's party, and the students got to enjoy a show act with dancing skeletons, which were animated by Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick. Everybody had a lot of fun and the food was great. Even Ron, who had needed to add 1 week of potion treatment to the original 2 before he was allowed to eat sweets again, couldn't complain about the things that were served that night. After the feast, the students all went back to their common rooms, and nothing, like a mysterious chamber being opened, took away their fun. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.